Chapter 1 Immortal Road Nurturing System. There are still $8 left in my entire household combined, so I'll go down the mountain later to buy 2 bottles of sleeping pills and see if I can make it through the month. Jiqing Mountain. In a dilapidated Taoist temple. Lin Yu was lying on a futon, looking at the balance of his cell phone's prestige, with a lifeless expression on his face. The school year is about to start, and not only did he not get all the money for the journey, but now he still owes a bunch of debts. Master, if you are alive in heaven, give me a clear path. Lin Yu looked at the big holes in the roof of the Taoist temple, his eyes gradually moist. Lin Yu is an orphan, more than 10 years ago was picked up by his master. The 2 masters and disciples rely on each other for life. Not long after Lin Yu was admitted to the university, his master suddenly died. In order to bury his master, Lin Yu spent all his savings, but also owed a lot of external debt. Their Taoist temple is located in the middle of nowhere, so few people come to it on weekdays. No one comes, which means no incense money. No incense money. Even so, the key to such a remote Taoist temple actually have to pay rent. Lin Yu covered his forehead. Master, I really can't carry on the heavy responsibility of passing on the youth cultural center to the next generation. I really can't. Lin Yu's mind floated back to the several obese figures that Master had come into contact with when he brought himself down the mountain in the past. At that time, they even made a point of slipping themselves a few small notes. It's just that they are a little fatter. Anyway, after turning off the lights, they are all the same. The big deal is that they suffer a little bit of loss. The master always said that suffering is a blessing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Immortal Road Nurturing System. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the newbie gift pack. Suddenly, 2 electronic sounds interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. Brush. Hearing the electronic sounds, Lin Yu stood up with a brush. System. System? Lin Yu's breathing became heavy, himself. Is this binding the legendary system? Ding. Transmitting system information for the host. With excitement in his heart, Lin Yu spent a few minutes learning about this Immortal Dao nurturing system. With this system, one can obtain various luxurious rewards through prestige value draws or quests. The rewards included various props, and could also be various immortal techniques, Dao techniques. Phew! Lin Yu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and calmed his agitated mood. System, open the novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift pack and obtaining the following rewards: Dao robe *1, immortal crane *1, marrow cleansing pill *1, immortal technique calling rain, number of draws *1. Taoist robe, light as a thin wing, bright and clear, can withstand heat and cold, can change shape at the host's will. Immortal crane, can carry people, only needs a carrot to drive 100 kilometers. Marrow cleansing pill, cleanses impurities from the host's body, greatly improves the host's physical fitness. Immortal technique, summoning rain. Ding! The rewards obtained by the host have been automatically deposited into the item bar. The host can take them out through his mind. Lin Yu looked at the item bar. There was a small square listed on it. Take out the marrow cleansing pill. Brush. With a flash of golden light, a thumb-sized black pill appeared in Lin Yu's hand. This thing can be eaten? Looking at the pitch-black small pill in his hand, Lin Yu could not help but shrink the corners of his eyes. Why does this thing look so much like the stretching legs and staring pill? In the end, Lin Yu's heart crossed and he simply closed his eyes, then swallowed it in one gulp. Crackle! As soon as the pill hit his stomach, a crisp ringing sound was emitted from within his body. Immediately afterward, a great sense of relief swept through Lin Yu's entire body, filling into his limbs and bones. Visible to the naked eye, layers of pitch-black impurities were expelled from his body along his skin. When the breeze blew, those pitch-black impurities instantly turned into ashes. In just a few seconds, Lin Yu felt that his body was more relaxed than ever before. It felt like his entire body was now filled with strength. In order to understand the condition of his body, Lin Yu walked outside the Taoist temple. Looking at the roof that was 5 or 6 meters high. Brush! With a gentle leap, Lin Yu's body rose dramatically, and in the end, he even jumped directly onto the roof. Was this the body after the marrow cleansing? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was as light as a swallow now. Lin Yu landed back on the ground, his eyes filled with amazement. Right, there is still one more draw. Lin Yu moved his mind. Use the draw. Buzz. As soon as Lin Yu's intention fell, a huge carousel appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The carousel was divided into countless small compartments, and Lin Yu glanced at it. Props category: Peachwood Sword, Bagua Grid, Treasure Pot. Immortal Technique category: Calling the Wind and Rain, The Art of Royal Thunder. Taoist Techniques, Puppetry, Talismans. Treasure Pot? Seeing the treasure pot on the props bar, Lin Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. This treasure gathering basin. Is it decent? Can it generate money? Without much hesitation, Lin Yu moved his mind. He began to draw. Brush, brush, brush. The huge carousel also began to rotate rapidly, so fast that Lin Yu could only barely see the shadows. In the end, the pointer stopped at the column of Immortal Arts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal Technique, the Art of Thunder Control. The Art of Thunder Control can manipulate the thunder of a party. The Art of Royal Thunder. An incomparably simple introduction. Lin Yu's mouth was actually. I want a treasure pot more. At a location on the mountainside hundreds of meters away from the knowledgeable youth observatory, a man carrying a travel bag was climbing towards the top of the mountain step by step. In his hand, he was also holding up a compact camera. The man stopped by a rock and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Brothers, this mountain is the famous Jiqing mountain in the neighborhood, and I heard from the nearby villagers that there is also a Taoist temple on this mountain. The man called Gofugue is a shark platform of 1 million fans of the outdoor anchor, usually like to go to visit remote places around the country. Gofugue's words just fell. In his live room there are countless pop-ups across. Dog brother, the place you are looking for this time is also too remote, and you are sure that there is a Taoist temple on this mountain? That's right, what kind of Taoist temple dares to build on this? Look at this overgrown road, there can be a few people to worship. Brother dog, I think you've been tricked. Sit and wait for brother dog to climb up to the top of the mountain, and then doubt life. Looking at the pop-ups inside the live broadcast, Gofugue just smiled slightly. Anyway, it is not far from the top of the mountain. If there is no Taoist temple up there, let it be an experience of climbing a mountain. After saying that, he lifted the live broadcast equipment and climbed towards the top of the mountain again. More than 10 minutes later, Gofugue's eyes suddenly lit up. Brothers, there is actually a Taoist temple on this mountain. Gofugue turned the camera around. Instantly, the dilapidated Taoist temple appeared in front of the live broadcast audience. How long has it been since this Taoist temple has been repaired? It's so shabby. Not many people come here, so there must be no money for renovation. Look, there's even a Taoist priest in this Taoist temple. A Taoist priest in such a remote place. He doesn't look old enough to be a Taoist priest here. Seeing the little Taoist priest standing outside the Taoist temple not far away, Gofugue couldn't help but show a touch of joy on his face. Let's go find that little Taoist priest. Maybe we can still hear a lot of stories about this Taoist temple. If we have the conditions, we can also add some incense money to this Taoist temple. Gofugue said to the audience in the live broadcast room while walking towards Lin Yu's location. This was also a major feature of Gofugue's live broadcast. By seeking out remote places in the country, the audience of the live broadcast room would hear quite a few interesting stories. Newt. But just as Gofugue had just taken a step, a clear chirping sound suddenly floated in the sky. What was that sound? Gofugue looked up, only to see a huge white crane suddenly emerge from the endless clouds in the sky. New Year's Day. The white crane whistled up to the sky, then swooped down towards the Taoist temple below and landed beside the young monk. Afterwards, everyone including Gofugue saw it. The young monk leaped and jumped directly onto the white crane's back. The former gently patted the white crane's neck. Newt. The white crane let out a long whine before stretching its wings. It shot straight up into the sky. It turned into a bright white light and disappeared into the clouds. The viewers in the live broadcast room watched this scene with a stupefied expression. Until the white crane completely disappeared, they still hadn't regained their senses. Snap. After a long time, Gofugue slapped himself hard a few times. He looked at the clearly visible trajectory in the sky. With great difficulty, he spoke. Brothers, just now. Did I have blurred eyes? I saw the little Taoist priest riding an immortal crane. Flying on a crane? Isn't this a scene from a mythological story? Chapter 2, Poop, I saw a birdman. The shark platform is paralyzed. The reason was that an outdoor anchor had uploaded a video on the platform. In the image, a Taoist priest leaped and jumped on the back of a giant crane, and in the next second, he rode the crane up into the clouds and disappeared into the sky. This image. Any way you look at it, it's too unbelievable. So, this also caused countless users across the shark platform to discuss it intensely. My father is Lubu, not that I'm blowing it off, this anchor is obviously clowning around, this is definitely made of special effects. LVBU strong on Dong Zhuo from the professional level of special effects production, the special effects is actually not too difficult. I'm not too rich either, indeed, I didn't even see the Taoist priest's face, so this special effect is still too poor quality. Proud Twin Peaks you fart, bullshit special effects, this is clearly what we saw with our own eyes, is a Taoist priest riding a crane to heaven. The youngest here is my youngest child, you saw it with your own eyes? You were there? High and proud of the peaks, I just saw with my own eyes, you care about the old lady is not at the scene. In the seat are my youngest child, Yo-Oh, you also quite crazy capable of coming out to do a fight, XXX Hotel Room 302, capable of a person to come. And when the users of the shark platform were in a heated discussion. At a height of 10,000 meters. A huge white crane waved its wings and cut through a cloud, heading towards Magic City. On the back of the white crane was Lin Yu, who was wearing a Taoist robe. This speed. It was simply comparable to a sports car. Listening to the constant whistling of the wind in his ears, Lin Yu couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Originally, he only wanted to try out this immortal crane's ability to carry people. I didn't expect that this flying speed was actually not slower than a normal sports car at all. And most importantly, flying 100 kilometers only consumed 1 carrot. For a poor man like him. Oh no. It should be a good young man who likes to travel in a low-carbon manner, it's simply the perfect mount. Little crane, speed up. Lin Yu patted the crane's neck. Newt. The immortal crane let out a long whine, and its speed immediately skyrocketed. Rumble. After flying for about 2 or 3 more minutes or so, the originally clear sky suddenly became gloomy. Lin Yu looked up and saw that in his surroundings, a dark cloud was converging. Inside the clouds, a deafening roar was also coming out from time to time. When Lin Yu saw this, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. It's the thunderstorm layer, little immortal crane, speed up and go through the thunderstorm layer. Thunderstorm layer, in simple terms, was a natural weather where countless clouds gathered together and gathered a kind of thundercloud rain. Flying in this kind of weather, the probability of being struck by lightning would greatly increase. Newt. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the immortal crane once again let out a crisp chirp before its wings quickly flapped, turning into a stream of light as it traveled through the countless black clouds. Brush, brush, brush. When the immortal crane traveled through the clouds, Lin Yu also saw a lightning bolt as thick as an arm tumbling through those black clouds. I'll go. Seeing that lightning bolt, Lin Yu's scalp couldn't help but go numb. If he was hit by this thing, he would probably have to follow in his master's footsteps. Directly ascend to heaven. But fortunately, the thunderstorms around him were just converging, and Lin Yu flew through without anything happening along the way. Finally, he was almost out. Seeing a bright light appearing ahead, Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as he was out of the thunderstorm layer, then he would be safe. Suddenly, Lin Yu's expression was stunned, then he subconsciously looked to his side. Beside him, a huge airplane broke through the layers of clouds and appeared beside him, driving alongside him. Through one of the windows of that huge airplane, Lin Yu also saw a little girl gazing at him through the window. Lin Yu. The two of them locked gazes for 2 seconds in 10,000 meters of air. Poopy, I saw Super. Brother Birdman. The little girl looked to her poop and pointed her green fingers out the window. The man beside her rubbed the little girl's head and laughed. What Super Birdman? You must be mistaken, good boy, when you go down later, my dad will buy you a superhero toy. Said, he also poked his head out and looked towards the direction of the little girl's finger. We are now at a height of 10,000 meters, how can there be any birds? In the next second, the man's expression abruptly froze. Birds. Man? He then directly exclaimed in shock. The other passengers on the airplane were startled by the man's sudden exclamation of surprise, and each of them had a huffy look on their faces. A young man behind the man's seat even yelled out in dissatisfaction. "What are you screaming for? Have you never seen a bird before?" While saying this, he also turned his head to look out the window. "It's just a bird, why are you yelling?" The next second, his eyes immediately stared round. Crouching. Groove, Birdman. His mouth was wide open. And his face was filled with shock. What did he see? A young man in a Taoist robe stomped on a crane and stood 10,000 meters above the sky. I must be fucking dreaming. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, then looked out the window once again with wide eyes. The immortal crane. Well, it's still there. Taoist priests. Still there. Then I must still be dreaming. Slap. Suddenly, he slapped himself hard, then looked out the window as if he'd seen a ghost. Crap. What a fucking Birdman. Just coincidentally or not, that Taoist priest even stretched out his palm and waved it towards himself. It looked as if it was saying, hello. What the fuck? Being yelled at by the young man like that, the other passengers on the airplane couldn't help but look out the window at Mina. In the next second, everyone's expressions collectively became dumbfounded. Bird. Birdman? Boom. Suddenly, a huge boom resounded. Only in the black clouds above, a huge bolt of lightning roared down with lightning speed towards where the Taoist was. Ah! The little girl sitting on the airplane let out a scream. Brother Birdman, be careful. At the same time as the little girl exclaimed, Lin Yu also looked up above himself. A thick lightning bolt was whistling straight towards him. It's not. Seeing that lightning, Lin Yu couldn't help but have his eyelids jump. Ding! The art of the Imperial Lightning was activated. However, just a second before the lightning was about to strike Lin Yu, an electronic beep suddenly sounded beside Lin Yu's ears. In the next second, only dots of starbursts emerged from Lin Yu's body. Then, in the eyes of all the passengers on the airplane who were horrified, only Lin Yu, who was standing on the immortal crane, reached out his palm and gently made a move. The lightning that was falling vertically was as if it had received some kind of order, automatically splitting into countless channels at the location above Lin Yu's head. Next, those countless lightning bolts that split apart were like a docile thunder snake that automatically surrounded him. Only to see that little Taoist gently clap his hands. Puff! The lightning that was emitting a terrifying aura of power suddenly disappeared as cleanly as frost and snow meeting the scorching sun. It was as if it had never appeared at all. Gulp! Seeing this scene, all the passengers on the airplane couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. That young man's entire body was even more powerlessly paralyzed in his seat, and he kept muttering inside his mouth. This. It's not a Birdman. It's not a Birdman, this is. Fucking immortal. Chapter 3, occupying the top 10 of the hot search list. Arm-thick lightning struck his body. Not only did nothing happen, but he also slapped the lightning out of his hand. You tell me. What is this if not an immortal? The man's mouth opened wide, his face filled with shock. Gradually, his expression changed from shock to excitement. Mama! Did you see that? Your family's unlucky child has made a fortune. I damn well saw the gods. That's right. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, the man hurriedly pulled out his cell phone, and then aimed at the location of Lin Yu a burst of fierce shooting. Immortal, big brother. Shoot back and wash it out and hang it on the wall, it can suppress evil. Newbie. It was at this time. The immortal crane under Lin Yu's feet let out a crisp chirp. Afterwards, its wings flapped rapidly and it disappeared into the clouds as a stream of light. Until the crane completely disappeared into the clouds, the passengers on the airplane were still excited. They had developed. They had actually seen the legendary immortal. The young man patted his chest, a look of determination in his eyes. Must send the photo to the internet, I want to put on a good show. Scarf. As the largest communication platform in the Dragon Kingdom, the entire platform had a daily online traffic of up to 300 million people. Song de Bayo. As the main person in charge of a certain youngster's traffic company, His main task was to create hotspots on the scarf for his company's junior traffic students, and then set them on fire by way of being on the hot search. Today, it was the busiest day for their company. Because this time, the person they were going to promote was a flow boy who had already been rumored to be with an actress. If this time, they could make this youngster hot, it would bring a huge profit to their company. Song DeBeo inhaled a mouthful of smoke, then asked towards the staff beside him, "How is it going? What types of hot searches are the top 3? Is there any certainty of surpassing them?" The staff member looked at the file on the computer and said with a smile, "Supervisor, you can rest assured, the top 3 hot searches are all about so-and-so giving birth to a child, so-and-so giving his son a name. We have thrown out such a big scandal this time, coupled with the company's traffic, we will be able to easily squeeze into the top 3 hot searches. Good, as long as we take up 10 minutes of the hot search this time, then the profit our company will gain in the future will be huge." Song DeBeo patted the shoulders of the staff. "At that time, you guys will also be great contributors. I will apply for the company to give you a year-end bonus." Afterwards, Song DeBeo glanced at the time and said, "It's almost time, start publishing the scandal." As soon as Song DeBeo finished speaking, the staff edited a caption. #shocked. An actress and a flow boy are suspected to be in a relationship. They appeared at the hotel gate snuggling each other. Hashtag. Click to upload. After only a short minute of uploading, the number of comments and like views easily broke 1,000. He's actually in love, and the love interest is actually still. My goddess, who is this asshole who actually dares to have a scandal with my goddess? Oh, my god. Dude, your goddess is. She's actually. Stutter upstairs, let me do it. I didn't realize that your goddess is a 75-year-old woman. This old woman can love exposure. I go, this buddy must have how to think. So heavy taste. Look at this too ambiguous posture, not it, the old grass strong on young cattle? This is how to get down to the mouth of so hungry and thirsty, even 75-year-old mom are not let go? What do you know, this is clearly love comes, age is nothing. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm so convinced by this dude. But in just 10 minutes, this scarf successfully squeezed into the 3rd place of the hot search. Looking at the still increasing number of comments and retweets, Song DeBeo couldn't help but show a touch of joy on his face. Although the focus of these comments wasn't on the traffic juniors, but this was all very common. At this trend, it was only a matter of time before it became the #1 hot search on the bib. Oops. Year-end bonus, no more running away. Thinking of this, Song DeBeo pulled out a cigarette and planned to light it. Song DeBeo just touched the lighter, and then his eyes subconsciously looked towards the top of the computer screen. The next second, the expression on his face was one of shock. 4th place, #shocked. A certain actress and a flow boy are suspected to be in a relationship, and the 2 of them appeared at the hotel gate snuggling with each other. Hashtag. Song DeBeo? Wasn't it 3rd just now? How come it's gone down instead of up? Look further up. 3rd place, #immortals flying with cranes on footage. 2nd place, #an outdoor anchor accidentally filmed an immortal flying with a crane, and the footage was exposed. Hashtag. 1st place, #a passenger on a manned airplane passing through a thundercloud accidentally captured footage of an immortal's ascension. Hashtag. What's this? Song DeBeo rubbed his eyes vigorously, then looked at the bib hot search list once again. What the hell is all this? It's all immortals and cranes. And when did all these things hit the top 3 hot searches? I just didn't look at the hot search for a second. How come these things are like rockets whooshing up? And look at the number of likes and comments they get, 5 or 6,000 a minute. Directly dump their flow of small students and actress gossip hundreds of streets. Song DeBeo curiously clicked into the first hot search. It was a scarf sent by a million bloggers. Above it was a photo, and below it was the accompanying text. Immortal Royal Thunder picture, all neckers hurry to download it and take it back to paste it on the door to quell the evil spirits. And the comments below. Brother, is it true that there are really immortals in the world? No, what era, there are still people who believe in what's said. Millions of bloggers are faking online, I want to report it. It's true, I'm on the same plane as this blogger. Upstairs, tell me the truth, how much money did you receive from the blogger, so you can say such strange words? Yeah, we're all in this together. Almost all of the comments are skeptical. And that photo. A photo that you can't even recognize your own mother, and it's on the top of the hit list? I can't even recognize my own mother. It's outrageous that this could steal their #1 spot. Song DeBeo slapped on the table, and then towards the surrounding staff drank. I understand, this must be other companies began to buy the scarf traffic, want to suppress us, now, hurry to buy traffic, we must be this group of son of a bitch arrogant flames suppressed. Only what made Song DeBeo not think about it was, what are these companies doing making a big deal about an immortal hotspot? Could it be that there's a big movie about some kind of immortal class that's going to be aired recently? Supervisor. Supervisor. Suddenly, a staff member raised his hand with an alarmed face. What's going on again? Song DeBeo frowned, then looked at the computer screen. In the next second, his eyes instantly glazed over. Only to see that on the hot search list, the hot search that they had spent a large sum of money to buy out. It could no longer be found. 4th was not there. 6th wasn't there. Neither was the 10th. The top 10 of the hot search list had all turned into topics about immortals in the world. And the number of related discussion topics is still increasing. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, Song DeBeo's phone rang. Song DeBeo took out his cell phone and took a look. Boss. It was the boss's call. Gulp. Song DeBeo swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then pressed the answer button. Song DeBeo, what the hell are you doing? Did you see the scarf? Lousy paid for you turtle to buy hot search, you fucking buy me where to go, now the whole network is full of chicken child immortal. Once the phone picked up, the opposite side his hysterical roar resounded. Boss you. Listen to my explanation. Explain your mom to buy horses, hurry to pack up things to the old man to get out. Do. Song DeBeo looked at the hung-up phone with a dumbfounded face. Leon Long. He directly rolled his eyes and fainted. Today, he had stabbed the immortal's nest. Immortal. I'm immortal, your grandma. Chapter 4, The Top of the Immortal Crane Clan. At the top of a peak on Mount Tai. Lin Yu was wearing a Taoist robe, his hands behind his back. Around him was a sheet of illusory thin clouds. Looking around, Lin Yu seemed to be in a fairyland at the moment. The surrounding clouds wrapped around the peak of the mountain, even more so, set off his figure like an exiled immortal. Alas! Suddenly, Lin Yu sighed. Then with a grimace, he turned his head to look at the crane lying on the ground. Little. Immortal crane, grandpa, I say. You could at least put me on the ground before striking. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, the crane raised its head and glanced at it before lowering it again. It looked as if it didn't want to bother with Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Seeing that immortal crane completely ignored himself, the muscles at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Not too long ago, the crane had landed on this mountain with him, and then went on strike and quit. The answer he got from asking the system was only a few simple words. Please pay me first. Cranes also have crane rights, and will not move without wages. A carrot is all it takes to drive 100 kilometers. But the point is, where am I going to find a carrot for this grandpa in this hellhole? It's really just a strike without a paycheck. Lin Yu stood at the top of the mountain and looked down. He laughed his ass off. I can't even see the ground. The cranes are on strike, so jumping down is a sure way to die, and there's no cell phone reception. Lin Yu covered his forehead. Is he going to wait here for a miracle to happen? But what kind of miracle can there be? Moreover, he hadn't eaten until now, he had been starving for days. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's gaze couldn't help but look towards the crane lying on the ground. Since this thing is on strike, how about start a pot to burn oil? The immortal crane seemed to have sensed Lin Yu's gaze as well, and only lightly glanced at the latter. Lin Yu could see that the glance was disdain. Oops, I'll go, I can't tolerate this violent temper. Lin Yu's eyes bulged, then he rolled up his sleeves and headed towards the immortal crane. Ding! The host's reputation value has been detected to have broken 100,000, the reputation value function has been successfully opened. Just as Lin Yu was about to make his next move, the system's electronic beep suddenly sounded beside his ears. 100,000 reputation? Hearing the sound, Lin Yu couldn't help but freeze. He hadn't done anything, how did he break 100,000? Buzz. A light blue panel slowly emerged in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at the panel. An interface similar to personal information appeared on the panel. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Prestige value, 124080. 1 lucky draw for every 10,000 reputation. Item bar, Taoist robe. Mount, crane. Prestige value mall, opened. Lin Yu's mind turned, and then clicked inside the prestige value mall. Inside the mall, there are also 4 items listed. Body strengthening pill, greatly enhances physical fitness, selling price, 100,000 reputation value. High-ranking talisman, God-walking talisman. After using this talisman, can increase the running speed. Walking 10,000 miles a day is not a dream. A small disadvantage is that it cannot be slowed down. Price, 5,000 prestige value. Carrot, an ordinary carrot, which is the crane's favorite. Price, 10,000 prestige value. Taoist shoes, you will be able to walk as fast as you can with these shoes. Price, 50,000 reputation value. I'm going. Seeing the selling price of the carrot, Lin Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Oh my goodness! A carrot actually sold for 10,000 prestige value. This is really a capitalist's tears and a black-hearted boss's shame. System, isn't the pricing of this carrot a little too outrageous? Ding! The system's pricing is strictly controlled. There will never be any haphazard pricing, please rest assured. Lin Yu. Glancing at the abyss under his feet, he then looked at the crane lying on the ground. Lin Yu simply crossed his heart. Anyway, there are 100,000 prestige values, not false. After redeeming 3 carrots, Lin Yu still couldn't help but scratch his head. That said, system, how did I obtain so many reputation values? Ding! Prestige value is the popularity that the host has amongst the crowd. The higher the popularity of the host, the prestige value will naturally increase. Lin Yu. Fine. Pretend I didn't ask this question. Lin Yu's gaze fell back on top of the light blue panel. After exchanging 3 carrots, he still had 90,000 prestige values left. After a cursory glance, almost all of the props that were already on the mall could not be used. Might as well use them all for the lottery and see if he could get a treasure pot. Treasure pot. Produces money. System, with the remaining prestige value, first use 50,000 for the lottery. Use 50,000 to test the waters, in case you suddenly go and get a pot of treasure in one draw. Ding! The lottery interface opened. As the system's voice fell, the familiar carousel once again appeared in front of Lin Yu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful draw and obtaining the reward, water wave technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the consolation prize, divine walking talisman *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize, peace amulet *10. Ding! Congratulations to the host who has won the consolation prize, amulet of divine travel *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize, small return pill *10. Ding! The rewards obtained by the host have been automatically placed on the item bar, and the host can extract them through his mind. After a wave of 5 consecutive draws, Lin Yu's face went black. In 5 draws, the most he heard were the 3 words consolation prize. Consolation. Consolation, my ass. You black-hearted system. Fortunately, at least it wasn't all consolation prizes and didn't give my little heart a fatal blow. Lin Yu looked at the rewards on the item bar. Water wave technique, the host can utilize the flow of water to create a small water wave. Peace amulet, as the name suggests and superficially means, it's used to keep people safe. Small returning pill, a low-level elixir that can eliminate some small diseases. Lin Yu. Obviously. This incredibly simple synopsis is just too fucked up. It's basically no different than not telling it at all. It's too dark, it's better to save the rest of the prestige value and see if it can be useful when the time comes. Lin Yu's mind moved. Brush. With a flash of golden light in its hand, a carrot appeared in his hand. Brush. As soon as the carrot had just appeared, Lin Yu hadn't even reacted. His eyes were a flash of black shadows before the carrot appeared inside the crane's mouth. Lin Yu. Gulp. The immortal crane opened its mouth and swallowed it, and the carrot fell down its mouth into its stomach. After swallowing it in one mouthful, the crane licked its lips and rubbed vigorously towards Lin Yu. That look was like two cranes just now. What a snobbish face! Looking at the crane's movements, the veins on Lin Yu's forehead couldn't help but tremble violently. If you weren't still useful, I would have started a pot of oil on the spot. I would have sacrificed your ass to my 5 viscera temple. Completely ignoring the flattery of the crane, Lin Yu took out a carrot and shook it in front of the former's eyes. The immortal crane immediately understood and lowered itself. Not bad, you're definitely the leading member of the immortal crane clan. Patting the crane's neck, Lin Yu leaped and jumped onto the crane's back again. Departure, target, Magic City University. Chapter 5, Justice from Heaven. September. The sun was blazing, the air was dull, and the few leaves on the roadside trees were like deflated balls, hanging low and powerless. Magic City University, exceptionally lively. Today, it was the day that the new students of Magic City University reported. At the entrance of Magic City University, there were crowds of people. A student in welcoming clothes was wearing a smile, receiving the students and parents who had traveled from afar. Under an awning, a few boys gathered in front of a flamboyantly dressed girl, fawningly holding electric fans, ice water, and other heat-avoiding artifacts. Lily, thirsty, come on, this is the ice water I just bought, you first quench your thirst. Lily, hot or not, I brought an electric fan. In the face of several people's attentiveness, Shenli's eyes emerged undisguised disgust color. A few poor pussies, do not take a piss and look at themselves, on your kind of pussy worthy of my Shenli? However, she did not say anything, although she could not see these few poor people, but she still quite enjoyed the behavior of these people licking the dog. Alas, just don't know when my Prince Charming will appear. I've been sitting here all morning, why haven't I seen the rich second generation make an appearance until now? Rumble. At this time, not far away suddenly came a loud rumbling sound. Then a scarlet-red Ferrari sports car slowly drove inside the school from outside. As soon as the Ferrari supercar appeared, an uproar rang out from the crowd. Crap, Ferrari supercar, this appearance, this color tone, TSK. This Ferrari can't be bought without $3 to $4 million. Brother, I just searched, this is a limited edition Ferrari, limited to 100 units nationwide, the landed price is $6,422,000, and money is not necessarily buy. I'll go, it's so expensive. It's a price I can only look up to for the rest of my life. Click. The car door opened and a young man slowly walked out from inside the Ferrari supercar. An anima outfit, matched with the Ferrari supercar behind him. A proper rich second generation. Brush. As soon as the man stepped out of the car, Shenli, who was sitting under the awning, couldn't help but have her eyes light up. It was her Prince Charming who appeared. The next second, she quickly took out an air cushion from inside her handbag to touch up her makeup, and then drew on what she thought was the most seductive lipstick. After doing so, she reached out and pulled her neckline, revealing a large gully. She then ran straight towards that young rich second generation under the astonished gazes of the crowd. In the process of running there, one of Shenli's high-heeled shoes was even stepped on and flew off. Not only did she not go to pick it up, she instead kicked her other high heel off. It was as if the high heels were affecting her speed. Crowd. When some girls saw this, they were first flabbergasted for a few seconds, and then they also reacted. Then they quickly swarmed towards where the young rich second generation was and surrounded the latter in the center. School brother, what is your major? I am from the finance and management, I can take you to report to your major. I'm from the dance department, I can teach you how to dance. Don't listen to her, she has a boyfriend. What's your major? I'll change my major right away. What boyfriend? From the moment I saw you, I have nothing to do with that asshole. Shenli also struggled to squeeze into the crowd, and she deliberately exposed her chest to a large extent. The rich second generation only needed a slight glance to see the infinite scenery under Shenli's clothes. Facing the girls who surrounded themselves, the rich second generation reached out and pulled the corner of his own shirt, deliberately revealing the watch he wore on his hand. Vacheron Constantin. Seeing the watch on the man's hand, the group of girls' eyes turned green. This was definitely a proper rich second generation. Fishing for him. You won't have to worry about anything in your life. The rich second generation looked at the girls surrounding him. There was also a strong look of smugness on his face. Not bad, this is the feeling. This feeling. It was really too good. He looked at the group of boys around him outside whose eyes were looking straight. A look of contempt appeared on his face. He then reached out and patted the sports car next to his own. He said, "What are you looking at? You've never fucking seen a rich man." Said. His eyes then began to start sweeping up the woman's chest in front of him with impunity. Yo ho. This actually has a few good goods. It looks like we won't be lonely tonight. Lily is obviously this damn bastard thing. He actually snatched away my Lily. Obviously Lily will soon be touched by me. Agreed to be my girlfriend, damn up. Alas, brother, I kind of see Shinli's person. You also stop fooling yourself. Shinli never look at us. Do you know who that guy is? Used to be a social mixer, likes to steal other people's girlfriends, several paralyzed people because of him. He's a scum who plays with women's feelings. Lily, she is just ghost blinded. The boy raised his head and clenched his hands. God, do you have any heavenly justice? Hurry up and send a god to punish these damn rich second generation. Watching the man roar up to the sky in madness, the other companion shook his head and reached out to pat the former's shoulder. In this world, only money is heavenly justice. After saying that, he turned around with the intention of eerily leaving the scene. Heaven. Heaven's justice has descended? Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from behind him. At this time, the surrounding crowd also seemed to have noticed something strange in the sky. Look, guys. What is that black dot in the sky? What black dot? Are you blind? No, there really is a small black. No. That black dot is getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, I saw it too, but it looks like a bird. You're bluffing. What kind of bird could be that big? Ugh, no, that bird is getting closer. It looks like it's falling down towards here. Crap. Hearing the cries of alarm from the surroundings, the man also raised his head towards the sky. The next moment, he saw a huge shadow falling straight down from the sky. The man's brain was stuck for 2 seconds before he subconsciously blurted out, "Is there really justice falling from the sky?" Boom! Then a huge crash sounded. Immediately afterward, a huge strong wind swept out. The wind came fast and went fast. After just a few seconds, the crowd's sight was once again restored to light. When the crowd looked at the place where the dust had risen again, the group of girls surrounding the rich boy first froze for about 2 seconds. It's so small. Without knowing whose scream it was, the group of people immediately fled towards the surrounding area in a hurry. In the process of escaping, there were also things like makeup bags, lipsticks, shoes, clothes, undershirts, and chest patches scattered all over the place. That rich second generation first felt a cold sensation coming from his entire body. Then he subconsciously lowered his head. In the next second, the expression on his face completely stiffened. The clothes on his entire body were blown to pieces by the strong wind just now. The current him was completely naked. The rich second generation then turned his head with difficulty, looking behind himself, only to see that the ground had completely crumbled apart. A slender foot still stood on the shattered floor. Following the paw all the way up, was the body of a white crane, the head. Finally, there was a young man in a Taoist robe. Because of the light, Futsuki didn't see the person's cheeks. Richie just wanted to speak. The young man standing on the immortal crane let out a strange cry. It was an accident. Brush. The next second, the second generation rich man only saw a flash of white light in front of him. Then the two figures, including the white crane, suddenly disappeared, only leaving behind a group of people who were scared silly. Messy in the wind. Chapter 6, Is it really such a coincidence? Brush. In the sky above Magic City University, immortal cranes flapped their wings and hovered overhead. Looking at the noisy crowd below, Lin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had just landed too violently. Completely didn't consider the students below. I hope that unlucky kid just now is fine and doesn't leave a psychological shadow in the future. silently mourning for the unlucky thing just now for a few seconds. Luckily, it didn't hurt anyone. It was better to find a place to land on the ground first. Thinking of this, Lin Yu patted the crane's neck. Newt. The immortal crane let out a clear chirp before flapping its wings. It flew straight towards the inside of Magic City University. Right there. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. His gaze was directed towards a shabby-looking construction building inside the Magic City University. Such a shabby building was on the verge of catching up to an endangered house. Newt. The immortal crane seemed to understand Lin Yu's meaning as well and flapped its wings. It immediately turned into a stream of light and flew towards that building. At this moment, in a certain room on the third floor of that building, 3 young guys were gathered together, fiercely discussing the hottest hot searches on the recent scarf. Immortals, cranes, recently there is really no hotspot on the scarf, even the immortals are fucking out, it's really getting more and more outrageous. The most outrageous thing is, even some goods that I had never heard of can be squeezed into the top 30 hot searches: immortal diapers, immortal crane kidney pills. What kind of era is this? How can people still believe in fairies? Not necessarily, there could be real fairies in this world. The millionaire blogger I follow personally testified that he did see a fairy riding a crane, soaring 10,000 meters above the ground. You're dreaming, right? 10,000 meters high, that height as the crane can fly up? I told you it's not an ordinary crane, it's an immortal crane. What a few cranes, anyway, I guess it is which blogger in order to attract traffic, deliberately make things. The discussion among several people became more and more intense, and their voices became louder and louder. Bang! A young guy slapped his hand on the table and drank loudly. This damn world, if there is really any fairy cranes, I looted on the spot to pull out 3 big pots of siang, directly swallowed raw. Dang! Lu Da's voice just fell. Outside the balcony came a dull landing sound. The 3 subconsciously looked outside the balcony. The next second, the 3 people's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Only to see that outside the balcony, a white giant crane with a slender body was standing somewhere. Brush. Subsequently, a silhouette dressed in Taoist robes jumped off the crane's back with a gentle leap. Creak. The door to the balcony was opened. Lin Yu glanced inside the room and happened to meet the gazes of the 3 people. For a moment then, all 4 people's gazes were slightly dumbfounded. The expression on Lin Yu's face was slightly stiff. He twisted his head to look around. Broken. Broken. Still. Broken. How can you bump into someone in such a broken hellhole? Disturbing. Lin Yu covered his face and directly turned around and jumped onto the immortal crane before brushing it off and rushing into the sky. 3 people. Only after Lin Yu's figure had completely disappeared did a young man murmur out. Just now. That. Wasn't it? Immortal crane? After experiencing that embarrassing scene just now. This time, Lin Yu directly landed on the rooftop. After sending the immortal crane away, Lin Yu numbly took out his Taoist robe. This robe on his body attracted too much attention. Lin Yu made a thought. Then the Tao robe on his body immediately had a halo of light that began to flicker. Buzz. With a movement of Lin Yu's mind, the Tao robe on his body rapidly changed. In the end, it turned into a short sleeve with a Hattie bear printed on it. Only after doing this did Lin Yu retrace his steps towards the school entrance. He had just run too fast and forgot to report. When Lin Yu returned to the entrance of the school, where peace had already been restored, a few police officers were maintaining order at the scene. The scrapped sports car and the rich kid had also been taken away from the scene. Lin Yu walked like an ordinary student to the Department of Finance and Management's new student registration center. The person in charge of reception was a man wearing glasses. Lin Yu shouted twice and then handed over the admission notice. Nah, senior, I'm the new student who just came to report, Lin Yu. Oh. Lin Yu shouted twice. It was only then that the man with glasses reacted. He looked at Lin Yu's acceptance letter and a big smile spread on his face. So it's student Lin Yu, where are your parents? Are you the only one here? Where's your luggage? Do you need us to move it to the student apartment for you? Lin Yu shook his head and laughed. Senior, I have very little luggage, I can do it alone, just tell me where the dormitory building is, I can do it by myself. The man with glasses also nodded at his words. Okay, I'll have someone take you to get your military training clothes first, then take you back to the student apartment. Said. Glasses man patted the boy beside him. This is Gao Dali, let him take you there, so that you can also avoid going the wrong way. Good. Lin Yu didn't refuse either. Along the way, Gao Dali introduced Lin Yu to the distribution of the campuses of Magic City University. The entire Magic City University is divided into two campuses, East and West. Our finance department is in the West campus. The West campus includes the dance department, the financial management department, the architectural engineering department, the computer. The West campus includes 20 departments. The school has sports facilities, but they are all on the East campus playground. 10 minutes. Lin Yu stood in front of the dilapidated building and was a little skeptical for a moment. Dare. Such a shabby place was actually the dormitory building of their financial management. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Lin Yu silently prayed in his heart for a while. 1 minute later, Lin Yu stood in front of the door of dormitory room 3121. Taking a deep breath, he then pushed open the door of the room. Crunch! As the door of the room was pushed open, 3 silhouettes fell into Lin Yu's eyes. Subsequently, the expression on Lin Yu's face froze. Your grandma, is it really such a coincidence? Chapter 7, set a low price first, trick people in and then rip them off. Lin Yu had never dreamt that the 3 people he had just met were actually him. The 3 people he just met were actually his roommates. It was a bit awkward. He glanced at the dormitory door next to him. If the situation was bad, hopefully, the soundproofing effect of this door would be good later on. The 3 of them looked at Lin Yu, who appeared outside the door, and for a moment, their expressions were a bit confused. I don't know why. This brother looks. Inexplicably, he looks a bit familiar. Upon seeing the bedding in Lin Yu's hands, the 3 of them instantly reacted. It turned out to be the last roommate, Suwa. A boy came forward. Then he enthusiastically took the futon in Lin Yu's hand. My name is Lu De, you can call me Didi. Seeing that Lu De and the others didn't have any special reactions, Lin Yu's hanging heart was also relaxed. A natural smile then appeared on his face. My name is Lin Yu, Forest of the Forest, Universe of the Universe. Come, Lin Yu, let me introduce you, this is Li Yu. That little fat guy is called Bailey Bakuju. The 3 of us are die-hard friends from childhood, elementary school, middle school, high school, and college are all in the same school. Through Lu Da's introduction, Lin Yu learned. The boy wearing glasses is called Li Yu. The last naive-looking little fat guy is called Bailey Baoji. The 4 of them got to know each other briefly. The most enthusiastic Lu De also took the initiative to invite Lin Yu to the cafeteria for dinner. In the face of his roommate's warm invitation, Lin Yu naturally did not refuse. Arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Yu looked at the variety of dishes. Secretly touched the waistband of his tightly wrinkled pants. Really need to earn money. What a treasure pot, when can I draw you out, Returning to the dormitory after eating, Lin Yu took out his cell phone at the first opportunity. Logged into the Salted Duck Egg official website. Salted Duck Egg is roughly a trading website, on which you are able to freely buy and sell items. Log on to his account. Taking out the small returning Dan, Lin Yu touched the dense lines on it. System, you said that this small returning Dan can cure a small illness, roughly what can it cure? Ding. The system is inquiring. According to the host's current world theorem, it can roughly cure some common diseases. For example, a man's lack of virility, irregular menstruation. I see. Knowing the exact function of the small returning Dan, Lin Yu posted a picture of the little returning Dan upwards. Then edited a title. Walk by, don't miss it, if you have irregular menstruation, if you are depressed, if you want to revitalize. Xiao Yu number plate secret small return Dan you deserve to have, only 888, the good life to bring home. Well, Magic City is free shipping. After editing the title, click upload. Don't order the price too outrageously yet. After all, if someone actually buys it, it's not It's just a way to trick people into buying it. I'd say it's a long shot. Of course. Lin Yu didn't hold much hope for this either. Simply cleaned up a bit and went out to look for a part-time job. For the beginning of the school year, that is part-time job thing. Lin Yu has been doing this for more than 10 years and is already very skilled. Thrifty schooling. How inspiring. Of course, the main thing was, I'm going to starve to death if I don't do it again. All I have is $8. Wait 2 days and I guess I'll have to drink the northwest wind. This garbage system, the opening did not like other systems reward a few hundred billion mean a little. Alas. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it. Outside of Magic City. In the middle of a simple and elegant manor house. An old man of about 60 or 70 years old was holding a small golden pill in his hand. He looked at the young man in his 20s sitting in front of him and said in a serious tone, "Good grandson, do you know what this is?" Sitting in front of him was a young man probably in his 20s. The latter heard the old man's words and helplessly rolled his eyes. "Grandpa, you have to say this pill at least 50 or 60 times a day, spare my grandson." Seeing that the youngster was insensitive, the old man lightly grunted. Said, "You know what the hell, this item is called the small return pill, it is a master who took 10 years to refine it. For this pill, your grandfather I can put my old face. For this pill, your grandfather I can put my old face. Yes, 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 and then you also spent $1 billion to buy it from that master, my dear grandfather. This is what era, you still believe in this set of The young man swiped the salted duck egg official website while answering impatiently. When the old man heard this, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise. "You know nothing about it, that master is a real land god." Saying that, the old man rolled his eyes. Counting begging, "You and my son of a turtle of virtue, do not listen to forget." The old man took the small golden pill in his hand, rubbing a shallow white line on it. "Listen to the master said, the small still dan efficacy by the white lines on the decision, the more lines, the stronger the efficacy. The master spent 10 years, only barely refined this one. This small still dan has the effect of warming the heart and spleen, enhance the man's virility, and prolong the time. It is rumored that if there are thousands of lines, it can even have the effect of bringing the dead back to life." Hearing the old man talking to himself, the corner of the boy's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Still bringing the dead back to life. What the hell? You still want to dig our ancestor out of his grave? And then stuff one in him? The young man sighed, then flipped through the new items on the salted duck egg official website in boredom. Jurassic crocodile, the world's earliest surviving miniature crocodile, for only $18,888,888. There was also a picture of a small crocodile attached to it. Qin Shi Huang phone number, the private phone number of Qin Shi Huang that has been treasured for thousands of years, and you can get a chance to talk to the first emperor of the ancient times in a positive way after dialing it. Only 16,888 yuan. Private chat me to send you the phone number after purchase. The heirloom jade seal, said to be a treasure passed down from ancient times, can. Oops, can't make it up. Anyway, it's a thieving thing that can be used to smash walnuts. Price, $99,999,999. There's also a photo attached. Appears to be a scale. Looking at one of the blown up items on it, the expression on the guy's face was unbelievable. Ha! Suddenly, the guy's eyes lit up. On it was a photo and a caption. Walk by, don't miss it, if you have irregular periods, if you're depressed, if you want to revitalize. You know. Brand secret small still dan you deserve to have, only 888, good life to bring home. Well, it's free shipping in Mordor. This little pill looks so familiar. He took a close look at the elixir held in his own master's hand, and then looked at the picture on his cell phone. Comparing the two carefully. Grandpa. Suddenly, a shout from the young man woke up the old man who was in deep thought, causing the old man's hand to shake and almost threw the small return pill out. Ganha, you bastard grandson, shouting, what a shame. The corner of the boy's mouth twitched. I am a tortoise grandson, my father is a tortoise son, then what are you? A 1,000-year-old bastard? Deflated mouth, the guy put the phone in front of the old man, said, I told you, that what masters are cheating, you look at yourself, you hand the pills I found in the second-hand market and your hand exactly the same. This is not all, you only have a road, people that at least thousands, they only need 888, the Magic City is also free shipping it. What? Hearing this, the old man grabbed his cell phone and then looked upwards. It was a photo. The pixels of the photo were extremely low. And it was still taken by directly pinching the little returning Dan in his upper hand. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that the small gold-colored pill was really exactly the same as the one in his hand. Not only that, the white lines on it were densely packed. As for the price, $888.8, Magic City also has free shipping. The old man looked at the little returning Dan in his hand, and then looked at the photo. It's a dead giveaway. The old man then let out a wail. Both eyes rolled over, and then his entire body fell directly backwards. Grandpa. Chapter 8, this guy. He doesn't have a motor in his body, does he? In the early hours of the next day, Lin Yu was woken up by a sharp and shrill whistle. Beep beep beep. The whistle fell. It was immediately followed by a majestic male voice coming in through the window. The melon children of the second building, hurry up and get up, military training, do not sleep again, within 10 minutes to pack up to the playground collection, or else the employer will have to use the stick to yell at you. Said. Also specially prepared a few megaphone has been outside the loop play. Military training. Lin Yu rubbed his bleary eyes, then felt out his cell phone to take a look. The next second, his eyes instantly stared straight. Shit, 4 in the morning. What the hell? Military training starts now? To put aside this training life Not only did Lin Yu feel outrageous, many dorm rooms also issued angry curses and wails. Crap, sick, 4 a.m. to call the laborers up. Let the child go, the child stayed up late last night playing games and just fell asleep for 3 seconds. I still want to sleep do not want to get up military training That's outrageous. Who's up so early for military training? Don't scream, I heard that this time the school specially invited a military area of the iron face of the big man to serve as our instructor. If we don't arrive on time to the playground, I guess this back of the day every day is wailing. Crap, why didn't you say earlier? Wait for me to wash up. I go, where did I lose my pants? What the hell time is it? What's the point of washing up? Then there was the sound of a collision. Lin Yu's few heard the crashing sound and immediately jumped up from the bed. Quickly, quickly. The few people quickly put on their clothes and then rushed out of the dormitory. Wait. Lin Yu twisted his head to look. Lu Da. Li Fish. Where is Bailey Bakuju? The three of them instantly remembered something before rushing back to the dormitory. At this moment, Bailey Bakuju was lying on the bed, holding a pink pig muppet, snoring and sleeping. Wake up, Bakugu, military training. Lu Da went up and vigorously shook the small chubby peer lying on the bed. Don't make a fuss. The latter pushed away Lu Da's hand and then turned over. Anon. This was followed by a thick snoring sound. Oops, I rub. Lu Da's eyes bulged, then he picked up the slipper next to him and slapped Bailey Bakuju's face with his hand. Snap. The latter reached out and touched the place that had been slapped by the slipper. Then. Anon. Lu Da. Lu Yu. Lin Yu. This bastard was afraid to be a pig in his previous life. Let me do it. Lin Yu stepped forward and grabbed Bailey Bakugu's arm with one hand. Then with a flick, he carried his entire body on his shoulders. He then rushed out of the dormitory gate under the dumbfounded gazes of Lu Da and Li Yu. At the dormitory gate, one by one, the big men were running wildly towards the playground as if they had gone crazy. Wailing and screaming. There was no way. The playground was in the east campus, while the dormitory building they were in was in the west campus. The distance between the two campuses would take more than 3 minutes even if they ran. Along the way, high or low howls constantly resounded. This scene was as if Magic City University had suddenly flooded in a group of savages. A few minutes later, Lin Yu's group of savages finally ran to the playground. At this moment, the strong lighting illuminated the entire playground like it was daytime. By the time Lin Yu's group of people ran to the playground with a ghostly cry, the entire playground was almost full of people. But one by one, they all had 2 eyelids in a frantic dry spell. Some were relying on their roommates to clamp down, while others were slapping themselves furiously to force themselves to come to their senses. The most outrageous thing was that there was someone who was wearing a pair of pants directly. That snowflake ass. Oops, hot eyes. But the strange thing was that there wasn't a single girl to be seen in the entire playground. Lin Yu directly threw the small fat peer behind him to the ground. Boom! The moment the latter's body touched the ground. Ah, it's so cold. The next second, his eyes snapped open before he lightly crumbled up from the ground. I'll go. Lin Yu's eyes went straight. Is this little chubby guy moving so fluently? Oh oi. Just at this time, the radio on the podium suddenly sounded a majestic male voice. Hello everyone, my name is Chu Tang. I am the chief instructor of your Magic City University freshman military training. Everyone doesn't need to cheer or applaud, I've always been a relatively low-key person. First of all, I'm very happy to meet you all, and in order to organize a special welcoming ceremony for you all, that's why I woke you all up so early this time. After hearing Chu Tang's words, the crowd glanced at each other, all of them could see the doubt in each other's eyes. What special welcoming ceremony, to damn well call us up so early? A few seconds later, Chu Tang's voice once again rang out from the radio. The welcoming ceremony is particularly simple, everyone only needs to simply run 20 laps around the playground. Crowd. The entire playground was first silent for a few seconds. Subsequently, fuck. The crowd below instantly exploded as if a nuclear bomb had suddenly been dropped on them. What the hell kind of welcome ceremony is this? Instructor, we haven't eaten yet, we can't carry on for 20 laps. That's right, instructor, don't play with us like this. This is not just playing with us, it's simply killing us. Just run 20 laps around the playground. Brother. Do you have a misunderstanding of the word simple? Is this something a human being can say? Regarding their wailing, Chu Tang sitting on the podium directly ignored it. Resistance is invalid, unlimited time, even if you crawl you have to crawl 20 laps for me, if anyone does not run. Hey! Chu Tang took out his cell phone and said with a smile. I've heard that you have a campus wall, if you post your current appearance on the wall, that time. Although he couldn't see Chu Tang's tender face on the podium. But the crowd present could guess the bitchy look on his face at this moment from a distance. Hiss! Hearing Chu Tang's words, the crowd immediately only felt a wave of coolness rush from their feet straight up to the sky. This is an instructor? This is really too damn cheap. I've been in the jungle for decades, and I've never met such a cheap instructor. Come on, someone, hurry up and take this demon away. The way it looks now is posted on the campus wall, so it's not a direct social death. I'm still a kid. Just come, want to play so big? I still want to find a girlfriend. Run. After about 2 seconds of silence, a heart-rending roar suddenly rang out from the crowd. Then only a brother who was only wearing pants was seen taking the lead and rushing out first. The crowd just froze for roughly a second. The next moment, charge. Don't stop me, I'm going to run 20 laps to cheer up the instructor. All of you, get out of my way, whoever dares to stop me from running 20 laps, I will directly kill his own mother. When Chu Tang saw this scene, a smug smile appeared on his face. Not bad, this group of melons are not bad. 3 minutes later. Looking at a large area of students lying dead on the grass. The smile on Chu Tang's face froze. What the hell? This has only just begun, not even officially entered, how come they suddenly shriveled up? Just ran a lap. Why did each and every one of you start dying? Where's your passion? Where's your energy? I'll be damned. Bunch of rookies. Ha! Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a silhouette at the front of the group, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That lad seems to be not bad at all. It's already the third lap, and he's actually still picking up speed. Not bad. Lin Yu maintained his speed and ran around the playground without hurrying. In the past, when Master was around, he would drag Lin Yu down the mountain for a morning run every morning. After so many years of training, it was not a problem at all for Lin Yu to easily run a dozen laps. And after being transformed by the marrow cleansing pill, his quality had reached an extremely terrifying level. Running 20 laps? That wasn't just a matter of having legs. The fourth lap. Speed up. Fifth lap. Speed up. Lap 6. Speed up. Gradually, on the podium. Shu Tang couldn't help but show a look of appreciation on his face. The student he had been paying attention to had run 7 laps in a row. Not only had the speed not slowed down, but it had instead increased, 1 lap faster than the other. Yo-ho, this guy, a bit interesting. You know, even the most awesome ones in their troop were able to run at an even pace. They would also run around 14 laps at most. An ordinary student can actually catch up to half of them. Not bad, a good seedling. Shu Tang nodded his head. 8th lap. 9th lap. 10. 11. 12. Gradually, the expression on Shu Tang's face changed from appreciation to gravity. This guy. Kind of scary, huh? 13. 16. When counting the 16 laps that Lin Yu had already run, the expression on Shu Tang's face had become a bit dumbfounded. It's not right. This script is not right. Why is this guy running more and more vigorously? 17. 18. 19. At this time, Shu Tang could almost only see Lin Yu's shadow. That feeling was like, how do I feel? He's going to fly this way. Slap. Shu Tang slapped the top of the railing, and his entire person stood up with a brush. His eyes were round, and he looked with a shocked expression at Lin Yu, who had slowly come to a stop. The last lap. He only used less than 40 seconds. What a concept this was. The fastest humans ran 100 meters in over 9 seconds. And he ran a 400-meter lap. It took him 40 seconds. And Shu Tang also had a vague feeling that that student hadn't used his full strength yet. Gulp. Shu Tang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes looked towards Lin Yu. This fellow, he wouldn't have secretly planted a motor in his body, right? Chapter 9, Obeying Orders. Still obeying orders. On the playground. A student was lying on the cold ground like a dead body, 4 across. On the podium. Shu Tang looked at Lin Yu, who was leisurely leaning on the ball rack, and then looked at the others who had fallen on the ground and had been wailing. He was immediately furious. Damn, there really is no harm without comparison. Look at you guys, and then look at others. People run 20 laps, their faces are not even red. You guys only ran 1 or 2 laps, and it's like you're suddenly having your period, you're dying. Damn, how can the gap between people be so big? But this kid ran 20 laps without even gasping for air. Indeed, he is a bit of an animal. Shu Tang looked towards Lin Yu, who was not far away, and there was a vague aura inside his eyes. In the future, we have to check his details, such a strong physical quality. It is a waste not to pull into the army. If this guy is dragged into the army, not to mention the other things. This horrible physical quality alone would be able to envy those few old guys to death. Gradually, Shu Tang's gaze towards Lin Yu gradually became fiery. Not far away, Lin Yu's entire body suddenly trembled and his body subconsciously tightened. Crap. There was gay gas. The wailing on the playground had been resounding for almost an hour and a half before it ended. With the last student struggling to climb through the last lap. The welcoming ceremony came to a complete end here. Shu Tang on the podium picked up the microphone. Very good, it seems that you guys still don't want to appear on the campus wall so soon. Boys should be reserved. I am very satisfied. Now the welcome ceremony will end here, everyone is free to disband. First go to eat a breakfast, and then at 7 o'clock sharp, all of you will reassemble again. Woohoo! Shu Tang's voice has just fallen. Originally lying on the ground of the boys is like suddenly played chicken blood, straight jumped up. Liberated, finally liberated. Charge, back to the dormitory. Capital climbed more than 20 laps, the fire is strong, need to immediately drain the fire. Brother, I'm with you, the grass has been rubbed out by me erode. Looking at the cheering students below, Shu Tang couldn't help but show a touch of inexplicable smile on his face. He. Laugh it up and laugh it up, there will be times for you to cry in the future. Around 7 o'clock. After the male students of Magic City University had received the sun's love for about 10 minutes. Only then did the girls gradually appear on the playground. Looking at the girls who slowly came to the playground, the boys' group only had strong envy and jealousy. It's not fair. We got up at 4 a.m. to run 20 laps, and we had to reassemble before 7 a.m. They're just now slowing down. They are only now slow to come to the playground. Mama, is it too late for me to run off to Thailand to change my personality? You're not going to break my legs, are you? Brush. After the girls had all arrived as well, one instructor also stepped down from the podium. Now, according to the left side of the high, the right side of the low, in order to horizontal 5 vertical 12 quickly lined up in formation, free group, fast, within a minute to line up. Wow! As the instructor's voice fell, the entire playground immediately became noisy. Lin Yu was also quickly pulling Lu de 3 people and got stuck into the pile of people. In less than 3 minutes, the originally chaotic crowd was instantly divided into 50 squares. Lin Yu stood at the front of the queue. It couldn't be helped, originally having a height of 1 meter 8, plus the effect of the marrow cleansing pill. Lin Yu's height was now almost 1 meter 87. Standing amongst the crowd, he had a style that stood out from the crowd. After all the squad stood neatly, Chu Tang once again took the microphone. First of all, there are still many students who don't know me. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Chu Tang, Chu of Chu Tang, Tongue of Chu Tang. I am an army instructor. As this is the first time I meet with you all, I must make clear to you the 3 requirements that I have during my military training. First, obey orders. Second, obey orders. Third, obey orders again. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Scattered responses came from below. Chu Tang roared. I'll ask again, do you understand? I understand. You haven't eaten, do you understand? Understood. Louder. Do you understand? Yes. What do you understand? Got it. I'm asking you, what do you understand? Got it. Fuck. Military training has officially begun. In charge of training Lin Yu's squad was a young instructor named Li. As soon as he came up, he took one look at Lin Yu. According to his words, he said, Egu, young man, you have a great body, from now on you will be the platoon leader of this platoon. Then Lin Yu was successfully promoted to the top in the envious eyes of all the people. Military training was actually quite monotonous at first. It was basically standing in military posture. After the postures, you continue to stand in postures, and in the end, you're still standing in fucking postures. On the way to standing in the military posture, whenever you meet someone who intentionally falls down, hey! Several instructors swarmed up, first scrutinized them, and then slapped them with 2 slaps. Those who didn't pass out were also slapped unconscious. Then call a stretcher to the medical room. This scene saw Lin Yu and the others' eyelids jumping. Damn! What kind of instructor did the school find for us? Is there quality insurance? It was approaching noon. The air was getting hotter and hotter. Chu Tang also seemed to feel almost done and picked up the microphone on the table. All have. It's not a call for you all to take a break. I just want to announce something. As the first day of military training, let's give up some cliched beginnings, and first enhance the feelings between our trainees and instructors. So I decided to organize a friendly basketball match. A friendly basketball match? A friendly basketball match? The eyes of the students below are so wide. So, what do you mean by getting us up at 4 o'clock at the very beginning? Thanks. I don't have feelings for you anymore. Chu Tang continued. Of course, as a friendly basketball match, how can it be without some colorful prizes? So, if you win against the instructor, we'll pay for your meals during the training period. All the students will be given a chicken leg for every meal, and as for the players on the court, we will pay for whatever you want to eat during these 12 days. Wow! As soon as Chu Tang's words fell, a huge clamor rang out from below. The boys' team even let out a burst of wolf howls. Are we for that chicken leg? No. We are here to properly rub these instructors on the ground, okay? To get rid of our anger. What kind of bullshit is this? You give Master directly Zinni it. Chapter 10 Gentleman Revenge. 10 years is not too late, so I do not become a gentleman. After having this kind of emotion, Chu Tang's words just fell. The playground immediately had countless students raising their palms. Smoke me, let me export my anger, and directly give you a burst of buttons. Come, if you have the ability to whip me, if I don't pinch you group of instructors today, I will read my name backwards on the spot. Crap, brother Bullfrog, what's your name? King of Kings. With a voice after that. Immediately followed by countless boys who raised their hands. Shu Tang looked around. Then silently noted down these people. Pulling out his little book. Begging himself to whip them. This was also the first time he had seen this kind of request. We'll get a whip later. Don't be in a hurry. We'll whip them one by one later. Shu Tang waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Then he picked up the microphone and said, "Boys in the queue who have spent time in the varsity before come out of the queue. Brush, brush, brush." All of a sudden, several hundred people came out from within the boys. "Big brother, can you stop fucking around, you are still on crutches?" Shu Tang looked at a student on crutches, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Looking around at the circle of students who stood out. Shu Tang reached out and nodded. You, and you. Shu Tang consecutively nodded 4 boys who were taller than 1 meter 8. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Yu. "That's right, there's also you." Lin Yu, who was standing in the center of the crowd, froze, then looked around. "You're damned bleary-eyed? I didn't move at all, ah? All go get ready, we'll see you on the basketball court in 10 minutes. Said. Directly turned around and pulled a few instructors to discuss tactics. "Brother, you usually play what position?" A few people gathered around. A boy with an inch head smiled and said to Lin Yu. Lin Yu pondered for a while, then said, "I don't know much about basketball, defense is okay, offense is weak." A 1 meter 9 boy on the side couldn't help but frown when he heard this. "I don't know how to play basketball, so what's the point of coming here? This is a game, or talk to the instructor, replace him, I have a brother is also the varsity team." When the other 3 heard this, they all glanced at each other. Lin Yu's eyebrows were also slightly furrowed. Seeing Lin Yu's expression was not right. The boy with an inch head at the beginning hurriedly changed the subject. Laughing, he said, "Aha, it's fine, brother, leave this kind of rough work like attacking to us, you're just responsible for defending against an instructor." After saying that, he looked at the boy with a meter 9 Wei DeBeo. "What do you think?" Wei DeBeo snorted coldly. Didn't say another word. But anyone could see the displeasure and disdain in his eyes. "You who?" At this time, Lin Yu was not happy. "What the hell do I owe you, always looking at me with a pair of dead fish eyes?" "Well no, hurry over and start." Lin Yu just wanted to make a move. Not far away Chu Tang's voice came over. Lin Yu blankly glanced at Wei DeBeo, then turned around and walked towards the basketball court. "Kid. You wait until you get up first. My master said that it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. So, I'm not going to be a gentleman." Taking advantage of Wei DeBeo's time to go to the toilet, Lin Yu unintentionally wandered in. Accidentally his own palm touched down the mop next to the toilet door. And then accidentally locked him in again. By the way, he accidentally put a sign outside the toilet that it was under renovation. All of these can be careless, huh? Walking on the playground. Lin Yu stretched out in a relaxed manner. Not bad, the mood is comfortable. Finally, Wei DeBeo walked out from inside the toilet with a gloomy face. He was all wet at the moment. Looking at Lin Yu with a grim look on his face. With regard to Wei DeBeo's extremely grudging gaze, Lin Yu pretended that he didn't see it. As the familiar saying goes, "Which I did you see me close your toilet door? Without evidence, you can't do anything to me." Wei DeBeo also seemed to know this. He just stared at Lin Yu with a grudging and resentful gaze. 10 minutes later, the basketball court was surrounded by countless students. In the middle of the court, Shu Tang was facing Lin Yu's 5 and smiled towards them. "The rules are understood, right? If there are no problems, then we can officially begin." Lin Yu's 5 people nodded. Then each of them spread out and identified their positions. Lin Yu was responsible for the defense of a rather burly instructor. As he looked at Lin Yu's size, he couldn't help but smile. Kid, you'll have to be careful later, the power of my bumping is not ordinary. Oh. Lin Yu also smiled at the instructor, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Just right, instructor, I'm quite collision-proof. After his own body was cleansed by the marrow cleansing pill, the physique had long since undergone a heavenly change. Although I don't know to what extent it has been strengthened. But it's still more than enough to defend against this instructor in front of me. Lin Yu's reply caused that instructor to stutter. Quite a collision avoidance could be okay. After everyone was ready, an instructor who was the referee walked out of the lineup with a basketball. Ready. Start. With a whistle, the basketball was thrown high into the sky. Brush. Immediately after that, 2 figures jumped into the sky. It was Chu Tang and Wei Debao. Snap. With the moment both palms touched the basketball at the same time, the crowd couldn't help but stop breathing. Watch out. The instructor who was in front of Lin Yu was the first to seize the opportunity, only to hear him gulp softly before thrusting his body towards Lin Yu's torso. Boom. The expected thing of Lin Yu being staggered by his own impact did not happen. Instead, he felt like he had hit a wall. Yo-ho, something. The instructor couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, then exerted enough strength to give another hard thrust. Boom. This time, this instructor's entire body was directly bounced back. I'm going. The instructor was dumbfounded. What the hell? Old Wang, come and provide support, where are you watching the show? On the other side, the battle was already in white heat. Chu Tang looked at the instructor who stood motionless in front of Lin Yu and couldn't help but roar. No, Captain. Hearing Chu Tang shout, this instructor instantly cried without tears. I also wanted to come and reinforce, but I can't hold up this guy. Clang. As a basketball accurately entered the net, huge cheers rang out from the crowd. The boys' lineup cheered even more. Bullshit, 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 Wei Debao is bullshit, worthy of being on the varsity team. Yes, that's it, bloodbath the instructor and the others. Compared to the cheers of the students, on the contrary, the instructors, one by one, their faces became a little dark. Good guy, being taken a blood by the students. Blame this guy Lao Wang, half a day does not come to reinforcement. Keep shelving motionless, is that flirting or what? Later, Shali went to replace the old king. Really, this guy on the students will not dare to do it, we are in the game, hey. Several people nodded unanimously. A minute later, the match continued. This time, Lin Yu was responsible for the defense and changed to Instructor Li Jr. He took a look at Lin Yu. Very seriously said, be careful yourself, I'm not as soft on you as old Wang, I'm all about real and serious matches. Aha! Lin Yu nodded. Start. With the sound of the whistle, the match started again. Instructor Little Li slammed straight towards Lin Yu's body. Boom! This time, there were no surprises. His entire body was also bounced back, directly sitting on his butt on the ground. Boom! His butt touched the ground hard, and he was a bit dumbfounded. What? Trying again, once again, he was bounced back. What the hell? Instructor Junior Lee was stunned and subconsciously had to change direction. However, just as his pace moved, Lin Yu's figure had already posted up. Boom! As soon as the two made contact, the instructor's body was directly bounced out with ease. Subsequently, no matter which direction this instructor broke out from, he would be gently toppled by Lin Yu, who appeared right after him. On the other side, Chu Tang saw that this instructor was again acting like a fool with Lin Yu there. He couldn't help but directly burst out, "Big brother, what are you doing again?" "Captain." Hearing Chu Tang's growling voice, Instructor Little Li's teeth clenched, then slammed into Lin Yu with all his might. Seeing this, Lin Yu's body didn't move, and when the other party slammed into him, he just lightly shook. Boom! With a dull sound rang out. Only to see that the moment Instructor Little Li's body crashed into Lin Yu, his entire body flew straight backwards towards the back. Prick la! Splat! It flew for 3 to 4 meters before falling solidly to the ground. Also rolled 4 or 5 times continuously on the ground before stopping. Chu Tang. Lao Wang. The crowd present. Seeing this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. What? What happened? The instructor crashed into it and then flew out with a brush? Is this an act, please? Or times have changed. Even instructors are now bumping into each other. Chapter 11. Did you learn to hand crush nuclear bombs? The entire crowd of students on the basketball court was dumbfounded. Now, even the instructors have started to learn to touch the porcelain? Instructor, are you all right? In the end, it was Lin Yu who walked forward and pulled up the instructor with one hand. It's fine, it's fine. Oh no, something's wrong. Bye now. Instructor Little Lee was still in a cloud of confusion. Obviously, he was the one who hit Lin Yu with all his might. How come he was the one who flew out? He stared straight at Lin Yu and asked just now. Did I fly out? Lin Yu froze, then touched the back of his head and said. Instructor, you did. You really flew out. But why did I fly out? Maybe because the forces are mutual. Don't be so complicated, I don't understand, can you explain it simply? Lin Yu. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Big brother. Did you never go to middle school? I said, Little Lee, what are you doing again? Are you performing trapeze? That instructor was just about to ask again. Chu Tang had already angrily walked over. What a guy! The 8 of them were fighting in a heated manner. You two are good, you don't look like you're here to fight, instead you look like you're here on vacation. You even performed a flying trapeze in the process. He went forward and hooked the neck of Instructor Lee, saying, Tell me, how many meals did you and old Wang charge him for, and each of you accompanied him here to put on an act? No, Captain, he is definitely practiced, I cannot top him at all. As soon as Instructor Lee's words fell, the eyes of the surrounding students towards Lin Yu suddenly changed. Practiced? Crap, this dude is invariably pretending to be a big pussy. In the current era where college students had almost been labeled as athletic cripples, someone who knew Kung Fu would naturally attract the attention of many. Practiced? Chu Tang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at the words, then his gaze looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded, Indeed I have practiced, I have learned a few moves from my master in the past. Chu Tang heatedly smiled and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Practiced good. When the basketball game is over, I have to have a good match with you, of course, you do not be afraid, I strike very lightly, will not hurt you. But Lin Yu was just about to speak when Chu Tang stopped him. Don't worry, so many students and instructors on the scene saw it, when I compete with you later on, even if you suddenly rise up and beat me up furiously, it won't matter. Everyone right now can testify to that. After saying that, he didn't dwell too much on this issue. Pointing to the basketball on the ground. Since you've practiced, what a waste not to come and shoot a few basketballs, just as a warm-up, come on the court later and fight with me. When Wei Debao on the side heard Chu Tang's words, his face couldn't help but change and hurriedly said. Reporting to the instructor, he doesn't know how to play basketball at all, he is just here to mix up the scene. Good. Lin Yu completely ignored Wei Debao's words and directly walked towards the center of the court. Walking over to the basketball on the ground. Lin Yu froze for a second, then slowly raised his paw. Put. Seeing this, Wei Debao couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Instructor, I'm simply lifting him up by saying he can't play, look at him, he doesn't even know how to play with the ball. Pa. Wei Debao's words had not yet fallen. Lin Yu's toes touched the surface of the basketball. Then he only saw the basketball that was originally lying quietly on the ground actually rotate rapidly. The next second, the basketball then automatically jumped into Lin Yu's hands in front of the crowd's stunned gazes. Crap! It was internal power. Seeing this scene, a gasp of astonishment rang out from the crowd. A basketball could still be picked up like this? Could this be the legendary inner strength? The sneer on Wei Debao's face was also completely frozen in midair. Bang bang! Lin Yu slapped the basketball twice to get used to the weight. Then he glanced at the basket in the distance. Seeing this scene, the surrounding students couldn't help but resound with clamor again. What does he want to do? He can't be trying to shoot half-court. I go, so pretentious? It's a big deal to know some martial arts. Look at the way he holds the ball, it looks like he's never played basketball before, sitting and waiting to be hit in the face. If he can stand in the half court and put the basketball in, Ilu Benway today live broadcast upside down to eat shit, eat 3 pounds. Worry, brother cowards. Bang bang. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The known distance between himself and the basketball basket is, according to the parabolic principle, combined with his own strength. It should be almost possible to throw it in with a throw of strength. Make preparations. Lin Yu then, under the countless gazes of anticipation and entanglement from all around, threw the basketball. Gently tossed it upwards. Shu Tang. White Abeo. Crowd. Big brother, you did half a day's preparation and this is all you've done? Put. Wei Debeo was the first to be unable to hold back and directly poofed out a laugh. Instructor. I said he doesn't know how to play basketball. Ha ha, laughed me to death, a pussy shoots the ball better than even you. Outside the court, a large group of boys also laughed into a ball. I can't, I'm laughing my ass off, I thought he was standing at half court to act like a pussy, but it turns out. Ka ha ha. Goosey, I think he's shooting from nowhere. No, you guys, look at that basketball. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out. The crowd stopped jeering, and one by one, they couldn't help but look towards that basketball in the sky. Shoo. Only to see the basketball that was lightly thrown up into the sky by Lin Yu traced a weird parabola and flew towards the location of the basketball basket without any haste. This can't be. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but widen their eyes. This dude, it can't be just a light throw, let him throw it in. Then this is too much bullshit, right? Brush. However, the absurd scene did not appear. The basketball floated to the basket and then smashed into the iron frame. Phew. Seeing this scene, the stone in the hearts of the crowd fell to the ground. Ka-ching. Suddenly, a piercing and crisp breaking sound rang out. Only to see that the basketball basket, the iron frame entire downward depression. And that basketball, the hole directly deep into the iron frame inside. Ka. Subsequently, it was only seen that the glass behind the ball basket was also rapidly spread by a clearly visible crack. Boom! With a loud bang. Only to see that the entire basketball stand looked like it couldn't take it anymore and directly collapsed with a bang. And the basketball that was originally on top of the iron rack also fell inside the basket in a smooth manner. The ball. In. The originally somewhat noisy playground quickly quieted down, as if the mute button had been pressed. Everyone was staring with wide eyes, looking at the basketball hoop that had turned into a pile of scrap metal with a shocked face. I don't know why. They felt like they were dreaming right now. A light ball. Directly scrapped the basketball basket? Are you Superman? Gulp. Chu Tang swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Thinking about the agreement he made earlier with Lin Yu about passing a few moves. He suddenly kind of wanted to run away. Are you sure? You really only practiced a few moves with your master. What have you learned? Hand-cupping nukes? Chapter 12. I'm not bitter, and I didn't cry. Fuck. A plant. Lin Yu looked at the completely scrapped basketball basket, and his eyelids couldn't help but jump wildly. It's cracked. He had clearly controlled his strength. How could it be scrapped with a single throw? This hot chicken basket, who the hell to buy inferior products? Just a touch and it's gone. It's so fucked up. Achoo. At the same time, in a certain office at Magic City University, a middle-aged bald man with a big belly sneezed. He touched his nose. With a puzzled expression, he said, "Someone is thinking about me so?" On the playground, Lin Yu looked at the wreckage all over the ground and wanted to cry. It's over, it's over. The only 8 pieces of ocean left were about to be declared exhausted. I guess that's not all. In the back, he still had to brush dishes for free for 2 months at his part-time job. He was depressed to the extreme. A shot of basketball, making his already poor life completely worse. Phew. Lin Yu let out a deep breath. Then his gaze slowly looked over to Chu Tang, who was already looking dumbfounded on the side. Being suddenly stared at by Lin Yu. Chu Tang's entire body immediately trembled. He felt like a terrifying beast was watching him, causing him to instantly wake up. You want to do it, huh? I am an instructor. Shu Tang's body couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Yu revealed 2 rows of white teeth, slowly walking towards Chu Tang. Nothing, just now didn't the instructor say that he wanted to practice with me? Now that the ball can't be played, then I'll practice with you first, instructor. I'm not in a good mood. Then you have to find a way out, right? It seems that you just said you want to practice with me, right? It was you. Don't run. Wait. I suddenly feel sick. Let's fight again later. Shu Tang continuously backed up. The thing with the hand-cupped nuclear bomb. You're asking me to duel with him. I don't want to. Where did Lin Yu hear Chu Tang's words? With a fierce smile, he walked towards Chu Tang. Labors 8 pieces of ocean. Also day after day after bird. I'm an instructor, Wait, we can discuss it, Throughout the playground, the sound of Chu Tang's wailing constantly resounded. Hearing Chu Tang's wailing, the expressions on the faces of the people around were also very exciting. Exciting. Too damn exciting. On the first day of military training, he directly fatally beat up the instructor. Although it was this instructor who was the first to propose a fight before, how do you look at? This instructor was the one who was bloodily abused. Now anyway, there was only one feeling. That's relief. You know you shouldn't let us get up so early, right? Are you wrong? Oops, still don't admit your mistake, keep fighting, don't stop. Lin Yu also casually beat up Chu Tang and ended it. After all, he was at least an instructor. Still have to save face for others. As for Wei Debao, ever since he saw Lin Yu violently beat up Chu Tang, he had squeezed inside the crowd at an early hour. This guy was too scary. In the end, Chu Tang covered his swollen eyes and stood up again. He gave Lin Yu a grudging look, then turned to look at the students who were stifling their laughter. Directly shouted out angrily, laughing my ass off, "Look at a bird, the friendly match is cancelled, hurry up and all get back to standing in military posture." Finished, also kicked the side of the small Lee instructor a foot. "You too, hurry up and go to organize the squad military training. All have, hurry to gather, 1 minute, if I see there are still people did not return to the team, directly 200 push-ups." Wow! As soon as the instructor's words fell, the originally assembled group of students dispersed in a flurry. "Where are you going?" Chu Tang called out to Lin Yu, who was about to leave. Lin Yu froze, "Go back to the assembly, Ahem." Hearing Lin Yu's reply, Chu Tang couldn't help but cough violently. "You're damn good. You beat me up like this and you still look like you're fine. Phew." In the end, Chu Tang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and waved his hand. "Hurry up and roll to the line." Looking at Lin Yu's departing back, Chu Tang clenched his fist. "You brat, wait, it just so happens that in a few days a brother is going to pass by here, at that time I want you to look good." Hiss. My old waist. This kid's hand is really heavy. Time rolled on to noon. The sun hung high in the sky, and the entire air exuded a hot odor. The entire playground was silent. Everyone maintained their military posture. Perhaps it was because Chu Tang was in a bad mood, they had already stood in military posture under the sun for more than an hour. A bean-sized bead of sweat fell down their cheeks drop by drop, and some of them were even trembling with their bodies and their faces turning white. Some of the boys looked at the podium, their teeth clenched. Naked revenge, This instructor, if you can't beat him, you play dirty. But the point is, they didn't have the means to resist yet. On the podium, Chu Tang glanced at the time, then picked up the microphone. "Not bad, got that flavor, girls can rest, boys, stand for another 10 minutes. Finished speaking. Chu Tang also raised an eyebrow towards where Lin Yu was. "Little bastard, can't beat you, can't I still rule you?" Lin Yu directly ignored Chu Tang's raised eyebrows. What was in his mind right now was completely, "How many plates do I have to use up to break the basketball hoop? Damn it. Later on, I must eat the instructor poorly and make up for all my losses." 10 minutes passed quickly. Chu Tang didn't continue to torment the students. He picked up the microphone and said loudly, "Everyone is so tired, I will not delay. Later in the afternoon, when the military training, you recommend a few people on the stage to perform a talent, but also let me see how colorful college students are really a rich kind. The rest, I have nothing to say. Now, each platoon, each company commander, in order to lead their own team to the cafeteria to eat." That's right, the promise is the same as before. The 5 boys will be pulled out separately. As usual, eat whatever you like, it's on me. Having said that, Chu Tang stood up, very handsomely through the microphone and left the stage handsomely. But very quickly. Chu Tang's face went black. He stood with the 4 of them, Wei de Bao, and looked at Lin Yu, who was arguing with the cafeteria ant, with a slightly abstract expression on his face. "Kid, you can fight after you finish eating, you. You can't even fit in here." The cafeteria ant persuaded. "I can't." Lin Yu's head shook like a rattle. "This is our instructor's treat. If we don't order more, then we are looking down on our instructor, don't you think so, instructor?" Chu Tang looked at Lin Yu's hand. Explosive beef meatballs, steamed pork ribs, green pepperskin eggs, pickled fish. Nodded with some difficulty. "You see, our instructor has said, Auntie, quickly give me the marinated pig estrauders." After receiving the marinated pig estrauders, Lin Yu went to get a few plates of other marinated vegetables. Only then was he satisfied and found an empty seat to sit. Chu Tang followed Lin Yu and sat together. "Hee, instructor, you have such a small appetite?" Looking at a steamed bun held in Chu Tang's hand, Lin Yu opened his sparkling little eyes and asked with a curious face. The muscles on Chu Tang's face stiffened a little. He opened his mouth slightly. I have always had such a small appetite." "Then, instructor, enjoy your meal, I'll start first." After saying that, Lin Yu swept away at the large dishes on the table. Chu Tang looked at the windswept Lin Yu, and then looked at the steamed buns in his hands. Then, carefully broke off a small piece of the steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. "I'm not bitter. I didn't cry either." Chapter 13. No talent, just perform a wave of begging for rain. Chu Tang didn't know how he left the cafeteria. Anyway, of course, when checking out, his brain was flushed with qi and blood, and he almost didn't smoke on the spot. 268. A meal had cost $268. Looking at Lin Yu, who was picking his teeth with a toothpick, dashing like a batch, Chu Tang's heart was dripping blood. If he was allowed to eat like this for a few more meals, it was estimated that he wouldn't even be able to eat steamed bread in a few days. No, must think of a way. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, right in the middle of the day when the temperature was the highest. On the playground, the students stood under the scorching sun, bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down their faces. Chu Tang sat on the podium. His eyes looked at Lin Yu, whose body was still straight and firm, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It had been half an hour and he hadn't even seen him move a bit. Was this bastard's physical quality so high? Seeing that the time was almost up, the vast majority of the students' bodies below also began to shake. Chu Tang picked up the microphone. "All of you, rest in place for 1 minute. Woo!" Hearing the words "rest in place," the students' taut bodies immediately collapsed like a mess of mud. "It's too hot, too hot. To have military training on such a hot day, this is just killing me. God, can't we have a rainstorm soon?" "What rain?" "I checked the weather forecast this morning, and it's sunny today, not to mention a rainstorm, not even a cloud." "That's not true." 1 minute later, Chu Tang glanced at the time, then picked up the microphone again. "All of you, all rise." "No way, a minute so fast? I feel like only a few seconds have passed. It can't be standing in military posture again, right? No. Save the child, the child's legs and stomach have been shaking." Looking at the wailing students, Chu Tang's eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately picked up the microphone and said, "Looking at everyone training so hard, I suddenly thought of an idea. Why don't we take advantage of this time to play a small game? I'll randomly order people from amongst you, and those who are ordered will come up to the stage and perform a small talent for you all. Those who didn't perform choose truth or dare." Crowd? This is a fucking trivia game? First, you have to go on stage to perform a show, and then you have to be punished if you don't perform. Is the name of the game? You play me, and I'll be played hard. Oh, my god. I'm afraid I can't come up with this kind of game without a 10-year brain clot. Looking at the eyes of the students below who were almost looking at the retarded, Shu Tang's old face stiffened. Coughing lightly, he said. Of course, you can also choose not to play, continue to stand military posture, I never force you. Shu Tang's words just fell, the crowd immediately resounded with a voice of agreement. Play, we like playing games the most. Why don't we play, this game sounds very interesting. Yes, 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 as long as we don't stand in military posture, you can ask me to do a striptease. Okay, that student will perform a striptease for you later. Shu Tang pointed his finger at the student who was going to do a striptease, his face full of smiles. The expression on that student's face froze. Ha ha ha. Being joked about by Shu Tang like that, the atmosphere of the scene instantly came alive. Is there anyone who volunteered to go on stage? There is no punishment for volunteering. Oh? Shu Tang scanned the students below. Finally his gaze lingered on Lin Yu's body. Feeling Shu Tang's gaze, Lin Yu subconsciously inclined his face. Talent? After following my master for so many years, it seems that I only know how to chop wood, boil water, and cook. These can't always be performed on stage, right? But looking at the instructor's gaze, I feel like I can't escape this time. It's not just eating a drop of your paycheck. Not so much, really. The first one to take the initiative was a girl. She sang a song called What's Not to Like and gained the favor of many boys. Then Shu Tang ordered the boy who had just screamed for a striptease. That brother awkwardly finished a striptease amidst ghostly cries, which almost didn't make the crowd laugh. Next, Shu Tang picked up the microphone. Then his eyes locked onto Lin Yu's body impartially. Lin Yu. Thinking that he couldn't avoid it, Lin Yu could only slowly stand up and walk to the podium. Shu Tang handed the microphone to Lin Yu and then scowled at him for a while. The corners of Lin Yu's eyes twitched, and he forced himself to resist the urge to throw the former off the podium. He was the instructor. He is an instructor. He is an instructor. The heart silently chanted 3 times. Lin Yu picked up the microphone. Just as a letter popped out of his mouth, countless cheers rang out from the crowd below. Good. Good, Brother Lin is awesome. Brother Lin rises, Master Lin is mighty. We swear to support Master Lin. Lin Yu. Shu Tang. The muscles at the corners of Shu Tang's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. Good. Good my ass. Damn it, he just said one letter. Good you sister ah. Cough. Lin Yu gently coughed twice. Quiet, Lin is going to speak. Brush. In a flash. The applause that boiled like waves stopped. Lin Yu picked up the microphone and slowly opened his mouth and said. Actually, I personally don't have any talent, I'm not much of a singer and I'm not very good at dancing. Shu Tang stood behind Lin Yu, listening to the latter's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Yo ho! This is not that who, Lin Yu, a few days do not see, so pulled, even talent will not ah. Aya, in that case, then you only have to accept the punishment oh. Thinking about it, Shu Tang's head couldn't help but raise a few points. Shu Tang was just about to speak when Lin Yu's voice rang out again. So, I'll just beg for a rainstorm for everyone. Shu Tang. What? What the hell? He pulled out his ears, and his entire body was in a daze. Hearing voices? Can't perform talent. So, casually begging for a rainstorm? After Lin Yu finished speaking, he casually took a wooden stick on the podium. Halfway there, he folded back, taking the umbrella that Shu Tang had put aside with him. Then walked to a patch of grass under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Using the wooden stick in his hand, he waved it on the grass at a rapid pace. A minute later, a simple bagua appeared on the grass. Seeing Lin Yu's movements, the crowd all glanced at each other. This. What's this for? Is it really begging for rain? How can this thing ask for rain? Isn't the weather forecast saying that it's going to be sunny all day today? After drawing the 8 trigrams, Lin Yu threw the wooden stick. Then slowly raised his finger and gently rubbed it. Rain. Rumble. The next second, a deafening thunderclap erupted from the originally clear and cloudless sky. Chapter 14, A Fairy's Business. The weather station can't control it. Rumble. As Lin Yu raised his palm, a deafening rumble resounded in the originally clear and cloudless sky. I'll go. The sudden rumbling sound scared Chu Tang so much that he almost threw the microphone in his hand. He looked up at the cloudless turquoise blue sky. An extremely absurd thought surfaced in his mind. It won't. It would really rain. Rain, right? The next second, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The crowd on the playground then seemed to sense it as well. They also raised their heads in unison and looked towards the sky. Only to see the original turquoise blue sky gradually darkened, as if it had been cloaked in a light gray coat. The light gray coat covered the sky over the playground of Magic City University. On the playground, a student pushed his companion beside him and uttered, "Buddy, didn't you say that it's going to be a big sun all day today?" The student next to him froze, then swallowed hard. That's what the weather forecast from the weather station said, but the god's business, the weather station. It seems that it can't be managed. His words had just fallen. Boom! The next moment, a loud boom resounded like the sound of drums. It was deafening. Amidst the countless booms, a dark cloud converged over the playground. Day. The dark cloud converged for less than 3 seconds before the students on the grass heard the sound of rain dripping down. At the same time, their faces were wet. The crowd first froze for a few seconds. Then, hurrah! The rain in the sky was like a flood that had broken the levee. It whistled and descended on the earth. Ah! 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 The next second, accompanied by a scream that rose and fell. The entire playground was in chaos. On the podium, Chu Tang's group had long ago been completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were lifeless as they froze in place, letting the rainwater beat on their bodies. This thing was called talent. Art? This is clearly immortal technique. On the playground, rainwater like a flood fell vertically from above. In just a few seconds, everyone on the playground turned into droplets. Due to the heavy rainfall, today's military training had no choice but to end early. Lin Yu held up an umbrella that he had shunned from Chu Tang. Then he brought his 3 roommates back to the dormitory in an extremely dashing manner. Along the way, the eyes of the 3 of them looking at Lin Yu had completely degenerated into worship. God. Too damn God. My family's roommate is no longer a human being. I can't say that, I should say that he's not an ordinary person. With a wave of his hand, he can invoke a downpour. Ma. We've made a fortune, we actually live in the same dormitory as a god. In response to a few people's boasting, Lin Yu just waved his hand lightly. Said with a bland and unimaginable face. Alas and alack, low-key, but it is just a district begging for rain, it is not worth mentioning. The words came out. The 3 almost directly kneeled on the ground and cried out. Immortal Father, please accept us as disciples, we also want to pretend like this. The heavy rain landed for more than an hour before it stopped. Snap! Looking at the playground that was full of standing water, Chu Tang patted his already stiff cheeks. Ding bell! At this time, Chu Tang's pants pocket suddenly shook. Chu Tang fished out his cell phone from his already soaked pants pocket. He pressed the answer button. As soon as it was connected, a loud voice rang out on the other side of the phone. Hey, old Chu, I am Debao, I will soon be to the Magic City. University Lu, you last time is not to say that you witch pestle to a pricket? Don't worry about wow, I immediately come to give you a helping hand. Don't worry, I'll be right over to help you out. Don't worry, I'm a thief, I'm a good fighter, I'll just give the kid a little color and then I'll be fine. Hey, old Chu, are you listening? Waiting for the voice on the other side of the phone to urge for a long time, Chu Tang this slowly out of the voice. Debao, if the other side is a fairy, can you win? Debao? Seeing that the other party did not respond, Chu Tang added another sentence, is the kind of drawing a picture on the ground, and then can call the wind and rain fairy. After Chu Tang finished speaking, the opposite party was silent for a few seconds. Then, "Old Chu, your brain has been caught by the door?" After returning to the dormitory, Lin Yu's 3 roommates naturally teleported to the boys' dormitory next door. "Today, our roommates made such a big splash, we're not going to talk about it. I feel sorry for my parents." A few minutes of time. The next door then continuously resounded with a gasp of shock, accompanied by the sound of sucking in cool air. Lin Yu, lying on the bed, took out his cell phone, clicked on the Salty Duck Egg official website. "After such a long time, I do not know that my little still dance old sacks like." Skillfully logged into the account and entered the password. Actually really, someone inquired. Just clicked on the Salted Duck Egg, a message popped up. Lin Yu clicked to take a look. The nickname of the opposite side is called "I am really poor." I'm really poor. This little. No, this stall owner. May I ask if the items in your photo are really there? Can it really revitalize a man's virility? Is it really 888? And Mordor is still free shipping? Lin Yu thought for a moment. Then enter, "I am definitely an honest seller. Wow, old table." Outside of Magic City. In the quaint little manor. The old man was lying on a chair, trying to calm his breathing. After that excitement yesterday, he felt that his heart was a bit uncomfortable. He glanced at the young man who was sitting on the side and couldn't help but kick his feet. "Don't just sit here, hurry up and see if the other party replied after a day." The boy's mouth was deflated. "Grandpa, not I say you really believe this? What small still Dan this trading market, what outrageous things are there? Like what? Qin Shi Huang's personal phone number Magic City rich woman's address book, this seems to be true." The old man's eyes couldn't help but glare at the words. "Called you this turtle grandson, look, just look, waste what JB words." The young man's face is grumpy. "Grandpa, you usually call me good grandson." The old man raised his eyebrows. "Then, from now on, I'll call you turtle son." Little guy. Although he was aggrieved in his heart. But he still obediently tapped his cell phone. Ding. As soon as the phone was opened, a message popped out. "Tap it to see. I want Polygon. Technology online, built with conscience, at a friendly price, and all for the sake of the children. I am an honest seller, old cousin. The most important thing is? The most important thing is that Mordor still has free shipping. Please ask if it's a prestige or a bank card. We don't support cash on delivery." "Hey, buddy. Is it that straightforward?" "No. You're so direct. Makes me momentarily surprised that I don't know how to get back to you." Chapter 15, Find You a Hospital. Seeing the message on his cell phone, the guy was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. This skillful opening line. Why does it give me a feeling that I've returned to the scene of looking for an old man to tell my fortune on the flyover many years ago? Glancing at the old man who was staring straight at himself, the corner of the guy's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He pulled out his ears and then replied numbly. Magic City University Dormitory. Ding bell. Not long after Lin Yu had just sent the message, his cell phone rang once again. Picking it up, he took a look. "I'm really poor. Do the real thing and the picture really match? I'm still a very young boyo, don't lie to me, or else I'll be calling all the time, it's hard to coaxta." Followed by an aggrieved expression. Lin Yu. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth twitched. He almost threw his cell phone out. It would be acceptable if the person opposite was a woman, but if it was a man. Phew. Lin Yu exhaled deeply. For the sake of a better life in the future, I'll fucking endure. I want the treasure bowl. Kiss, kissy face, of course, the photo is of course exactly the same as the real thing yo. I'll send you another photo to see. I'll send you another one. After sending it, Lin Yu took out the small returning Dan, then took a photo and sent it over. Other side. After the guy got the photo, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Sigh, forget it, it's only $80 anyway, buy it and take a look, if it's real, I'll still be able to show it off in front of the old man." Thinking here, the guy once again typed. "I'm really poor. Okay, then I will pay first, I happen to be in Mordu, you mail it over, the location is? Number 306, Antique Street, Magic City. I want a treasure bowl, okay. Ding. Your item small. Returning Dan has been successfully sold. When the other party confirms receipt, the fee will be automatically remitted to your account. Seeing that the other party had successfully paid, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel happy on his face. The first step of selling the elixir was considered a success. It was mainly because his own pricing at the very beginning was relatively low. When you discover the true strength of this pill later, at that time. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. At that time. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Yu then got up. It was better to deliver this pill to the other party first. In the manner. How's it going? Seeing the little guy put down his cell phone, the old man hurriedly inquired out loud. The little guy stroked his hair. Smiling, he said, everything is under control. Bang! The old man directly kicked up. Get out of the calf, give the old man to say human words. The boy was suddenly absent. I just bought it, I let him send it to the Antique Street, I give Uncle Gang a call, let him keep an eye on it. Said. The boy picked up the cell phone again, dialed the phone. No longer bothering with the little guy, the old man sat back in his chair. He took out the small returning Dan and stretched out his hand to carefully rub the white lines on it. His mouth also kept mumbling. 1 billion Only one tattoo, $88.08, it can't be. It really can't be right. 10 minutes later. Outside the school. Lin Yu stood downstairs at the courier company. Looking at the door that was close at hand, but how could he not take a step to go in? He glanced at his cell phone prestige balance. Then looked again at the mailing fee written outside above. The next second. Straight turn around and leave. Not the slightest bit of procrastination. As the saying goes, a penny is hard to beat a hero. Then one is almost $10 short. Aha! Almost equivalent to 1,000 heroes. Mailing from Magic City University to Antique Street actually costs $18. I'm sorry. Not enough money. That's how poor I am. Why don't I hold off for a few days and personally deliver it to him, but at least it's my first customer, so this isn't too good. Lin Yu walked on the road. The problem kept on pondering in his mind. Without realizing it, he had walked into a dark alleyway. Boom! He hadn't gone far before he bumped into a solid body. Lin Yu looked up and hurriedly said. I'm sorry, I was too distracted by my thoughts just now and didn't pay attention to the front. I'm sorry, I was too distracted by my thoughts, I didn't pay attention to the front. The person Lin Yu bumped into was a big, burly-looking man. After being bumped into, he turned around and sized up Lin Yu with his eyes. After Lin Yu apologized, he planned to leave from his side. Pa! Suddenly, a thick arm slapped the wall, stopping Lin Yu's advance. That burly man had a vicious expression on his face. Apologize and you want to leave? How can it be that easy? You know that the collision you just did, at least knocked me out of my internal injuries, how can you possibly walk away without paying for it? Lin Yu. He looked up and down the strong man's body. Standing at 1.9 meters, weighing at least 200 pounds, his entire body was covered in muscles. With that kind of physical fitness, you can get internal injuries from a light bump from me? Big brother. You blackmail people, at least think of a normal reason. Lin Yu took a step back. Then slowly spread his hands and said, how much should it cost then? The strong man originally thought that the kid in front of him would still argue with himself. He didn't expect that he would be so willing. Since he is so willing, it saves me from having to do it. Only to see the strong man slowly stretch out 5 fingers. 500? Lin Yu looked at it, then shook his head. Too little, for you, it has to be at least 5,000. Yo ho! The burly man couldn't help but laugh at his words. Good guy, first time I've seen someone else actively raising the price for himself. However, he was still satisfied. Alright, as you said, just 5,000, I'll take a loss. After he finished speaking, Lin Yu then stretched his palm towards him. What are you doing? What are you doing? The strong man was stunned. What are you doing reaching out towards me? Lin Yu rubbed his fingers together and then explained. Isn't it $5,000? Give it to me, let me find you a hospital to take a good look. The strong man was first stunned. Immediately after, the face of a sudden with the color of anger surged out. Grass mud horse, you fucking dare to fool me! Said. He directly swung his bushel-sized slap towards Lin Yu. Dang! With a muffled sound. The stout man's entire body suddenly trembled, and then his entire face directly turned a saucy purple color. You! The former slowly retracted his palm, then shakily relied on the wall. He had just relied on the wall for less than 3 seconds. The strong man's eyes began to drift. Lin Yu touched his nose, then kicked the strong man's paw. Said is said to give 5,000, I'll take you to the hospital and help you pay for your hospitalization, you don't believe me? Said. Lin Yu didn't bother with the strong man anymore and walked straight towards the outside of the alley. This punch of his was just to give him a small lesson. About a month in bed and he'll recover. Not bad, not bad. I'm still really a kind kid. Walking halfway, Lin Yu stopped in his tracks, then turned around and went back to the stout man's side. Master said, as a kind child. You can't do good deeds without pointing out some benefits to yourself. Lin Yu searched the strong man's body, finally pulling out from his pants pocket a packet of instant noodles. Lin Yu. Damn, growing so strong actually only afford instant noodles, yuck, I look down on you. Lin Yu put the instant noodles into his bag. He walked out of the alley with a dashing batch. Chapter 16, Space Teleportation Ability. As soon as he returned to school, Lin Yu went straight back to the dormitory. Lu De and the three of them were still blowing off steam in the next dormitory. Lin Yu sat on his bed and listened to the lewd laughter that kept coming from next door. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but grin. I really don't know why these few are so capable of bragging. Could it be? Is it because I have too many good qualities? But we haven't known each other for too long. Could it be that my personal charisma is so great that they've already discovered the rest of my good qualities? For now, that's the only explanation. After bragging about himself, Lin Yu withdrew his mind and shifted his attention to the system. I wonder how much reputation value I have now. A rain-begging performance should bring in a considerable amount of reputation, right? It's not too much to ask for, just 1,000,000 or 800,000 at any given time. Brush. In the next second, Lin Yu's mind moved. The panel glowing with a light blue halo appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Reputation value, 166,600. One lucky draw for every 10,000 reputation. Immortal technique, the art of royal thunder, summoning rain. Taoist technique, water wave technique. Item, Taoist robe. Mount, immortal crane. Prestige value mall, opened. I don't know without looking, but I was shocked at first glance. At this time, the reputation was actually as high as $160,000. How can it be so much? It had skyrocketed more than 5 times after a single night's sleep. Ding! The host can view the prestige value as a process of accumulating experience. The prestige value will accumulate more and more as time increases, but the premise is that the host's popularity is high. The system explained it this way. Lin Yu instantly understood. Since he understood, then, damn, in that case, I'm now considered a rich young master. System, give me a lottery, I want a handful of 10 consecutive draws. I'm going to have a 10 draw. It's just a 10 draw, it's nothing. Buzz. As soon as Lin Yu's voice fell, a huge carousel appeared in front of his eyes. Brush, brush, brush. The reels then spun rapidly. In Lin Yu's ears, the system's beeps also continuously resounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the consolation prize, Great Restorative Elixir *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize, Divine Walking Talisman *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Taoist Art of Divination. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the immortal spell, Space Teleportation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize, Peace Amulet *10. A wave of 10 consecutive draws. I got an immortal technique and a Taoist technique. There was just no treasure pot. Lin Yu looked blearily at the pot of treasure on the reels. Pot of treasure. Do you know how much I miss you? For you, I can't think about tea, I can't think about food, and I can't sleep. Forget it, can't make it up. The carousel slowly disappeared. Lin Yu's eyes looked onto the item bar. Great restorative elixir, an advanced version of the small restorative elixir, capable of curing certain large-scale illnesses. Divination. Spatial teleportation, can teleport items. Simplicity. Still a familiar formula. Lin Yu rolled his eyes, I even took this extra step. Space teleportation. Able to teleport items. Lin Yu took out the small returning Dan. Does it mean that I can save a fortune on postage? But is there a distance limit for this teleportation? It's better to try it first. Lin Yu picked up a packet of paper and placed it in his hand before sinking his mind into his mind. Utilizing the spatial teleportation ability. As Lin Yu's mind sank down, in his mind, the prototype of a building gradually emerged. In the end, that prototype slowly solidified, eventually forming the familiar school building. The men's restroom in the building. Lin Yu found a shithole. Then subconsciously threw the toilet paper in his hand down. Brush. The moment that packet of toilet paper came off the palm of his hand, Lin Yu, who was sitting on the bed, also opened his eyes instantly. And at this moment, the toilet paper in his hand, it also disappeared. Is there anyone here to save the child? The child pooped without paper. In a toilet on one of the floors of the school building. A boy in military training clothes squatted on the cesspit, slapping the toilet door with both hands powerlessly. Non-stop hissing towards the outside. After hissing for half a day until his voice was mute, there was no movement outside. The boy's mood immediately sank to the bottom. He came out in too much of a hurry. Not only did he not bring any paper, he didn't even bring his cell phone. Now there was no one passing by outside either. God! What am I going to do with this? If there was a mop around, I could barely manage. But there's not even a broom head in the restroom. And I can't move my clothes. I really can't. The boy looked at his right hand. As the saying goes, if you don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Big deal, I'll wash you a few hundred more times later. Thinking of this, the boy's teeth clenched, then his palm reached behind his butt. Phew! Just settled halfway. A sudden whistling sound came from above his head. A pack of pink tissue paper then hit his head and rolled down to his eyes. Looking at the toilet paper in front of him, the boy's eyes couldn't help but blink. Then he looked at the thumb girl he had gotten deep into the back of his ass. Arg! The next second, a maniacal howl suddenly resounded throughout the entire school building. The wail turned for a long time, and the aftermath curled up. It actually really disappeared. Inside the dormitory, Lin Yu realized that the toilet paper in his hand had indeed disappeared. Astonishment could not help but emerge in his eyes. With this ability, in the future, what Shunfeng, Jingdong Express? I'm going to fuck them all up. Oh ha 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 ha. Ahem. However, very quickly, Lin Yu realized that his laughter was slightly perverted and hastily stopped it. Now that he had understood the role of spatial teleportation, the next step was to try and see if he could be sent to the antique street. Lin Yu closed his eyes once again. This time, he held in his hands a pen. Cover. Brush, brush, brush. As Lin Yu kept trying, he was also becoming more and more skillful, and was gradually mastering the distance of spatial teleportation. Almost there. 10 minutes in, Lin Yu stretched his back. Later on, he would go and get to know the map of the antique street. Then it's almost time to teleport the little returning Dan directly there. He glanced at the time. 1846. It was nearly 7 in the evening. By this time, the dinner bell would usually ring on time. Once the dinner bell rings, then it's natural that you need to replenish your energy plug. He. Lin Yu rubbed his palms together before heading straight towards the first floor. Why go to the first floor? This was a good question to ask. Because the instructors in charge of this military training all lived on the first floor, including instructor Chu Tang. My dear marinated pig. Oh no, it should be instructor Chu, I'm here, yo. Chapter 17, The Divine Spirit has manifested itself. In the end, Lin Yu is again in Chu Tang's grudging to the extreme gaze dashingly left the cafeteria. I can't carry it, your grandmother, next time, I will have to find the right time, directly in front of the opening of the meal and advance to run away. Looking at Lin Yu's back, Chu Tang secretly made up his mind. As for what bullshit promise? The wallet is going to be empty, the promise of all the fucking go to hell. Phew. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air viciously, Chu Tang glanced at the time, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the school. Estimating the time, Debao was about to arrive at this point in time. The night curtain was low. The bright moon hung high in the sky, radiating bright moonlight towards the earth. In the dormitory, Lu Da's 3 people had already fallen asleep. Anon. Throughout the dormitory, a symphony of snores representing the markings of the 3 continuously resounded. Lin Yu sat on the bed, holding the small returning Dan and 2 yellowish talismans in his hands. He closed his eyes, and in his mind, he began to continuously mold the scene of Magic City's Antique Street. This time, he wanted to succeed in one go and teleport the little returning Dan to number 306, Magic City Curio Street. At the same time, in the curio store at number 306, Magic City Curio Street. Elderly, you take your time. After sending off the last customer, Feng De Gang couldn't help but stretch his back. Feng De Gang, male, 46 years old this year, Han Chinese, has a son and daughter. And neither son nor daughter is a single dog. His identity was the agent of store 306 on Antique Street, and his hobbies were all kinds of antiques and his family's young master. Woohoo, today's work is finally over. Returning to the store, he took a sip of the already brewed wolfberry tea. It's soothing. Glancing at the clock on the wall, then at the already empty streets. It's 10 o'clock at night, the parcel that young master said shouldn't arrive today. Thinking about this, Feng De Gang then turned off the lights in the store, intending to pack up and go home. Tonight was another sleepless night. Elder Li's paintings had to be sent up in the next few days. Rubbing his temples, Feng De Gang picked up his accompanying thermos cup and headed towards the front door. Before closing the door, Feng Xiaojiang also very sincerely kneeled respectfully towards the God of Fortune statue enshrined in the very center of the store. After doing so, Feng De Gang intended to close the door and go home. Clang! Suddenly, a crisp collision sound suddenly resounded in the dimly lit room. Hearing the sound of a collision, Feng Xiaojiang's face instantly changed. Just about to turn on the lights to double-check the room. My goodness, don't be some rat suddenly scurrying out and bumping into some antica, everything in the store is so. Feng Dagong words have not finished. His pupils couldn't help but shrink, and his footsteps stopped in place. Gulp! He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his eyes narrowed slightly. That? What is it? Following Feng De Gang's gaze, only to see in the dimly lit room, the originally pitch-black midair actually had a pale yellow halo slowly emerging. Hiss! Feng De Gang sucked in a mouthful of cold air, then subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Was he too tired and hallucinating? Prick! It was also at this moment. An ear-piercing tearing sound suddenly came out from the midst of the pale yellow halo in midair. Then a small medicinal pill glowing with golden light slowly appeared in the air. It was immediately followed by 2 pieces of yellowed yellow paper. These 3 items appeared out of thin air later. A male voice filled with professionalism also came out from amongst that halo. Magic City Express, fast to fly, your courier has been delivered, pro, remember to come to a 5-star positive feedback yo. Brush. The professional male voice just fell. The pale yellow halo in midair disappeared. And those 3 items are also floating slowly in Feng De Gang's hands. Seeing the 3 items in his hand, Feng De Gang suddenly had a feeling. I'm not too tired. I'm damn near asleep. This. What the hell is going on here? The gods have manifested themselves? Brush. In a flash. Feng Xiaozhang's face just changed. Is suddenly understood what? Then directly snapped and kneeled on the ground, quickly He raised the pills in yellow paper with both hands and kowtowed frantically towards the god of wealth statue. Then he tremblingly took out his cell phone, found his young master's phone, and pressed the dialing button. Beep beep beep. The phone rang for 3 seconds before it was picked up. The youngster's voice rang out from the opposite side. Hey, Uncle Kong, what do you want to see me about this late at night? Phew. Feng Degang let out a deep breath and held back his excitement. Young master, the gods. The gods have manifested themselves. Opposite. The opposite side was silent for a few seconds. Uncle Gang. What the hell are you talking about? Feng Degang quickly explained, it is like this, you afternoon is not then I keep an eye on your recent delivery, just when I intend to. Feng Degang will be the original cause of the matter, all said once again. Then just as I froze, the halo brushed and disappeared. Young master, what is this if it is not a divine manifestation? Young master, the Go family is going to be very rich. Immortals. Legendary immortals. In the classical manor house. The young man was dumbfounded as he listened to Feng Degang on the other end of the phone. After listening for half a day. I didn't understand a thing. What kind of parcel is this? It's from the gods. It's just a courier? How did it become a manifestation of the gods? Now these old ones are all playing so flowery? Cough. Coughing lightly, the boy opened his mouth. Uncle Kong, you first calm down. The courier I asked you to look out for has arrived. It's here, it's still straight out of the store. Guy. Okay, it's early, you go home and sleep first, I'll come back tomorrow to get it. Young master, how can I still sleep, you know that fairy. Do. Hang up directly. Hanging up the phone, the guy couldn't help but roll his eyes. Get to. It is estimated that Uncle Kong has been too tired lately, and now he is starting to talk crazy. Also appeared out of thin air, you think that the stall owner has the superpower of spatial teleportation. Shaking his head, the guy's eyes returned to the cell phone again. Crap. This dog thing actually took advantage of my phone call to sneak around and eat my wild monsters. If I don't show you something today, you'll think I've blown it by serving monkeys. I'm going to die. 3 minutes later. Taff it. As my own crystal slowly lifted up in front of my eyes, it exploded with a bang. Fuck. The boy cursed angrily, and then. Report. Report. Report it. Report. When you're done with that, return the screen directly to the desktop. Click uninstall. You have successfully uninstalled Peaceful Elite. Hot chicken, ruining my youth. Taking up my memory. Blocking my way to the top. Uninstall. Chapter 18, Sending Heads Off. The second day of military training. It's still 4 a.m., still the familiar wake-up call. Beep beep beep. Sharp whistles resounded over the second dormitory building like a magic spell. Fuck. Excessive, getting up at 4 again to run drills at 4? I'm not going. I won't go even if the instructor beats me to death this time. If I go today, I'll spray shit upside down live on the spot, like the fountain in the center of the school. After countless wailing sounds, there is a familiar and unmistakable male voice ringing out. Everyone, please arrive at the playground assembly within 10 minutes. This time our chief instructor said that if no one wants to go, don't force them, we have to be friendly with the students. Hearing the voice outside, the crowd first froze. Then a strong look of doubt surfaced in their eyes. This dog coin instructor would be so nice? After 3 seconds of silence, a voice once again resounded from outside. Of course, in order to keep good memories for you, in response to the students who didn't arrive, we will make a photo album of their photos, and then present it to the school campus newspaper as a gift. For example, this student, Jiang Gon, he needs to eat more, he's too skinny. There is also this student Lu Dong, oops, the pants are actually still pink patchy, the aesthetic is not ordinary The latter already doesn't need to be said. Lin Yu has quickly opened the door. once opened the door. Just in time to see there are several brothers dragging the bench, face gloomy toward the downstairs. The rest of the dormitory was also very self-conscious. One by one, they quickly dressed up and then went downstairs in unison. As soon as they went downstairs, they saw Instructor Little Lee with a smiling face. When he saw the crowd coming downstairs, an extremely surprised expression appeared on his face. "Really don't force it, everyone can actually go back to sleep," said. He also purposely fanned himself with a few pictures. Crowd. Mom, yeah. What on earth has changed in this group of instructors? Why are they all so bitchy? Instructor Little Lee patted his feet and purposely found Lin Yu's figure. He waved a thick stack of photos in his hand and laughed. "Kid, I'm very attached to you, and it took me a lot of effort to find your photos." Hearing this, Lin Yu's face immediately darkened. "Not so much, not so much. Such blatant care. I can't handle it." Seeing Lin Yu's face darken at once, Instructor Little Lee couldn't help but rejoice. He glanced at the time and then said towards the crowd, "Since you're so enthusiastic about military training, then don't freeze, run up." He also deliberately emphasized a few sentences. "As a big man, we must learn to suffer, just get up in the morning and run, but not to kill you. People's life lies in movement, everyone quickly run up, come on, I'm with you, leading you to run," said. Turned around and rode his bicycle. Clucked and rode away. Crowd. The crowd is silent for a few seconds. Then. Fuck. A plant. Morning. The playground. A loud slogan kept coming out from a neatly arranged square, fluttering into the distance together with the refreshing morning breeze. Lin Yu stood in the front column of a squad. All together, in unison. Walk. As the order came out of his mouth, the entire squad of students began to continuously perform. Formation training. Tap tap tap. The sound of neat and consistent footsteps resounded through the playground. Together with the loud and clear slogans of the crowd, they intertwined together to form a beautiful landscape. On the podium. By Chu Tang's side, at this time, there was already an additional middle-aged man with a burly physique. He was the foreign aide that Chu Tang had hired. Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao gazed at Lin Yu, who was not far away. After looking at him for half a day, he did not see anything. Pushed Chu Tang, said, "Hey, old Chu, which is what you say drop prick wow, even MOC out there is something special also. This arm is not hey thick well, capsule he also got you to win hey, is not you why identity false, do you want me to get you 2 pairs of yo makeup for the kidneys?" Chu Tang heard, the corner of the mouth cannot help but a draw. "No need, my body is very good, you do not underestimate him, he practiced since childhood, last time I was not careful, directly by him down." Phew. Hearing this, Zhao Debao's eyes lit up. Practiced wow, then I have to try a Hasselblad. After saying that, rubbing his hands together, he stood up and walked straight towards Lin Yu. Chu Tang sat on the chair and looked at Zhao Debao's figure. I don't know why. He had an illusion. Zhao Debao. Like he was going to deliver a head. All of them looked to the right. On the other side. With another order from Lin Yu, the entire squad changed quickly once again. Damn, this job is too tiring. After shouting an order, Lin Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva in an effort to moisturize his dry throat. After shouting for almost a morning, his voice was almost smoking from shouting. Lin Yu glanced at Instructor Little Lee, who was not far away and was joking with other instructors, and could not help but roll his eyes. I'm here training hard, but you're there laughing and joking. I really envy you. Just as he was thinking this, Lin Yu's afterglow saw a silhouette coming towards his place at a fast pace. When that person got closer, only then did Lin Yu see what he looked like. He was wearing a wide tunic with his explosive muscles exposed. Under his feet was a pair of worn-out slippers. Then he looked at the head. Lin Yu's eyes couldn't help but stare. Inch head, big gold chain. I go. For all. This dude was sentenced to life imprisonment and just escaped from jail, right? He hadn't even gotten to Lin Yu yet, and from his mouth came a loud voice. Oh, kid, I heard that you're quite crazy. Come on, practice with me, let me see how much weight you have. He said. He also shook his hand, with a gesture of going for a big fight. Lin Yu. No. Dude, who are you? Click click click. Zhao Debao's fingers pinched and clacked, the excited expression on his face was unmistakable. Oops. Just as he was about to walk in front of Lin Yu, the slippers under Zhao Debao's feet slipped, while the whole person directly fell towards Lin Yu. Splat! Just as Zhao Debao was about to fall to the ground, a slender palm gently held him. Thank you. Zhao Debao expressed his thanks towards Lin Yu. You're welcome. Lin Yu replied back and then let go of his hand. Crap! Boom! With a dull ringing sound, Zhao Debao's face directly made a close contact with the ground. Snap! On the podium, Chu Tung covered his face. Crap! What the fuck did I say? This asshole is just going to give away his head. It's too fucking embarrassing. Chapter 19, Coach, I want to learn this. The air in the entire playground froze for roughly 3 seconds. Everyone looked at the big man lying on the ground with an incomparably dumbfounded expression on their faces. This big brother. Just met, on the line for such a big gift? Zhao Debao slowly raised his head and looked around with his eyes. After that, he gently propped his hands on the ground, and his entire body directly bounced up from the ground. Once he stood up, Zhao Debao quickly jumped a step back. Throwing the slippers on his feet, his body assumed a dry fighting stance. Just now doesn't count, the shoeboard is too slippery. Lin Yu. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't react, Zhao Debao wiped the plastic grass off his face. Laughing stupidly, he says, Hey, little kid, dare you to fight with me in a square fight, if you win. Dare not. Lin Yu shook his head. This guy must have a problem in his head. He came up here to fight. It's better to send him back to be locked up for a few more years. After saying that, Lin Yu automatically ignored the former and walked towards instructor Shaoli, who had a leisurely face not far away. After training for so long, he must ask the instructor for a few bottles of water to quench his thirst. Brush. Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of Lin Yu. It was still Zhao Debao. Only Zhao Debao raised his head and revealed 2 rows of white teeth towards Lin Yu. You don't need to look for your instructors, just look for me, my rank is greater than theirs. Lin Yu stood still, looking at Zhao Debao's face. He also looked at a group of instructors not far away who had a face of watching the show and did not intend to come over. Lin Yu understood. This big man was the foreign aide that these instructors had found. Seeing Lin Yu's face showing a look of understanding, Zhao Debao puffed out his chest. As long as you win the battle, you can walk straight across the military training, just like a crab. Lin Yu stared at the former for 3 seconds. Then, turned around and left. This guy is no longer simply brain dead. He could already be called to be locked up in a mental hospital. Or just pull out and shoot him. Mama won't let me play with fools because it will make me stupid. Hey, stand up, you saka just go wow. Seeing Lin Yu turn around without hesitation, Zhao Debao was dumbfounded. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. What's wrong with what I said? Not just looking for you to fight? You're not going to fight me. In that case, it's not my fault. Zhao Debao eyes suddenly across. The thick arm is also a hand to grab Lin Yu's shoulder. Be careful. As soon as the words fell, the veins on Zhao Debao's arm suddenly burst out. He stomped his foot to the side, then with a force from his entire waist, he swung up Lin Yu and slammed him hard behind him. Of course. Zhao Debao was thinking like this. And the reality was, as soon as his palm touched Lin Yu, he just wanted to exert force. Instead, he realized he actually failed to shake the ladder. At this moment, the ladder was like a rock, fixed dead in the earth. It's a bit interesting, huh? A flash of surprise flashed across Zhao Debao's eyes. Immediately, his other hand also grabbed Lin Yu's shoulder, then his hands fiercely exerted force. Rise for me. Under the force of Zhao Debao's hands, Lin Yu's body was also lifted up in its entirety. Go! Zhao Debao threw himself with force and Lin Yu flew out towards the podium. Seeing this scene, the students on the playground immediately let out loud screams. Murder! Fucking directly flung someone out. What is this, not killing someone? Shoo! Accompanied by the huge screams from the crowd. Only Linyu, who was flying in mid-air, turned around easily in the air, and then his toes felt like they were pointing in the air. Boom! 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 With 3 crisp sonic booms, Lin Yu's figure had pulled up more than 3 meters. Then it very elegantly landed on the railing on the podium. The entire process was very fast, but it was just so cool. Zhao Dabo. Shu Tang. Crowd. The entire playground became silent. Everyone looked at Lin Yu, who was standing on top of the railing, with a dumbfounded expression. Just now that was a light power? Boom! A loud sound came out of nowhere. Only to see that a student had already knelt down on both knees. He looked at Lin Yu, who was standing on the railing, and then without hesitation, he knocked his head on the ground. Crap, coach, I want to learn this too. This student's voice instantly roared the crowd out of their stupor. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, the entire playground, a snap directly knelt down a large portion. Instructor, I want to learn this light skill. Teach the child also wants to be so handsome. Children also want to be so pretentious. Master above, please accept my skull. Master is above, I'll offer my knees directly. And on the girl's side, the screams were endless. Handsome, 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 handsome. I'm tired of shouting that word. So handsome. Who is he? I want to give him a monkey. How can he be so handsome? I can't, I'm going to faint, quick. Quick. Quickly let him give me artificial respiration. Listening to the shouts of alarm that kept ringing in his ears, Zhao Dabo was also a bit dumbfounded for a while. Really? Can you really fucking do lightweight kung fu? This has completely transcended scientific common sense. On the podium, Lin Yu jumped off the railing, then dashingly picked up the mineral water on the table and drank it all in one go. Ignoring Chu Tang, who was already stupefied, he turned around and walked towards the bottom of the podium. As soon as he stepped off the podium, a large group of boys surged straight up. Coach, please teach me. Master, please accept your disciple. Master, I also want to learn. Before they could finish, they were surrounded by endless girls. Men, get lost, don't take a piss and look at yourselves. Do you deserve to be taught by the god of boys himself? That's right. If the god of boys wants to teach us, he should teach us himself. The god of men. I can't, I'm tired of saying God. God, teach us girls how to do light kung fu, any time of the day will do. Damn, isn't it just female? I'm going to cut off my third brother and change my sex. Crap, big brother, you are so cruel. Hearing the cries of shock that kept ringing out around him, Zhao Dabo couldn't stop the corners of his eyes from twitching all the time. Shit, yeah. This group of students were all fucking crazy. As for the students surrounding him, Lin Yu just waved his hand lightly. Hey, isn't it just a lightweight skill? Isn't it just a matter of having feet, so don't get too excited, low-key low-key. The subtext is low-key low profile. Said low-key to pretend to be a master, I can pretend to be more pussy. Chapter 20, Magic City University Wind and Cloud Ranking. The Magic City University's Wind and Cloud Ranking. As the oldest intelligence organization in the history of Magic City University, the main purpose of its existence is to quickly dig out the news of Magic City University's explosion and then spread them out. As small as a student forgetting to bring paper to the toilet and wiping his ass with a mop. As big as a vice president of Magic City University being arrested for washing his feet late at night. The purpose of the Magic City University Wind and Cloud List is: there is nothing I can't find out, only you can't do it. They are called by all the students of Mordor University the Village Entrance Divine Ant Organization. Wherever the Wind and Clouds list goes, women close their doors and men turn over their windows. Wherever the wind and clouds pass, not an inch of grass remains. The secret meeting base of the Wind and Cloud list at Mordor University. Under the dim light, 4 masked figures were gathered around a table. Why did they have to wear masks? Mainly because they were afraid that if certain students found out, they wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun. On the table in front of them was a picture with clear pixels. This one was of a certain freshman being captured washing his feet at Footwash City before the start of the school year. The person who captured the photo was a sophomore sister, who just happened to be the technician in charge of washing that freshman's feet. One picked up a photo. Inside the photo was a rather handsome-looking boy full of enjoyment, seemingly doing something indescribable. This one was a photo of a private rendezvous between Master Zhang, who sold roasted sweet potatoes at the entrance of the school, and Granny Wang, who sold bean flowers. The one he picked up this time was of two 67-year-old lords and ladies browbeating under a streetlight. This one. Sorry, wrong one. It's my bath selfie. Silently put down the last nude photo. The man pushed his glasses and said slowly, I, Mordor University Wind and Cloud List, have always adhered to the code of conduct that where the wind and clouds have passed, not an inch of grass will grow, and have always been digging up more explosive news for the students of Mordor, and after many years of development, we have succeeded. Reduced to the point where everyone is shouting at us. How sad it is. Another person also let out a long sigh. Whoa! Nowadays, as soon as the students of Magic City University heard the words wind and cloud ranking, it was as if they had killed their own mothers, and they directly lifted their machetes and went all over the school carriage. If they ran a little slow, it was estimated that they would have to lie down in the medical room for a month. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money. Their Magic City Wind and Cloud ranking. 0 enrollment for 3 years. The human language is, it's almost impossible to open. After 3 years of the Magic City University's Wind and Cloud list, the entire club has a total of 4 people, including a president, 2 vice presidents plus a department manager. So, in order to get out of this predicament, the person who spoke first spoke once again. He stood up and then walked around the table. We have to dig up more explosive information and also increase our efforts to expose them. The current freshmen are just blinded by the other students. We're being ostracized here, and we have to stand up to the oppression. Right. The remaining 3 nodded. But, President, what news are we exposing? Hey. Are we going to expose the vice principal's sister-in-law like before? Hearing those words, the boy known as the president paused for a few seconds. Then he shook his head. This path is currently out of the question. It's better to wait for a new person to be recruited and let him take on this burden. Right now, the first thing we should do is to find a suitable person who can pull up our wind and cloud rankings card. This person should preferably be someone who has just caught fire and hasn't been recruited by other clubs yet. Only such a person, I feel. It will be very hard to find. After all, like me, the opening that is to reach the peak of the man, few and far between. Hey, invincible is. The president stroked his flowing bangs and was planning to sigh longingly at the loneliness of invincibility. President, already found. Suddenly, a person holding a cell phone, surprised, shouted out. President. The man put his cell phone on the table and clicked to play the video. In the video, it was a crowd of people gathered around. They are all wearing the uniforms of Mordor's military training. The camera panned and what appeared in the picture was a man who was also wearing a military training uniform. Only to see the man flick his toe on the basketball. Brush. The basketball that was quietly placed on the ground automatically jumped to the latter's hand in the blink of an eye. Aya, not bad, you can still play this kind of game. The scene continued. The boy was seen slowly throwing a ball towards the sky. Seeing this, the president was dumbfounded. What's this, such a light throw? Didn't you have milk in the morning? Can this thing go in? Boom. At that moment, the sound of the basketball colliding with the basket came out of the screen. And then, boom. A loud breaking sound rang out. Only to see the sturdy ball rack directly collapse with a bang. President. The second image. It was a boy in military training clothes holding a wooden stick in his hand, constantly gesturing on the grass. Before long, a simple Bagua diagram appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The man then raised his finger and gently rubbed it. The crowd had yet to understand the meaning of this gesture. The next second, rumble. Immediately followed by the sound of countless thunderclaps, accompanied by the sound of countless thunderclaps, the picture gradually became dim. Subsequently, wow! Across the screen, the 4 people present could hear the sound of heavy rain clattering down. Gulp. The president swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Dare I say it? Yesterday's downpour came from this. The third image. It was a big man who was at least 2 meters tall, who grabbed the shoulder of a boy in military training clothes with both hands, and then threw it straight back. Crap. Seeing this, the president stood up with a brush. Wasn't this fucking murder? But an even more unbelievable scene happened to him. Only to see that man who was flung out directly do a 180-degree spin in the air. Then he stepped on the air 3 times in a row. The whole man then landed lightly on the railing. President. Lightness? Crap. Lightness. As the third screen ended, the atmosphere of the scene froze slightly. So what? President, do you think it would be a great card to pull him into our wind and cloud ranking? A boy suggested. Brush. The president raised his head with a brush. A pair of eyes had a thick green light coming out of them. Not only is it a brand name, he can directly pull in our club as a door god. This person must be cheated. Oh no, pull into our society. Chapter 21, Accidentally Accepting a Disciple. A few people briefly conferred. And finally came to the conclusion that before the target person is poached by other associations, we need to use all means to drag him into the wind and cloud ranking. Then make him sign a life and death contract. If necessary. We can even have the president sacrifice his color and wear black silk to seduce him. Although he himself is unwilling, as he himself said. In order to achieve the goal. All sacrifices are worth it. So that's it for today's meeting. Now, disperse. Bam! As the president's words rang out, the remaining 3 quickly got up and left the room without bringing their heads back. Meeting. The corner of the president's mouth twitched as he slowly uttered the last word. After the 3 left, the president sat down on a chair and spread out his hands. He. When he thought that his wind and cloud ranking was about to make a comeback, he felt an ecstasy in his heart. Where the wind and clouds pass, not an inch of grass will grow. Oh ha 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 ha. Gradually, his laughter grew more and more unrestrained. The more complacent he became. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out from beside him. Then a loud voice came from next door. Grass mud horse, the toilet laughs your ass off, I'm shit are clamped constantly. President. On the playground. Looking at the students who were gradually going crazy, Chu Teng could no longer watch. He slapped the table hard, picked up the microphone and started to roar. What are you doing? What are you doing? This is military training, not a teaching assembly, all of you get back to me. Instructors all move, throw them back to me, who do not listen to me, give me around the playground 40 laps. Wow! The moment Chu Teng's voice rang out, the students surrounding Lin Yu instantly dispersed in a flurry. The few people kneeling in front of Lin Yu even directly rolled and crawled back inside the square. In less than 10 short seconds, everyone was already standing expressionlessly on the playground. Their bodies were straight and their eyes were not slanted. A good military posture. Lin Yu. Chu Teng. Zhao Debao. The corner of Chu Teng's eyes twitched violently a few times. Damn it. It's a waste for one and all of them not to go get an Oscar for movie star. Even Lin Yu froze for a few seconds. Immediately, his expression returned to its original state, and then he too quickly ran towards his squad's position. Stop right there, you laborer. Lin Yu's footsteps had just moved when Chu Teng's voice sounded once again. Lin Yu's face stiffened. Then slowly turned around. Chu Teng walked down from the podium step by step with a gloomy face. He walked up to Lin Yu and glanced at him, then glanced at Zhao Debao next to him. Kid, you were very dashing just now. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth twitched at his words. This was clearly words within words. He squeezed out an awkward smile on his face. Just a little bit. Chu Teng. Seeing this, Zhao Debao at the side couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. Old Chu, actually. You shut up. Chu Teng gave Zhao Debao a blank look. If it wasn't for you, would this mess have happened? Being yelled at by Chu Teng, Zhao Debao also closed his mouth and took a step back. He was naive but not stupid. looking at old Chu's expression. He was very angry right now. Phew! Letting out a deep breath, Chu Tang gazed at Lin Yu. Being gazed straight at by Chu Tang, the expression on Lin Yu's face also began to look unnatural. Oh no! He won't make me sing at conquest on the grounds of disrupting the military training order. After waiting for about 3 seconds. Instructor, actually. Lin Yu, actually. The two froze. You first. You first. The two froze again. Zhao Debao on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Ega, you two are trying to say what to do to get a quick aha, said it. You shut up. Chu Tang viciously glared at Zhao Debao. The latter's face stiffened, and then took a step back. After Zhao Debao shut up, Chu Tang slowly said. Actually. Lin Yu, what I want to say, this so-called martial arts, are very exchangeable, such as likeness and so on, can be that what? In fact, I'm looking forward to those of you who can perform light kung fu. You know, instructor, I've never begged anyone before. Lin Yu? Lin Yu listened with growing confusion. What do you mean? I'm a little confused. Shouldn't you be asking for punishment right now? Seeing Lin Yu's blank look, Zhao Debao on the side of the words of Chu Tang understood. The next moment his eyes couldn't help but stare, and he directly roared out in shock. No way, old Chu, you're still trying to beg others to teach you aha lightness ah? You give laborers shut up. Chu Tang directly roared out towards Zhao Debao. After being yelled at by Chu Tang, Zhao Debao's mouth couldn't help but deflate. His face was aggrieved. Damn old Chu, you're also not a person, being even say broken will also become angry. Chu Tang. No longer care about Zhao Debao, Chu Tang once again looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at Chu Tang's eyes, he understood. That is. He hoped that the coach would teach him. He also wanted to learn. Lin Yu touched his nose, then revealed 2 rows of white teeth towards Chu Tang. Little Chu. Oh no, Instructor Chu, this lightness and stuff, it's supposed to be a trick. If you want to learn it, I'll definitely be happy to teach it. Really? Chu Tang's eyes lit up. That's for sure. Lin Yu patted his chest. Then Chu Tang said halfway, then his eyes looked at Zhao Debao on the side again. The corner of Zhao Debao's mouth twitched. You look at me fuck ha, where the hell else can I roll, surname Chu drop, you don't go too far ha. Since people had said so, Chu Tang withdrew his gaze for the time being. Then towards Lin Yu, he squeezed out a face full of smiles. Then. Thank you then, that. I, Chu Tang, am also not a casual person. What kind of payment do you need to teach someone kung fu? Lin Yu sniffed and waved his hand. Casually said. My master said, people in the Jianghu focus on generosity to their own family members to be happy to instruct, money and everything else is outside the body. Hearing this, Chu Tang couldn't help but nod his head. This master really had a big heart. Worthy of being someone who could teach this kind of disciple. Only to hear Lin Yu continue. But you've asked so much, then as for the remuneration and such, just casually give a few tens of thousands of dollars and then just directly worship a master. As Lin Yu's words fell, visible to the naked eye, the expression on Chu Tang's face stiffened a little. Chapter 22, I'm a very stable Taoist monk. Chu Tang wanted to vomit blood. And it was still the kind to vomit a large vat of it all at once. Himself. Why did he have to be so cheap? Why did he have to ask so many questions? Brother Lin. Can you pretend you didn't hear my last question? With this look, I think we can still be good friends. Seeing Chu Tang's face look a little bad, Lin Yu blinked his eyes. Curiously, he asked, what's wrong? Instructor, are you not feeling well? Chu Tang forced a smile from his face. Nothing, just suddenly thought of something sad, so what? You go back to the queue first, I will go over there and think about Jing Jing for a while. Don't ask who Jing Jing is my wife. After saying that, he then turned around and walked back to the podium with an incredibly depressed back. Egu, Lao Chu, what's wrong with you? Isn't your sister-in-law called Miao Miao? How did she suddenly become Jing Jing? Which one is Jing Jing? Zhao Debao saw the situation, quickly followed up. Halfway there, Zhao Debao turned his head and nudged his hand towards Lin Yu. The two of us have not finished yet. After saying that, his ass caught up with Chu Tang. Lin Yu. Magic City Psychiatric Hospital. Feng Degang was pressed on the bed by 4 or 5 guards. One of the nurses held a needle the size of a small thumb. Then it was stuck straight into Feng Degang's butt. Hiss. The latter, who was originally struggling, had both of his eyes glazed over, and his mouth instantly opened into an oval shape. And then, white eyes rolled over and his tongue spat out. He directly fainted. Outside the door, the young man looked at Feng Degang on the hospital bed with a worried face. Dean Liao, how is my Uncle Gang's condition now? Beside the little guy was an old man wearing glasses. Hearing the youngster's words, he spoke faintly and said, Young master, don't be anxious, the patient was delivered in time, healing for a while will be fine. That's good. Hearing this, the young man let out a sigh of relief. From the moment he arrived at the antique store in the morning, Uncle Kong kept telling himself about the miracles that happened last night. What kind of divine manifestation? He was talking about the spirit of the gods. He had to make a pilgrimage in the middle of the day. It's getting more and more outrageous. As long as the customers come into the store, he'll repeat it all over again. There's no way out. The guy only sent his Uncle Kong to the mental hospital for a mandatory checkup. He glanced at Feng Degang, who had already passed out, then picked up his cell phone and walked aside. Since Uncle Kong's condition had stabilized, he might as well send a message to his family's old man to report it first. On the other side, in the ancient and elegant manner, 2 old men were sitting opposite each other. One of them was the youngster's grandfather. The other was a Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe and holding a duster in his hand. His outfit matched his already white beard and hair, giving him quite a sense of immortality. The two sat for a while. The old man picked up a teacup and took a sip of tea. He then slowly spoke. Recently, Master Teacher's temperament has become more and more transcendent. The old Taoist priest smiled faintly at his words. Sure, Master, calming the mind is the most basic professional quality for us cultivators. The word stability is indispensable to all cultivators. As long as you can be calm in front of the mountain, then you belong to the kind of people who have succeeded in cultivation. The old man nodded in agreement. Immediately, he seemed to think of something. Master Teacher. That I invited you this time. The old Taoist priest saw this. Calmly and incomparably said, there is no harm in saying what is on the mind of the sure master. The old man sniffed. He also slowly took out the small returning pill from inside the treasure box. Master Teacher, do you still remember this small return pill? The old Taoist nodded. Naturally, this is a divine elixir that I spent 10 years refining. It has the effect of warming the heart and spleen, treating traumatic injuries, and if necessary, it can also grow that witch. You and your wife, which side of the time? Speaking of which. The old Taoist priest glanced at the old man with slanted eyes and continued. In the beginning, if it was not because I saw that the master had a destiny, I would never have given up the pain to sell it to you. After hearing the old Taoist's words, the old man continued. At that time, I heard the master say, the quality of this small still dan depends on the white lines on it. The more white lines, the stronger the medicinal effect. The old Taoist touched the white lines on the little redeeming pill, and a smug look appeared on his face. This is natural. I have been condensing this small return pill for 10 years, and have spent countless efforts to barely refine such a pattern, and I can even say that I am the only one in the world that can. The old Taoist had not finished speaking. The old man pulled out another golden-colored pill from inside an ordinary pocket. Master Teacher, the main reason I invited you all the way over here is to ask you to take a look and recognize the authenticity of this pill. The old Taoist priest sniffed. His eyes also involuntarily looked towards the pill in the former's hand. This is... Seeing the first glance, the old Taoist could not help but stare. How does it feel that this thing? It was so similar to the small return pill that he had refined? The color. Shape. Seeing that the old Taoist's face looked a little off, the old man hurriedly explained. Don't get excited, it's mainly because I think this pill is just too outrageous, there are thousands of strips on it. Crap. The old man hadn't finished his sentence, and the next moment, The old Taoist priest sitting in front of him directly jumped up from his chair. Snap! Before the old man could react, the former's two hands also grabbed the old man's arms straight away. Quick, tell me, where did you get this? The old man was startled by the old Taoist's sudden movement. The latter at this moment. Completely gone was the floating aura of a mountain crumbling in front of him without a change in color. The old man couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and said, "Wold. Master teacher, didn't you say to be calm?" "Calm my ass." The old Taoist priest directly exploded into foul language. "Calm down? What calm? I never said those two words. The two of them were not born from the same mother as me." His hands trembled as he lifted up the small gold-tinged redeeming Dan. This medicinal smell and taste, as well as this rich color. This is simply not something that can be condensed by mortal strength. This is an immortal object. Just by taking a single sniff, I felt my body's chi and blood churning. Gulp. The old Taoist gulped down a mouthful of saliva and looked at the old man with an excited expression. "This elixir, I'm certain, is definitely an immortal's item. Definitely. A priceless treasure." How excited the old Taoist was inside. This small return pill. Just by sniffing it himself, he could feel his body's chi and blood churning up. A divine elixir. It definitely wasn't blown away. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had a shred of sanity left, I would probably be killing people on the spot right now. The old man looked at the old Taoist priest with a stupefied expression. He was really startled by the former. After pondering for a while, the old man then slowly opened his mouth and said, "This elixir. Bought it for 888 Mordor. It also comes with free shipping." Old Taoist. Just in such a moment, the old man felt the world suddenly stood still, only to see that the old Taoist had completely frozen. After a long time, the old Taoist turned his stiff head to look at the old man. A face of disbelief looked at the old man. How much? Was he hallucinating? 888? You fucking told labor to buy it for 888? For a moment, there was only one character converging in the old Taoist priest's mind. That is, fuck. Chapter 23, Life-Snatching Chain. F***CK. The old Taoist didn't know how he left the manor. Anyway, when he came back to his senses from his stupor, he was already being racked up by several burly men in a car, whizzing towards the Magic City airport. On the airplane, the old Taoist looked at the ever-disappearing Magic City below and couldn't help but slap his cheeks. 888. Bought a divine elixir? Heavenly Father is above. It's not that I don't believe it, it's really. This is too damn ridiculous. It took me 10 years to refine the small return pill with a single line. It took me 1,000 years to sell it for $1 billion. Good guy. I did not expect the other side to turn around and directly and ruthlessly smacked his old face. $88 You buy a lottery ticket, also do not see this luck unless the other party does not know the goods, or they simply don't care about the thousands of lines of the small redeeming Dan. But this thing is not a stall goods how can not see The old Taoist priest was very broken inside. $88 People also want to buy a few hundred of them. Woohoo! No, must know where he obtained the divine elixir in his hands. Magic City, I will definitely be back. The old Taoist clenched his hands into fists and slammed them hard onto the table in front of him. Boom! The loud sound caused quite a few people to look sideways. Seeing quite a few people looking over, the old Taoist priest flung his duster. With his sleeves rolled up, he glared viciously at. What are you looking at? You've never seen a Taoist priest use foul language before. Crowd. Magic City University. Lunch break. On the rooftop of the second dormitory building. A watermelon. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Both hands were slowly raised in front of his chest, then gently pushed outwards. A watermelon. Beside him, Shu Tang took a breath and followed Lin Yu's movements and typed. Cut it in half. Lin Yu moved his feet back, then slapped both hands to the side. Cut. 2. Chu Tang gestured, his two eyes filled with doubt. Lin. Master Lin, this is really a light kung fu practice. How do I feel like playing Tai Chi? Lin Yu sniffed, slowly opening his eyes. Glanced at Chu Tang, then said without haste. Little Chua, I am teaching you luck. Once the chi inside your body is sufficient, you will naturally reach the point of being as light as a swallow. Chu Tang heard. He nodded involuntarily. Seems like. It sounded so reasonable. Thinking about this, Chu Tang couldn't help but become excited inside again, and his luck became more and more vigorous. After roughly half an hour or so of gesticulating, Lin Yu stretched his waist, then waved his hand towards Chu Tang and said, You practice on your own first. I'm going to take a nap first. When you feel like practicing until your body is smooth, then you can take a break. Finished speaking. Turning around, he walked towards the downstairs, leaving Chu Tang standing alone on the rooftop. Phew! Chu Tang placed his hands in front of his chest before pushing his palms out with his breath. At the same time, he recited words inside his mouth. A watermelon, cut in half for you, half for me, our two feelings will never be separated. Gradually, Chu Tang's breathing gradually became heavy. At the same time, he also felt that there seemed to be an additional sense of obstruction in his abdomen. That sense of obstruction became more and more dense as he breathed. Could this be the so-called chi? Feeling that sense of obstruction, Chu Tang's eyes could not help but reveal a touch of joy. This thing wasn't that difficult. Oops. It's easy to do it by yourself. After practicing for a few more minutes, that sense of blockage became more and more intense. That feeling. It was as if the toilet was suddenly blocked. It couldn't go up, and it couldn't come out. Gradually, Chu Tang's face began to become a bit off. Without knowing why, it always felt. His own abdomen right now, it was so clogged. It couldn't be that he was holding his breath too much, right? Chu Tang was a little dumbfounded. What should he do at this time? Ling Yu hadn't taught that either. Dang 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 dang. Just at this time, a rush of footsteps suddenly sounded in the hallway. Then Zhao Debao's figure appeared on the rooftop. Oh yo, old Chu Wao, you're in Legahatsi? The big guys are waiting up for you to have a meeting. Said, Zhao Debao went forward and grabbed Chu Tang, then pulled him downstairs. Wait. Being pulled by Zhao Debao so suddenly, Chu Tang's face suddenly changed. Just in that moment, the blockage feeling in his abdomen seemed to loosen up a bit. But sensing that loosening sensation, Chu Tang did not have the slightest smile in his heart. I don't know why. The moment that loosening sensation rose, his own chrysanthemum suddenly blew with a coolness. That was. Still waiting for a hammer. Zhao Debao didn't even care about Chu Tang's words and directly pulled the ladder and rushed down the stairs. Not. Before Chu Tang could speak, Zhao Debao had already rushed to the first floor with him. At this moment, a dozen of instructors had already gathered around, waiting for the arrival of Chu Tang's duo. And after running through 6 floors of stairs, Chu Tang's face became more and more unnatural. In a moment, Chu Tang's abdomen was suddenly like a gas tank that suddenly opened its valve. It began to poof and leak outward. Not good. Chu Tang's eyes suddenly bulged. He finally knew what that feeling was. That was the feeling that the gas stored in his abdomen was about to pour out of his abdomen. Pa. Zhao Debao clapped his hands, signaling the crowd to pay attention to his place. Everyone is here, so now we. Put. It was also at this time. A crisp sound rang out inside the building. Zhao Debao stopped speaking, then sniffed vigorously. Crap, it stinks. The next second, Zhao Debao's face changed and he subconsciously covered his nose. The faces of the remaining instructors also changed in unison. Their bodies quickly retreated, giving a large area of space in the center. Zhao Debao covered his nose and moved towards where Chu Tang was. Old Chu, it stinks, don't you have? Put. At this time, another crisp and loud fart rang out. Brush. Zhao Debao's entire body instantly bounced 10 meters away like a spring. He covered his nose and looked at Chu Tang with a shocked face. Old Chu, what did you eat at noon? Farting tenderly stinks. Shu Tang just wanted to speak. But. A fart sound that lasted a full 10 seconds sounded. There was also a long series of trailing sounds. Immediately after that was the horrible and incomparable ammonia odor. Vomit. Some people couldn't bear it and directly knelt down to dry heave. But. Pffffff. Boo. Zira. Loud farts, rich and rhythmic sounds continued to ring out, with the sound of diarrhea in the mix. The entire building had rushed out of the dormitory building. Chu Tong shrugged his head low and stood still. After a long time, he slowly raised his head, inside his eyes. At this time, there was a thick killing intent condensing. Afterwards, his hands clenched tightly, and he roared out almost like a madman. Lin! You, fuck you! Poo! But! Poo but! And then a series of deadly farts. Chapter 24, Who Just Crawled Out of a Shithole? Lin you! Fuck you! A roar filled with grief resounded throughout the entire dormitory building. All the students in the entire dormitory building were all woken up by this voice of Chu Tang. One by one, they all opened their room doors in curiosity. Vomit. The next moment, a foul odor swept over, immediately followed by countless vomiting sounds. Crap, it stinks. Who the hell didn't flush the toilet after taking a shit? Enemy attack, this is a gas attack. I just had lunch. Vomit. The school cesspool blew up, right? It's definitely a cesspool blow up. I can't, I have to go to the toilet. I feel the toilet seeing smells better. The entire dormitory building was enveloped in a horrible stench. Dormitory 2403. Lin Yu, who was lying on the bed, heard a sound and then opened his eyes in a daze. Who wants to fuck my grandpa? Just now in his sleep, he vaguely heard someone wanting to fuck his grandpa. But he didn't have a grandpa. Is it okay to fuck the master? Boom! Just at this time, the door to the dormitory was kicked open. Then Bailey Bakuju rushed into the dormitory with a roll. He ran in front of Lin Yu at the first opportunity, then said urgently, You! Brother you, quick! Quickly run, the instructor is chasing you. Aha! Lin Yu was dumbfounded when he heard that. Chasing me? For what? Bailey Bakuju swallowed, then explained. I am not too clear about the specifics. Anyway, the instructor is now holding a machete, red eyes looking around for you. Along the way, he's also letting out life-threatening chain farts as he walks, like he's beating a fucking gong and drums. Lin Yu? Life-snatching chain fart? Is that a new move? When did you learn it? And why does this move sound so outrageous? Poo but. At that moment, a series of loud fart sounds suddenly came from outside the door. This was followed by Chu Tang's roar filled with murderous intent. Lin Yu, get the hell out of here. If I don't chop you into 3 pieces today, my name is not Chu. Hearing Chu Tang's roar, Lin Yu instantly came to his senses. This Nima's killing intent that had almost condensed into substance. He had felt it from a long distance away. What's going on? Wasn't he practicing chi? How did he suddenly become so violent? Brother you, the instructor will be here soon, I think you. Bailey Bakuju hadn't finished speaking. The next second, he only saw a flash of black shadow in front of him. Lin Yu, who was lying on the bed, had already jumped off the bed. Then quickly rushed out of the balcony. Brush! With a light leap, Lin Yu then jumped off the balcony in front of Bailey Xiaofang's shocked eyes. After a long time, little fatty couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. Damn, with this technique, I'm still afraid that I won't be able to grab a meal in the future? Under the second dormitory building. Inside a bush, 3 silhouettes were lying on the ground. Their eyes were staring at 800 meters away. There, a man and a woman were sitting on a chair, talking and laughing. Damn, I knew that this grandson did not have good intentions, released our pigeon, and then left here to talk about love. What's so good about flirting with a girl? The most important thing for us men is our career, our career. The boy in the center clenched his fists, his face full of displeasure. The two beside him rolled their eyes in unison at the words. The main reason. That's not because you don't have a girlfriend. LOL. After ranting for a while, it was eventually reduced to a sigh. Forget it, just think of it as a vacation for him, the rest of the great cause is still up to the three of us. The boy in the center pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and then looked towards the fourth floor. Toward the two people beside him, he said. After my investigations in various aspects, I have determined that the target person is located on the fourth floor. All we have to do is to find out his exact location. The two vice presidents, do you have anything to add before we move? The man looked at the two people beside him. One of them scratched the back of his head, then asked curiously. President, so what? I'll just ask why we have to lie down here. Wouldn't it be better to just walk into the dormitory building openly and knock on the doors one by one? Man. The man is momentarily speechless. Fuck. I was in such a hurry to get out that I forgot to think about it. He was silent for a moment, then said. One of the reasons we're doing this is because I want to know why our management manager went on strike and stood us up collectively. And mostly. Actually, the main thing is, that what? The two men saw that their own president had been coy for half a day, but hadn't come up with anything. The muscles on their faces couldn't help but twitch violently. Actually. Shoo. Suddenly. The man's nose twitched a few times. The next second. He couldn't help but change his face furiously and subconsciously covered his nose. Crap, which one of you farted? It stinks so bad. The two men froze and were just about to speak. A foul odor followed the air and instantly filled the inside of their nasal passages. Vomit. The next second. The two men quickly dry-heaved. The man dry-heaved a few times. Then he directly crossed his arms and cursed towards the dormitory building. Crap, can't help it. This must have fallen into the cesspool soaked for how long to spread the smell. The dog day drop, who stepped in the horse so no public morality, fell into the cesspool also do not go to wash. Brush. His words had not yet fallen. From above the balcony, a huge shadow suddenly appeared. Crap, throwing objects from a height. The man let out a yell and pointed his finger upwards. The two people next to him froze. Then they also looked up in the direction pointed by the president's finger. Their eyes then gradually widened. Under the gaze of their eyes. Only to see a silhouette rush out from the balcony with a brush. Brush. As soon as that silhouette rushed out, the entire body of the person landed sharply. Boom. In just 3 seconds. With a dull thud. That silhouette had landed safely. After that silhouette landed, it only glanced at the three people. Then with a light point on the ground with his toes, the entire person quickly drew up. It directly flipped over the 4 or 5 meter high fence. It disappeared from the three people's line of sight. Ga. This instant. The three people directly froze in place. Ka. The man known as the president slowly turned his stiff head. Stretching out his hand, he pointed at the 4th floor balcony, then pointed at the 4 or 5 meter high fence. Just now. Wasn't there a person who brushed off the 4th floor and jumped down? And then clicked and jumped out of the fence? Wait. That person. Why does he look so familiar? Chapter 25, The Gynecological Sage. The Magic Planner. Outside the school. On a certain footbridge. Lin Yu was leaning on the railing. In his mouth was a lollipop that he had spent 50 cents on. Looking at the raging crowd below, Lin Yu couldn't help but have his mouth turned up. Damn it! What an abomination! The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. I was so sincere in teaching the lightweight luck method to the one surnamed Chu. I didn't expect that after I slept for a while, he would turn his eyes and cut me with a knife. Alas! It's unfortunate that the teacher's discipline is so lax. We haven't even started teaching him yet. He's already planning to kill his teacher. What a rebel! Phew! After a long time, Lin Yu exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Alas, forget it, for the master's broad-mindedness and generosity, this time I won't bother with this rebellious disciple in general. Ka ka ka. Lin Yu bit the lollipop in his mouth. Then he planned to sneak around a few times before returning to school. This little brother. Suddenly, an old voice interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. Lin Yu looked along with the voice. He only saw that an old man with a pale face had stood in front of him at some point. The old man had a head full of white hair and was wearing a somewhat old Taoist robe. At a glance, it looked rather like an immortal Tao appearance. At this moment, in his hand, he was also holding a flag. Above it, 4 big words were written in dragons and phoenixes. Gynecology Saint. Lin Yu froze, blinked his eyes and said, I don't have a gynecological disease. The old man sniffed. Took a look at the flag in his hand. Sorry, holding it backwards. Finished speaking. Turned the flag in his hand over. God's chance. Lin Yu. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth violently. Good fellow. You're really busy with this business. Actually holding 2 positions at the same time. Cough cough. The old man lightly coughed twice to cover up the embarrassing scene he had just witnessed. He then gazed at Lin Yu and spoke. Little brother, I see that you have amazing bones and a full heaven, you will surely have great achievements in the future, I have a world-class secret book here. Lin Yu directly rolled his eyes, then turned around and left. You've watched too much kung fu, right? You're selling me the Rudraksh palm. Go home and get some sleep. Wait, little brother, you don't like Rudraksh, I still have the Lohan Heavenly Seal and the Jade Heart Sutra. Seeing Lin Yu turn around and leave, the old man couldn't help but freeze. I'm not finished with this. Wait. I see that you have a frown on your face, little brother, you must have been caught up in trivial matters lately. I've been solving people's problems for more than 30 years, so I may be able to relieve you of these worries. It only costs $500 for a fortune-telling, no charge for not being allowed. Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets and didn't bring his head back. 250. 100. 30, it can't be any lower. $8, big brother, I have not opened today, give face. Lin Yu waved his hand. Sorry. The $80 or so from selling the small returning Dan has still arrived. I only have $7.50 on me now. I can accept it if you erase a change and directly erase 500 to 0. Otherwise. You want me to tell your fortune? I'm sorry. I can only give you 2 words. No money. Halfway there, Lin Yu stopped. He suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Immediately, he turned around and went back towards where the old man was. On the other side. Seeing Lin Yu leave without looking back, the old man couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, next time it seems that I can only find the kind of people who look stupid to cheat, damn, the students nowadays are all more ghostly than one another. Shaking his head, the old man flipped the banner over. Gynecology Saint. It's better to go ahead and fool those Amazons. Maybe he could even get a few prestige. In the future, then he wouldn't have to labor so much. Alas. Life isn't easy. Even half immortals sigh. The old man who tells fortunes. Just a moment after he turned around, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Crap, it's finally time to open. Hearing the voice, the old man's face was instantly happy and he turned around straight away. While turning around, his face was also restored to the immortal way look that he had just had. When he saw that it was Lin Yu who had retraced his steps, the smile on his face grew wider and wider. Io, little brother, it's you again, see how fortunate we are, meeting again so soon. He said at the same time. He flipped the flag back to the side of the divine machine. Little brother, are you a gynecologist, or do you want to tell fortunes? Lin Yu's footsteps froze at his words. Compared to the above two, I rather want to slap your face. He rubbed his nose, and then said unhurriedly. The main reason is that after you mentioned it, I suddenly remembered that I seem to be able to tell fortunes as well. Fortune telling is good. Many in my fortune telling go back directly after the sky, soaring, day into the bucket of money, promotion, and salary increase, marry a rich woman on the peak of life. Wait a minute. Suddenly, the old man's voice suddenly stalled. He then raised his head to look at Lin Yu with a stunned look on his face. You? What did you say? You can also tell fortunes? Lin Yu nodded. However, this couldn't exactly be considered fortune-telling himself. After all, it was the art of divination. He hadn't tried it yet. I'll go. The old man sniffed. He directly jumped a big step back and then looked at Lin Yu with a wary face. Your grandmother. I haven't even officially opened today. As a result, a business robber popped up here. His cloudy eyes stared at Lin Yu. Then he opened his mouth and said, Little brother, as the saying goes, you don't hit people in the face, you don't rob people of their money, you don't rob people of their jobs. This road is my first look. If you want to come to take, you have to first win over my Do half Xian. You know, I, half immortal Do, have been in the Jianghu for more than 30 years, but I have never been so humiliated by a junior. Lin Yu didn't listen to the old man's blindly made up words. His gaze was like a torch as he stared tightly at the old man in front of him. At the same time, his mind shook tremendously. Ding! Host's use of divination is successful. As the system's beep sounded in his mind, an inexplicable message suddenly surged into his brain like a stream of water. Name, Do Petal River. Gender, male. Sign, virgin. Today's sign, danger. Event, being a virgin for 66 years in a row. Future, if you survive, you will unlock the 87 years of virginity achievement. Lin Yu. Seeing the feedback message in his mind, the corner of Lin Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Good lord. This is more than just being a solo all the way from the mother's womb. He must have been a virgin until he died. The world knows that my Do half immortal is very skillful, but at such a young age, you actually want to compete with my Do half immortal. Well, today will let you open your eyes, let you know what is called beyond the sky. There are people outside. The old man took a deep breath. He just wanted to speak again. Lin Yu had already picked up the neutral pen that he had placed on the ground and wrote down a few large words quickly. After writing, Lin Yu pasted it on the old man's face. It clearly reads, 66 years, actually still an old virgin. Chapter 26, if you say so, then I'm not sleepy. Do Petal Jiang is a virgin. This is his heart not all along. It's also a secret he's been hiding for 66 years. But now, after a few big words appeared flush on the white paper. Looking at the several large words that appeared on the white paper, half immortal Do first froze. Hiss. The next second, his pupils contracted fiercely. Brush. He grabbed the white paper in Lin Yu's hand. Then read it word by word. Single. Single for 66 years. He looked at Lin Yu with a shocked expression. You? How did you know that? Half immortal Do's voice trembled. Thinking about me, Do half Xian. I thought I was an optimistic kid back then. Ever since I ran into that Taoist priest 40 years ago. I've been linked to the fortune-telling thread of fate. He has devoted his life to the Taoist teachings, and has always been committed to the promotion of fortune-telling Taoism. In order to acquire the Tao of fortune-telling, he has been living alone in the mountains for 40 years in anonymity. For the sake of Taoism, he got up early in the morning and worked hard. For the sake of Taoism, he practiced diligently. For the sake of Taoism, he finally, at last, the Emperor's heaven is not to be missed. He finally realized himself. TM's been tricked. What the hell is fortune telling? It's all a fucking scam. Shit. When I think about it, I can't help but have tears in my eyes. I didn't learn a thing, but I wasted decades of my life. I've been single for 66 years. I've never even touched a woman's hand. When I think of this, Do half Xian's eyes became moist, and then directly cried. Whoa whoa. My life is so bitter. For a moment, half-century Do cried and screamed, causing many pedestrians on the footbridge to cast their eyes over. What's going on? What was that old man crying about? It couldn't be that he was angry with that student and cried, right? It can't be. Look at that old man, he's in that outfit, and he's a charlatan. Probably he was exposed and is now repenting and asking for forgiveness. Listening to the murmurings of the pedestrians next to him. Seeing the Do Half Xian's facial expression gradually enriched. Lin Yu also couldn't help but take half a step backwards. This child wasn't stimulated by himself to go crazy, right? After crying for a while, Do Half Xian gradually recovered. Prickly. He wiped off the snot at the corner of his mouth with one hand. Staring at Lin Yu with a pair of slightly red eyes, he uttered, "Sorry, you poked me where it hurts, so I cried a little hard." Lin Yu smiled sarcastically. Then took out a piece of tissue paper from his bag and handed it over. Do Half Xian took Lin Yu's tissue. Then staring at Lin Yu with his eyes deadpan, he inquired with a solemn face, Why do you know that I have been single for 66 years? Lin Yu smiled faintly at his words. Slowly opened his mouth and said of course, it was the fortune-telling. Half immortal Do froze, then shook his head. Fortune-telling? This is all fake. I have been in the world of fortune-telling for decades. I will not know the line here? Fortune-telling? Only a fool would believe that. Lin Yu lifted his finger and shook it. Fortune-telling also depends on the real skill. You are not good at kung fu, normal. Half immortal Do. Little brother. I have a sentence MMP do not know when to speak or not. Don't hit people like that. Phew. Half immortal Do exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before revealing a smile towards Lin Yu. Then, can you figure out how long after can I end my old virgin life? When saying this, Do Half Xian's old face flushed and his body twisted. I'm so shy to ask this question. Rubbing. Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes subconsciously bulged. Then he looked the former up and down. I'm going to go. You're so fucking old. Actually still want to ask when the virginity will end? Lin Yu was silent for a while, then said, Looking at you, if you're single for another 20 years or so, you'll almost have to wait until you're in the ground. Do Half Xian. What? Wait for another 20 years. Do Half Xian let out a scream. The whole person directly jumped up from the ground. He pinched his fingers. He was now 66 years old, waiting for another 20 years. That would be after 86. By that time, not to mention leaving the ranks of old virgins. The earth might even be fucking buried several layers. Splat. The next second, Do Half Xian directly knelt down to Lin Yu with a brush. Master, please save the child really does not want to go into the ground with regrets. What? You don't believe in fortune-telling? I'm a fortune-teller myself. There may be some fairies in there. I'd rather believe it than not. I've been single for 66 years, I'm really scared of being single. It's not easy for me to find out who I've been single for so long. Even if the other person is making it up. Anyway. I'm a poor man anyway. When he saw half-shaved Do kneeling on the ground with a brush, Lin Yu was also stunned. Half immortal Do continued. If Master can relieve me of this regret, I am willing to promise Master all the things within my power. Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Yo-ho! If you say so, then I won't be sleepy. Lin Yu rubbed his nose and said without haste. Cough cough, my master always says that helping others is a basic quality of our generation, not to mention the fact that you and I are both from the Dao lineage, so we should help each other even more. Said. Lin Yu walked towards the Do Half Xian. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Do Half Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. His throat could not help but whimper as well. How? What a good person. To think that I wanted to cheat him out of his money in the beginning. Bah! I'm such a bad person. From now on, I'll clean up my act and be a new man. I will never disgrace our Taoist lineage again. Seeing Lin Yu walking towards him, half immortal Do also hurriedly wiped away the tears on his face. Then he stretched out his hands towards Lin Yu. How? What a good person. Before half Xian Do could be moved for half a second, Lin Yu's voice once again sounded in his ears. But this well, one size fits all, fortune telling or have to charge. Finished. Lin Yu skipped the sinus half-century kneeling on the ground. Picked up the fallen on the ground of the banner of the divine opportunity, held in the hand and waved. Come on, fortune telling is still fortune telling, 505 times. Seeing that you and I are in the same vein, I'll wipe a zero for you, $500 will do. Do half Cien. Chapter 27, Raising all the ashes for you. As Lin Yu's voice falls, visible to the naked eye, the smile on half-immortal Do's face froze a little. Immediately, his eyes widened. With a face of disbelief, he looked at the smiling Lin Yu. You? This? Dare I say? You still have to charge money for fortune telling? Then what the hell did you just say? And our Taoist heritage. Is that worth $5? Fuck. I'll be damned. Looking at half-immortal Do's expression, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. What the fuck? You don't want to tell your fortune without paying, right? Half-immortal Do's mouth twitched, then touched his shriveled wallet. Then forced out a smile. Then what? Little brother, you see I have not opened today, this $500, can you? Lin Yu heard. Directly put down the flag with the painting of the divine opportunity. He got up and planned to leave. I'm sorry. Small business. I don't owe you anything. Wait, master, wait. Seeing that Lin Yu was about to get up and leave, half-immortal Do immediately became anxious. He grabbed Lin Yu's clothes and his voice became agitated. I suddenly remembered that I have a way to pay for your fortune. After saying that, half-immortal Do quickly pulled out his own cell phone. Then he flipped through his address book and hesitated for a few seconds before dialing a number. Beep beep beep. It rang for 3 seconds. Then a slightly puzzled voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Hello, which one? Phew. Half-dozen took a few deep breaths. Then spoke cautiously. Jiang Shao. Grass. Half-Cien Do's voice had just fallen. The opposite side immediately came out a huge roar. I day your mother, dog thing, you actually have the face to call the capital you were not a long time ago to run away? I have been looking for you for 3 years, do you know how I lived these 3 years? Where are you now? I promise to give you a whole body, directly thrown into the furnace cremation, and then raise the ashes. Do half-Cien. Listening to the roaring sound that kept coming from the other end of the phone, Do half-Cien didn't dare to breathe. Lin Yu was at the side, also listening to his eyes jumping. His footsteps also could not help but retreat backward, pulling away from half-Deacon Do for a distance. Good fellow. How big of a grudge does this have to be? He actually searched for 3 years. If I'm approached by an enemy later, I'll have to stay away. Otherwise the blood might splatter on me later. Gulp. Hearing the endless growls that kept coming from the opposite side, Do half-Cien also couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then trembled out. Jiang Shao, listen to my explanation, in fact. Explain Nima, give your capital a roll to hell to explain. The opposite side once again disliked Jiang Shao, before, mainly because of my fortune-telling mistakes, so it caused such a big misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? You calculate a fortune, let the laborer to find a nurse for my grandfather to flush a joy, causing me to be hanged on the Huangpu River for 3 days and 3 nights to reflect. You now tell me that this is just a misunderstanding. I misunderstand your mother. The corner of Do half-Cien's mouth twitched violently. Then subconsciously took the cell phone farther away, waiting for the opposite side of the roar to gradually calm down. Only then did half-Cien's sinus speak out in a trembling voice and say, Actually, Jiang Shao, the main reason I'm calling you this time is to tell you a piece of good news. Do. Do half-Cien hadn't even finished speaking. The phone on the other side rang with a busy signal. Half-dozen. Lin Yu. The two looked at each other. Lin Yu couldn't help but raise his thumb at half-dozen. You're still more bullish. After being hunted for 3 years, you're still alive and well. That's a real bullseye. Half-immortal Do couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He then looked at his cell phone again, and with a cross face, pressed the dial button once again. For the sake of my future happiness, I'll fight for it. Beep beep beep. The phone was picked up again. Crap, dog thing, it's you again, are you finished? I told. This time Do Half Xian learned. Jiang Yang, you first, do not be angry. I call over today is to tell you a good news. I really found a top master. His fortune-telling art before no one, after no one, is definitely a fortune-telling one term of the Titanic figure. I am now in the Magic City University, the third flyover location to stay, if you think you believe me. I can guarantee with my personality this time is definitely a good opportunity to recognize the gods and goddesses, and not just. Before the opposite side could finish ranting, Do Half Immortal just crackled down a large paragraph with a fast speed of speech. And then snapped. Hang up the phone and throw it in a dashing manner. And then without haste. After my wonderful words, coupled with my personal guarantee, and your brilliance, Master, I'm sure Jiang Shao will regain his faith in me. Finished speaking. He also added a sentence. Probably will? On the other side. In the ancient and elegant manner. The young guy slowly put down the phone. Then brushed himself off the couch and stood up. Walked to the study to get a baseball bat, and walked out the front door in a dashing batch. Walked to the street and casually beckoned a cab. Master, Magic City University number 3 flyover. Looking at the baseball bat in the hands of the guy, the cab driver could not help but snicker. Yo, to Magic City University to play baseball? The guy pinched the hands of the baseball bat, is also back to smile, yes drop, looking for 3 years of the ball, finally found, this time directly to it burst. While saying that, the guy's eyes gradually became excited. Shit. 3 years. The 3-year period has arrived. Master came to take your dog's life. In these 3 years, I've been thinking about how to find the old man who told my fortune on the bridge. It's that dog. He said that if he found a mom for my grandpa, he would be able to wash away the happiness. I blamed myself for having a blood clot back then, and actually believed his bullshit. I was tied up by my own father and hanged on the Huangpu River for 3 days and 3 nights. Almost fed directly to the fish in the sea. From that time, the boy made up his mind. What bullshit fortune telling, what bullshit fairy. All fucking fake. Phew. Deeply exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. The little guy's mood was gradually getting excited. The thought of giving the dog a gold headshot. This mood is very difficult to calm down. When I catch you, I'll give you a fireplace. The ashes are all motherfucking raised for you. Chapter 28, Shrinking into the Ground Art. The thought of raising the ashes of that old godly man. The boy couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha. The young man's smile grew wider and wider. His entire face was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Oh ha 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 ha. Ahem. Passenger, please calm down. Finally. It was the driver's cough that interrupted the guy's wild laughter. Hearing the driver's voice, the little guy quickly reacted. He wiped the saliva on his mouth. Pointing at the open road in front of him, he said, Master, please drive faster. If you're slow, that ball might not run away by itself. The driver sniffed. The hand poses the OK posture. Don't worry, people who have sat in my car know that I am the Magic City cab car saint. Fasten your seatbelt, I'm going to start going. Finished speaking. Not waiting for the guy to react. Ignition. Put it in gear. Release the handbrake. Boom. With a loud bang, the cab went straight out. On the flyover. With the Do Half Immortal after the phone call. The atmosphere around became a bit stagnant for a while. After a long time, Lin Yu couldn't help but take the lead and say, why don't you, Half Xian, run away first? Half Immortal Do heard, straight raised his palm. With a cloudy face, he said, just now let the master laugh. The other party is just a young kid in his 20s. I have been in the jungle for decades, and I don't carry any falsehoods at all. Master, you will be quiet on the sidelines to watch. With my wonderful words, let a 20-something-year-old brat submit that is not a mouth on the line. Finished. Do Half Xian also did a few deep breaths. On his face, he had a look of victory. Lin Yu. Looking at the expression on Half Immortal Do's face, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. although the words were said so. But why are your legs shaking so much, big brother? Following Lin Yu's gaze, only to see that Do Half Xian's 2 legs were now like a humanoid pile driver. They were constantly shaking. Those who didn't know thought that he was going to rely on his 2 legs to penetrate the earth. However, since half-immortal Do didn't intend to run away early, then Lin Yu didn't have much to say. He just happened to also want to see what the unlucky kid who was crippled by half Do Xian's neglect looked like. TSK. Finding a mom for his own grandfather. I can't believe someone would believe such nonsense. It's true. It's still the city people who know how to have fun. Sitting on the ground, Lin Yu moved his mind, then called out the system panel. Brush. As a light blue light flashed before his eyes. An illusory panel also surfaced in front of Lin Yu's eyes. Ding. After 2 days, my dear host has finally remembered your adorable little lineage. If you're any later, your little lineage is going to run away from home in anger. The panel just surfaced. The electronic voice of the system resounded beside Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu. A few black lines surfaced on Lin Yu's forehead. Can you imagine that sappy sound like gears turning? I'll be damned. Little department. I'm your sister. Dog system, can you be fucking normal? Ding. Uhu, the host didn't care about me for 2 days, and now he's actually being mean to me. I'm crying. Directly ignoring the system's pouting voice like a dead ghost. Lin Yu's gaze glanced at the personal panel. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Prestige value, 156700. 1 lucky draw for every 10,000 reputation. Immortal technique, thunderbolt magic, rain summoning, spatial teleportation. Taoist technique, water wave technique, divination. Items, Taoist robe, small pill of return *109, talisman of divine movement *6, talisman of peace *70, great pill of return *1. Mount, crane, on vacation. Prestige value mall, updated with new prop star. After 2 days of accumulation, the prestige value that Lin Yu possessed was already as high as $150,000. Although it seemed a lot, but it's gone again after 110 consecutive draw. Lin Yu deflated his mouth. Moreover, this lottery was particularly watery. 9 times out of 10, it was a consolation prize. Penguin Games has to shed tears of envy when they see probabilities like yours. He didn't consider the lottery. Lin Yu's eyes looked towards the prestige value mall. New items on the mall, don't miss them. 1. Small return pill *100, can cure some minor ailments. Price, 100 prestige value, limited to 1 purchase. 2. Taoist technique, can shorten the distance. Selling price, 10,000 prestige value, limited to 1 purchase. 3. Mount caterpillar, cannot carry people, growing mount, the only characteristic is that it is particularly good at eating. Price, 150,000 prestige value, limited to 1 purchase. The first piece. Sorry, just skim it. I still have over 100 of them in my parcel. The last one. It's even more negligible. Lin Yu didn't have a hobby of raising caterpillars. Finally, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the second item. Dao technique, shrinking ground technique. As for the introduction and whatnot, it could be ignored. The synopsis of this system was just too spicy. It was written as if it wasn't written. I don't know if this ground shrinking technique is the same as in martial arts novels. Looking at the ground shrinking technique, Lin Yu stroked his chin and couldn't help but ponder. If it's really like that. I suddenly had a bold idea. System, purchase the earth shrinking technique. Ding. The host's purchase of the Dao is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dao, the art of shrinking ground into inches. With the electronic sound beside my ears, a wave of messages about the earth shrinking technique flooded into Lin Yu's mind. What appeared inside Lin Yu's mind was a text. Earth shrinking technique. That is, hiding from the ground. A few seconds later, Lin Yu would have already learned this Dao. In the future, with the art of shrinking into the ground, in the future, you still need to walk on your own to grab food? Alas, what era is it now? Of course it's just a matter of shrinking the ground into an inch. Lin Yu touched his nose. For a while, he was in a good mood. At this time, underneath the flyover, a cab with black smoke coming out of its tires also arrived instantly. Boom! The car door opened. Snap! A palm poked out from inside. Then there was an incredibly pale cheek, immediately followed by one with all his hair standing up. With great difficulty, the young man, probably in his 20s, climbed out of the cab. He crawled to the edge of the road with a baseball bat and then curled up into a ball, muttering the whole time, "Survived, I survived." Chapter 29. I just remembered I have old sows waiting to be delivered at my house. I don't know what he's been through. A cab. It was going 106 on the street. 106. What a concept. The king of hell is sitting in the car waiting to take you down. As for those stunts on TV, what razor blade overtaking, leaping over flower beds, shadowless car. That driver really can do it with his hands. I didn't even see what gears he shifted. Until now. His heart is still pounding. Phew. After taking a few deep breaths, the guy's face gradually improved. He then struggled to stand up from the ground. Then, dragging the baseball bat, he crawled towards the bridge step by step. Don't ask why you need to crawl. Because I want to give my feet and legs a rest. On top of the footbridge, Do Half-Xian's gaze kept surveying the stairs on both sides of the overpass. He hadn't seen Jiang Shao's figure all this time, so he was anxious too. No way, it's been 3 minutes, why hasn't he come yet? Do Half-Xian's eyes couldn't help but narrow. This kid wasn't like this 3 years ago. When he first saw me, he chased me for 30 blocks with a machete. Could it be that 3 years of affection faded after all? Looking at Half-Seer Do's eyes as he gradually fell into contemplation, Lin Yu couldn't help but touch his nose. How about? It's better if I run away first. Dog Magus. Just at this moment, a faint voice suddenly came from behind the two. The little guy with the help of a baseball bat. With great difficulty, he appeared on top of the two. He looked at the dog semi-immortal in front of him, and the corner of his mouth forced out an arc. 3 years. Finally let me catch you. Hearing the voice coming from behind him, half-immortal Do was first stunned. Immediately, a look of ecstasy surged out on his face. The next second, only to see him disappear in place with a brush. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of the little guy. Snap! Before the little guy could react, half-immortal Do just hugged him in the former's stupefied gaze, and then hugged and spun a few times in the sky. I drop a dear mother, hey, you finally came off. Put the boy down, not waiting for him to come back to his senses. Do half-immortal pulled straight to the front of Lin Yu. Jiang Shao, this is the master I recommended to you, do not be angry, I tell you, this master is the real thing. Guy. The muscles on the guy's face couldn't help but twitch violently. Guy, I'm not here to listen to you. I didn't come here to listen to your introduction to the master. I'm here to take your life. Give me death. The boy picked up the baseball bat in his hand and made a gesture to give half-immortal Do a blow. Splat. Suddenly, half-immortal Do slapped the guy on the back. Jiang Shao, don't be shy, this is really a master. Being suddenly slapped on his body, the guy's entire body shook, and the baseball bat in his hand directly fell out of his hand. When the baseball bat fell to the ground with a crisp and incomparable sound. After losing the support of the baseball bat, the young man's legs went limp. Then, splat! The guy's entire body then knelt straight down towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Guy. Do Half-Xian. In an instant, the three people were directly dumbfounded. Half-Xian Do's mouth twitched. What's that? I suddenly remembered that there's an old sow in my house that's about to give birth to its cubs and is waiting for me to deliver the babies, so everyone, I'll leave first, huh? While saying that, his body was also retreating. He suddenly felt being a virgin for the rest of his life was actually a bit better than losing his old life now. As soon as the words fell, he directly picked up the flag on the ground and then brushed it off and rushed inside the pile of people. Wait. Lin Yu was just about to speak. The words had just reached his mouth when all he could see was Do Half Xian's figure disappearing at the end of his sight. Lin Yu's palm stayed in midair. My Nima. How many people has this guy been chased by over the years? Escaping is actually so fleet of foot. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yu looked towards the little guy who was still kneeling in front of him. After a few seconds of silence, he then slowly spoke out. What's that? In fact, we just met, there's no need to do such a big salute. Guy. 3 minutes later. The two of them crouched down next to the railing. The boy used both hands to make a fist, and vigorously pounded his sore calves. At this moment, his face was filled with remorse. Who the hell could have thought? Counted to the beginning, did not count to the middle process. Sitting in a cab directly to the legs to the virtual soft. Damn, this is too excited. The next time before the little master to bring people to let a circle of 10 miles all surrounded, see how you still run. The boy cursed a sentence. Pick up the side of the baseball bat hard swing. Like this air is Do Half Xian's head. Swung a few times. His gaze went back to Lin Yu and asked suspiciously. Seeing you in this outfit, you seem to be a freshman from Mordor University, what, were you also tricked by him? Lin Yu shook his head. Said, I was not cheated by him. Hearing this, the guy couldn't help but nod his head. It seems that your sense of prevention is still very strong, unlike me. Lin Yu continued. He called me master, of course I was the one who was telling his fortune. Lin Yu's words fell. The boy's voice abruptly came to an abrupt halt. Immediately, his eyes widened in shock. Crap, you tricked him in turn, huh? So bullish? Lin Yu stretched out his finger and shook it. That capsule is considered to be cheating. Hey, you love me, he voluntarily paid the trigrams. Suddenly. Lin Yu as if suddenly thought of something, brush a stand up. I rubbed. Speaking of trigram fees. That grandson's $500 has not been given. Damn it. I can't believe I let him get away like that. What a mistake. Seeing Lin Yu suddenly stand up, the guy couldn't help but stare. Phew. Taking a few deep breaths of air, he forcefully resisted the urge to explode. Lin Yu immediately put on a bright and incomparable smile on his face. Then he lowered his body and enthusiastically and incomparably said towards the little guy. Let's not discuss that old thing first, come on, do you want me to tell your fortune? The fortune telling is not expensive, you are the first customer, $300, if it is to calculate just that old thing, and then a reduction of $200. The guy looked at Lin Yu's outfit. He also looked at his warm smile. How do you look? Doesn't look like a master either. That said. You're not in league with that old thing just now, are you? Seeing the expression on the youngster's face, Lin Yu rolled up his sleeves. With a solemn face, he said. To tell you the truth, that old guy hasn't paid me for my trigrams just now, and it just so happens that you're looking for him too, so I'll just go ahead and figure it out for you. At that time I take my trigram fee, you hammer him to death, so what? Chapter 30, The Joy of Doing It Again. What? Looking at Lin Yu's innocent eyes and that passionate expression. The guy was first silent for a while. Then slowly nodded his head. But I have to catch that old thing before I'll pay the trigram fee. Understood. Seeing the little guy nod his head, Lin Yu was instantly energized. Lin Yu then sank his mind into the center of his mind. The art of divination is running. Subject, half immortal Do. Divination event, current location. Divination in progress. 10 seconds later, Lin Yu opened his eyes. He then patted the guy's shoulder and smiled. Let's go, I already know the location of the half immortal. So fast? The little guy couldn't help but stare at his eyes when he heard this. Big brother. I'm getting the impression that you two are on the same page. Is this a preparation to slaughter me? Since he had found the location of that old thing, Lin Yu planned to move. For the sake of his $500? Let's go. Wait. Wait for me. Seeing Lin Yu about to leave, the boy hurriedly got up from the ground and followed Lin Yu. Walking under the overpass. Lin Yu confirmed a direction. This is the direction, Roughly 30 minutes of running to catch up. Crap, run for 30 minutes. The guy directly jumped up. I fucking How long did it take for that old thing to run so far? It's really a waste of talent if this motherfucker doesn't go to the Olympics. Nope. That's not the point. The point is to run for 30 minutes, isn't this killing me? Snap. Lin Yu was in the process of confirming the exact location of the half-immortal. A crisp ringing sound suddenly came from behind him. Turning his head, he saw that the youngster had already paralyzed on the ground. Refusing to run away was written all over his face. You fuck, huh? Lin Yu frowned. The guy's head shook like a rattle. Let me run for 30 minutes, it would be better to just kill me, maybe by then before I can find that old thing, I'll be hiccuped first. Lin Yu, frustrated face. Lin Yu was directly speechless at his words. Tick-tock. Just then, a cab brushed up and stopped beside them. The window rolled down, revealing a dry and thin face. Little brother, are you getting in? It's so fast. Must be. Seeing the cab parked beside him, Lin Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. On the side. When the young man saw the cab pull up in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. However, after the window was rolled down, the smile on his face directly froze. Because the cab driver in front of him was the one who had sent himself over? Wait. He just wanted to speak. Lin Yu had already grabbed him by his clothes and then threw him into the back seat with a bang. Ka. Fasten the seatbelt. Lin Yu pointed his finger. Master, Changle Street, be fast. No problem. The driver struck an okay pose. And then. Wait, I'm getting off. In the back seat. When the boy saw the familiar and incomparable gesture, his pupils couldn't help but shrink hard. Immediately, his mouth opened and he hurriedly opened his mouth. However, he hadn't even finished his last word. The driver had already ignited the ignition, put on the gear, stepped on the gas, released the brake. All at once. Boom! The cab's tailpipe blasted, then let out a loud roar. The next moment, the entire body went straight out. Worry! Lin Yu hadn't even reacted yet. The huge pushback sensation directly lifted him out of his seat. However, he quickly reacted. With a gentle pressure of his palms on the seat, his entire body also spun in place, finally smoothing out the seat. Anyway, just one word. Handsome. But the guy behind him wasn't so lucky. He hadn't had time to fasten his seatbelt when the driver sped off. So. Boom. A muffled sound. His head hit the back seat. When? His forehead hit the front seat. Dang. On the left windshield. Thud. On the right windshield. The guy didn't know how many times he'd hit it. Anyway, he was so dizzy that he couldn't see how many fingers he had. Actually. Boom. The guy's head went straight into the windshield in front of him. 2 minutes later. The cab rubbed 4 wind turbines and stopped in front of Changle Street. Originally, it took about 10 minutes to get there. It took less than 2 minutes. Boom! The door of the car was ruthlessly shut. Lin Yu stood in place, motionless. Welcome to the next ride-o. The cab driver waved his hand towards Lin Yu before driving away. After the cab left, Lin Yu still stood in place. After standing in place for 10 minutes. Only then did Lin Yu move his somewhat stiff legs, and then drag the fainted boy. Step by step, he walked towards the inside of Changle Street. At this moment, in a certain alleyway inside Changle Street, Do half-immortal stared around for a while, confirming that there were no acquaintances. Only then did he carefully retreat to the corner. Alas! Half-immortal Do sighed. Then touched his pocket and pulled out a coin from it. If we don't open, we'll probably starve to death on the streets today. Shit. To think that I didn't cheat a single person today. He himself even had a brain fart and called out Jiang Shao. But how on earth did he know that I'd been single for 66 years? Did he really calculate it? This question. Half Xian Do has never been able to figure it out. Even if it was a guess. It can't be that accurate. Unless he's really an immortal. Oh, no. There are no immortals in this world. He shook his head. Half-immortal Do rearranged his appearance, resuming the appearance of the immortal Tao ethereal. In his hand, he took up the banner of the divine mechanic again. Even though life has abused me 1,000 times, I am still to life. Suddenly, the expression of the Do half-immortal suddenly stagnated. What was that thing? In his line of sight, he only saw that there was suddenly an extra mass of black shadow in the corner position. That black shadow was becoming more and more obvious, and there were also 2 small dots inside that were constantly wriggling. It was as if something was about to drill out from there. I don't know why. Seeing that black shadow, half-immortal Do's eyelids began to beat wildly. Vaguely, something big was going to happen to himself. Gulp. Just at this moment, the black shadow at the corner of the wall finally condensed to a node position. Subsequently, the small dots writhing in it became more and more obvious. Snap. With 2 crisp rattles, half-dozen's eyes couldn't help but contract hard. Chapter 31. Hand over the money neatly. Goo goo. Corner position. 2 small black dots were like boiling water bubbles. Little by little, they rose up from the ground under the shocked gaze of half-Cien Do. Eventually, those 2 black dots slowly coalesced into 2 silhouettes. It's not. Looking at the 2 silhouettes that appeared before his eyes, half-immortal Do's mouth was wide open, and his body couldn't help but tremble violently. Shoo! The next second, a powerful wind sound whistled past half-immortal Do's ears. Immediately after that, a baseball bat flew out at an extremely tricky angle against half-immortal Do's cheek. Thud! The baseball bat smashed into the fence behind half-immortal Do. Boom! A huge crater was made. The entire process lasted less than a second. Phew! Half-immortal Do froze in place for 3 seconds. He then slowly exhaled a breath. Then he reached out and stroked his white hair, which had been messed up by the strong wind. And then, snap! Half-immortal Do's legs directly went limp. The entire person directly knelt down towards those 2 silhouettes. Big brother, forgive me. 2 big brothers, I also unintentionally saw you guys popping out of the earth. This is simply an accident. I don't know from which world you guys drilled out Big Brother. I actually just want to come here to take a piss. I have an 80-year-old mother, a 50-year-old child, and 2 old sows at home. The 2 big brothers, you treat me as a fart, let me go, okay? Said. Half-Cien Do cowed out frantically to the 2 figures. At the same time, he was also constantly roaring in his heart. What the hell? What's wrong with you? Have I really hit an evil spell lately? Why is it that even squatting here I can meet a fairy that pops out of the earth? Mama! I don't want to dream. Please give me 2 slaps in the face to wake me up, okay? Boom! Half-Cien Do was just in the middle of a knock. It was followed by a muffled sound. It sounded like something had been thrown to the ground. Hearing the sound, Half-Cien Do subconsciously raised his head. The next second, his eyes rolled over and he directly fainted from fear. It's over. It's a corpse, he's going to be silenced. My life as a virgin. Whoops. Wait. This seems to be a complete farewell to the life of a virgin. Goodbye. The rich women on top of the address book. Corner position. This dude is really heavy, my hands are a bit sore after lifting it for so long. Lin Yu rubbed his somewhat sore palms, then slowly walked out. When he saw Do Half-Cien who had collapsed on the ground, he couldn't help but stare. What? This was fainted out of fear? Walking up to the 2, Lin Yu rubbed his fingers together. 2 miniature small water spheres appeared in his hands. Dao, water wave technique. Swoosh. Lin Yu flicked his fingers. The 2 water balls then smashed straight into the faces of the 2 men. Snap. Being smashed in the face by the water balloons. The 2 of them, the little guy and half-father Do, slowly awoke. The little guy let out a painful groan. His entire body now felt like it was about to fall apart. Every inch of skin, every inch of bone was aching. It was simply more painful than finishing a full body massage. And after half-senpai Do awoke. He looked around with a confused face. After a half a second, he touched his head, beard, hair, both hands. The second brother below. Ha! I'm actually fine? Half-Doctor's eyes couldn't help but light up. He himself was actually fine. Oh yeah. Snap. The next second. Before he could react, his cheek was slapped. Half-dozen directly froze. Then he slowly raised his head and looked at the top of his head. You. Slap. Another slap. Lin Yu lowered his head, glared at Do Half-Sien, and said with a face of displeasure. I wake up and hurry up to talk business. Oh. Do Half-Sien nodded numbly, then stood up from the ground. Hey. Seems wrong. Suddenly. Half-Sien Do seemed to think of something. Then he knelt straight down again. I suddenly felt that it was safer for me to kneel. 3 minutes later. Lin Yu and the boy stood with their hands clasped to the side. Kneeling in front of the two. It was Do Half-Sien whose cheeks were swollen like a pig's head. Not bad, the mood immediately felt incomparable. The little guy waved his somewhat sore palms, and relief was written all over his face. 3 years. This time it was a complete slap of pleasure. On the side. Lin Yu wore a smile and quietly watched the scene. Not bad. The customer's comfort is our greatest joy. So, I should have known that I should have slapped a few more times just now. The hundreds of kicks from the light kicks were not powerful at all. Viciously glaring a few times towards the kneeling Do Half-Sien. The guy's gaze moved back to Lin Yu. After gazing for a few seconds, he then slowly spoke. To be honest, I actually always thought that you were in league with this old godly man. But just now, seeing you kicking so vigorously, I think I was wrong. However, I still have a question. How did you find this old magician? Don't tell me. You really relied on fortune-telling. Lin Yu waved his hand and smiled. Then he said, what fortune-telling? These are all false. Oh. Well then. The boy let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's not about fortune-telling. Because this is the real divination art, can be compared to what the roadside stalls those fake fortune-telling bull batch a lot. The guy's breath was not yet relieved. Lin Yu's voice sounded immediately after. The boy's eyes couldn't help but bulge at his words. What's the difference between these two? Aren't they both tricky things? Lin Yu skipped over the frozen boy, then walked over to half-immortal Do. The latter looked at Lin Yu, his mouth whimpering out. Da day. Da line, it's summer suffer number hate wow, oh got even. Snap. Lin Yu didn't say anything and slapped him again. Can't understand your Martian, you and my customer's feud is over. Now it's the two of us, now, immediately, right now, hand over the trigram fee. Another slap on the face. Do Half-Sien's tears flowed directly from inside his eyes. Da your sister, pay up. Slap. Another slap. Do Sien then touched the tour full awe. What? No money? Didn't you say you'd have money when Jiang Shao arrived? Debt repayment, heaven and earth, small business, no credit. Snap. A clear and unmistakable ringing sound keeps resounding inside the alley. Gulp. Behind Lin Yu. The boy looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Trigram fee. Wait. He subconsciously touched his pants pocket. It seemed that he had just come out in too much of a hurry. Didn't bring any money. Chapter 32, The Butler Trio. Snap. Consecutive and powerful ringing sounds continuously resounded in the alley. Woo. With a wailing sound. Half-dozen foamed at the mouth and directly fainted. This is fainting? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. He had purposely controlled the strength. I didn't expect this old guy to be so unforgiving. Lin Yu squatted down and fumbled around half-immortal Do's body for half a day. Finally, he pulled out the only coin inside his fanny pack. Scratch that, it was still a dime coin. Lin Yu skimmed his mouth. Then stuffed the dime coin into his pants pocket. After doing this, Lin Yu turned around. His face was once again covered with an enthusiastic smile. Ah, young Jiang, I've made you laugh. Seeing Lin Yu's enthusiastic smile, the boy subconsciously shrank back. Wait. Don't come over. Lin Yu rubbed his hands together and smiled as he took a step towards the little guy. The main thing is that this guy owes me $500 in trigram fees, and what I hate the most in my life is this kind of people who don't pay their debts. Said. Lin Yu also waved his fist a few times, his tone full of indignation. Immediately and quickly, a smile appeared on his face again. Of course, I believe that for someone like you, Jiang Xiao, a mere few $100s in trigram fees, that's not a small amount of money. Law. Tap. The young man's body retreated sharply and quickly retreated to the corner. Lin Yu's smile gradually disappeared. He looked at the little guy and blinked his eyes. Young Jiang, what are you always retreating for? Could it be that I just scared you? Gulp. The little guy swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. You ask me why I'm backing off? No. I don't want to back off. I fucking want to run straight away. Brother. You just slapped me in the face. For a few $100. You're going to make a pig's head out of him. The boy subconsciously touched his cheeks. With this face, I guess it'll swell up into a pig's head with 2 slaps. No, absolutely not. The little guy shook his head vigorously. One could definitely not sit around and wait for death. Thinking of this, his eyes gradually became firm. Only to see him clasp his hands together and step forward with his left foot. The next second. Bang! Kneeling straight towards Lin Yu. Big brother, don't slap your face first, give a cell phone first, I'll immediately ask my family to bring money. The whole process was not the slightest bit delayed. There is no hesitation. As long as I kneel fast enough, admit my fault quickly enough, you won't be able to slap my face. Lin Yu. The boy's sudden series of operations. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. This. After about 10 more minutes. Brush. A big Ben stopped at the entrance of Changle Street. The door opened. Brush. The 2 men in black were the first to get out of the car. Ka. Immediately after, the passenger compartment was opened. An old man with extremely neatly combed hair, wearing a suit and sunglasses, slowly walked down from under the passenger side. In his hand, he was also carrying a suitcase. The 3 stood at the intersection. The peculiar outfit attracted countless pedestrians to stop and watch. The old man ignored the gazes cast around him and glanced at the watch on his hand. Immediately, he raised an eyebrow. The place the young master said was here. The man in black at the side nodded. Said, the place the young master said is indeed here. And then. There was no more then. The 3 people stood still, none of them moved. After a minute, the old man pushed up his sunglasses. Said, it seems that I didn't make myself clear enough, what I mean is that you can prepare to go to the young master. The 2 men in black nodded. Then. There was silence again. Seeing that the 2 did not move, the old man reminded again. I said, you can prepare to go to the young master. A man in black patted his chest. Got it, Butler, we are always ready. His words had just fallen. The old man then kicked him in the ass. Told you to fucking go find it now, prepare your sister. Being kicked by the old man like this, the 2 men in black instantly rushed into the crowd. Looking at the 2 people who were in a hurry, the old man wiped the false sweat on his forehead. I really don't know why the young master kept these 2 as his bodyguards. Could it be because of their stupidity? But they were clearly just naive. The 2 rushed out not long after. Jingle bells, old Butler, your own grandson is on the phone. The old man's pants pocket shook, and then a section of the incoming call rang. Click. The phone picked up. Hello, Butler, we found the young master. He turned left after entering the intersection for 300 meters, then turned right and went straight for 400 meters, then drilled into an alley, where there is a sign, you follow. Understood, I'll be right there. But. Before the opposite party could finish his sentence, the old man hung up the phone. 2 minutes later. The three of them stood outside the alley with their bodies straight and expressionless. Black coats, workmanlike sleeves, and handsome sunglasses. Paired with the breeze blowing their hair if anything around them. And. What a day, what a day. A time. There was also a good day BGM playing. Setting off the temperament of the trio beyond compare. Stop, 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 stop. The old man slapped on the shoulder of the man in black next to him. Then he directly snatched his cell phone and turned off the BGM. He then waved his big hand. Wave run wave floor who waves. Changed the BGM. This is the right scene, let's go in and greet the young master. After saying this, the three of us went inside to greet the young master. The three of them walked into the alleyway with unparalleled style. Young master, I'm coming. As the three of them walked into the alley with smiles on their faces. The next second, the expressions on their faces suddenly froze. Only to see that in the corner position, their young master was kneeling on the ground, his face white and his whole body trembling. On the side, a student in military training clothes was holding a stout baseball bat in his hand. With a bland face, he sat on a something like being a person. That appeared to be a real person. Still wearing clothes. What's the situation? Seeing this scene, the three people were a bit confused. What's going on here? What was this for their young master? Kidnapped? Or is it? Boom. Boom. The old man's thoughts have just risen. Don't hurt my young master. Young master, I've come to save you. The two black-clothed men beside him then directly let out a shout. Then they rushed up in unison. Their movements were very dashing. Of course. The posture of being kicked off was also very elegant. Bang bang. With two muffled sounds. The two people who rushed up directly did a 360-degree spin in the air. Then flew out of the alley. Chapter 33, Kidnappers, Let Go of My Young Master. Swoosh. The two silhouettes drew a graceful arc in the sky. Then extremely elegantly flew out of the alley. Stabbing. After 4 or 5 seconds. Only then did the sound of faces rubbing intimately against the ground come in from outside the alley. The old butler turned his stiff head. Then he stared with wide eyes and a shocked face at Lin Yu, who silently retracted his right foot. You? He pointed his finger at Lin Yu, his mouth hanging open. What did he just see? Nope. Should I say what just happened? All he knew was that the two bodyguards wailed and rushed up. Immediately followed by the next second. Before he could see the kidnappers make a move, the two bodyguards just flew out. What happened? Was it the legendary Buddha Mountain shadowless kick that the kidnappers just executed? He looked at his skinny body. Then he looked at Lin Yu, who was at least 1.87 meters. Brush. Subconsciously. He then took a step back. The current situation was, the young master was currently under the control of the kidnappers. And the kidnappers are too strong. So, the most reasonable plan for himself right now is run. But if I run like this, will the kidnappers tear the ticket? This. So tangled. Lin Yu looked at the old housekeeper, whose expression kept changing. A pair of eyes were also full of doubt. Then his eyebrows gently raised. His eyes looked towards the young man crouching in the corner. Young Jiang, is this the person you called? Shouted by Lin Yu. The little guy also came back to his senses from his sluggish state. He hurriedly stood up from the corner and frantically nodded his head. Yes, he's my family's old housekeeper. Saying that, the guy then ran to the old housekeeper with small steps. Without waiting for the other party to react, he directly jumped onto the ladder. Whoa, old housekeeper, you're finally here. Do you know that I've spent the last 10 minutes with my heart pounding? Lin Yu. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth jerked at his words. Spending it with a scared heart can be okay. Am I that scary? Lin Yu touched his cheeks. It's not right. It's quite handsome to touch. Being shaken by the youngster for half a day. It was only then that the old butler's two eyes gradually regained their sparkle. He froze for a moment. Then he quickly returned to his senses. His eyes began to look at the young man's entire body, and his voice revealed nervousness. Young master. Are you all right? Did the kidnappers do anything to you? Kidnapper. Kidnappers? Lin Yu, who was listening on the side, couldn't help but have his eyes bulge. I'm so damn. What the hell? When did I become a kidnapper? What the hell did you say on the phone? What the hell did you say on the phone? The boy was also stunned by the old butler's sudden words. No, old housekeeper, he. Before the boy could finish his sentence, the old housekeeper pulled the young man behind him. The entire person also took a step forward. Straightening his chest, he said to Lin Yu with a serious face. You can talk to me about anything, as long as you spare our young master, everything is negotiable, money is only a number. Finished speaking. He patted the suitcase in his hand. Lin Yu. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched violently. Not. It seems like I'm just taking a trigram fee. Not so much as to become a kidnapper, right? The young man standing behind the old housekeeper was also directly dumbfounded. No, old butler, when did I say I was kidnapped? Young master, leave this matter to me, you don't have to worry. Before the youngster could finish his words, he was once again interrupted. Phew! The old butler exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, pushing the sunglasses on his nose. Little brother, seeing as you shouldn't be too old, and you're wearing such a military training outfit, I think you should have something difficult to tell us. In this way, you can tell us about it, there's no need to do such a dangerous deadly kidnapping case. Lin Yu. A few black lines surfaced on Lin Yu's forehead. Shit. It's really getting more and more outrageous. I'm just taking a trig fee. What a dead end. Seeing that Lin Yu did not move, the old housekeeper's heart is happy. Ouch. Effective. Cough. The old housekeeper coughed lightly twice, and his voice gradually became mellow. I know the situation you are in now, as a person who has come before me, I thought that at the beginning I was also. Thud. The old housekeeper had just gotten halfway through his sentence. A loud bang suddenly rang out. Rumble. It was followed by a large portion of the wall collapsing down. The old housekeeper's voice suddenly came to an abrupt end. The entire person also directly froze in place. Phew! Lin Yu exhaled a breath, slowly retrieving the baseball bat in his hand. Then carrying the baseball bat, he walked in front of the two. He looked straight at the old housekeeper. There was a silence for 2 seconds. Then Lin Yu spoke out, Big brother, don't read it, I just want to get a trigram fee, I'm not a kidnapper. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the old housekeeper blinked his eyes somewhat dumbfounded. Gulp. Subsequently, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Then what? I also want to believe you. But the old housekeeper subconsciously looked at the baseball bat in the former's hand. Then he looked at the silhouette lying not far away. Such a scene. You're telling me now that you're not a kidnapper? I'll be damned. Who would dare to believe this when you say it? Right. At this time, the boy finally had the chance to speak. He quickly stood out from behind the old housekeeper. Old butler, you've really misunderstood. I asked you to bring the money over, not to ransom me. It's just that I don't have the money to pay for my fortune telling. Then, the old housekeeper pointed to Do Half Xian, who was lying not far away. After hearing this, Lin Yu waved his hand and said casually, It's fine, that's just fortune telling not paying, casually slapped 2 slaps. Casually. 2 slaps? The corners of the old housekeeper's mouth twitched violently. Then what's with the blood coming out of his body? Are you sure it was just 2 random slaps? After a long time, the old butler also let out a sigh of relief. Since his young master was fine and the other party was not a kidnapper, That would naturally be the best ending. By the way, the old man took out the suitcase he was holding. This is the $30,000 that the young master ordered. At that time, after hearing the young master's words, I was also a bit confused. I said that the kidnapper was so unambitious that he only wanted $30,000 for the ransom. Lin Yu. I'm sorry. After all, I'm the one with the smallest frame of mind. And I only wanted $300. After the discount, it's still only $100. Don't slander me. The boy took the suitcase, then handed it to Lin Yu with a smile. Master, there are $30,000 here, 100 of which is my fortune-telling fee. The remaining 29,900 is for me to thank you for letting me out of 3 years of bad anger. You shouldn't postpone it either, because... Oops, how can that be a good idea? The guy hadn't even finished his sentence. Lin Yu already naturally took the suitcase and closed it. Guy. Old Butler. Chapter 34, sorry, I'm in a hurry. Looking at Lin Yu, who was full of smiles. The muscles at the corners of the two men's mouths couldn't help but twitch violently. May I ask if you have even the slightest sign of embarrassment? Have you? I'm happy that young master can accept some gratitude from my young master. In the end, it was still the old butler who was the first to come back to his senses. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with a smile on his face. Lin Yu also smiled faintly and said, "A token of appreciation, if I were to postpone this, wouldn't this be chilling young John's passion?" Said. Lin Yu also raised an eyebrow towards the boy. "In the future, if Jiang Shao still wants to chase and kill someone, just look for me. I am a person who loves to help people. Old Butler. Holy shit. You can say that without blushing or skipping a beat. You're a master. Snap. Lin Yu slapped the suitcase in his hand. He said to the two of them, "Since the trigram fee has been received, and the things I promised Jiang Shao have been done, I'll go back to school first." The guy nodded, then reached out and pointed at half-shaved Do, who was lying on the ground. Then Lin Yu waved his hand and said, "He can only owe the trigram fee, currently owes me $499.99, I'm a thief with principles, absolutely will not charge a point more than the trigram fee." The man, I'm sorry. The guy can't help but cast a sympathetic look at the fainted Do half-Cien. Guy, I can't help but look sympathetically at half-immortal Do as he passes out. Meeting such a master. You are also really bull-nosed. 3 seconds of silence for you. 1.5 seconds later. The guy withdrew his gaze, then cupped his fists towards Lin Yu. Then, Grandmaster, we'll leave first. I've memorized your contact information, so I'll contact you often in the future. Lin Yu made an okay gesture. Subsequently, the young man followed the old housekeeper and left the alley. When leaving, he also didn't forget to tell the two bodyguards who climbed in from outside to take half-Cien Do with them. After the few people left the alley, Lin Yu placed his eyes on the suitcase in his hands, and his face then rejoiced. $30,000, this trip out of school is really not a loss. The mood is stormy. This time, I'm also considered to be out of the title of the poorest college student. Oh ha 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 ha. Lin Yu laughed maniacally a few times. Subsequently, he took out his cell phone and looked at the time. I'm going to do it. The next second, Lin Yu's eyes couldn't help but stare. 13.58. Only 2 minutes from the start of military training in the afternoon. It's too late. 2 minutes. Even if he used the shrinking technique, he probably wouldn't be able to make it. And who knows if he shrinks to the wrong place. If he accidentally rushes into the girls' bathhouse. That would be nice, though. Wait. This is not the time to think about that. I can't, I have to use my secret weapon. Lin Yu pointed his finger at the sky. Hiss. Took a deep breath. Then, Lin Yu's loud call rang out. Little fairy crane, it's time to eat. Newt. As soon as Lin Yu's shout rang out, a clear crane call suddenly floated in the sky. Then a snow-white crane broke through the layers of clouds. With an indescribable divine might, it descended straight from the sky. It then landed vertically beside Lin Yu. Dang, There was a loud bang. Thick smoke rose in all directions. In the thick smoke, what appeared in front of Lin Yu was wide wings, strong and powerful toes, and cold eyes that ignored everything. A dashing batch. It raised its head towards Lin Yu, with a glance out of the corner of its eye. As if to say, "Little old brother, get in the car, brother will take you flying." Outside the alley, the group of guys who had just gotten into the Big Ben suddenly heard a crisp chirping sound. This was followed by a dull thud. Everyone's face couldn't help but change. What's going on? An earthquake? The little guy rolled down the window and then stuck his head out. He watched for a while, and nothing moved again. Hallucinations? The guy frowned, and then planned to pull his head back. Newt. At that moment, another crisp crane sound rang out. Brush. Immediately after, the top of the little guy's head was dark. A huge shadow enveloped his head. The little guy froze, then subconsciously raised his head to look upwards. Hiss. The next second, his pupils couldn't help but shrink fiercely. A huge white crane had appeared above his head at an unknown time. On top of the crane, there was also an incomparably familiar silhouette standing. That human figure waved his hand at him. It also said a sentence. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." And then, brush. The white crane spread its wings and rushed into the sky, disappearing amongst the clouds. Watching the crane disappear completely within his line of sight. A few seconds later, the guy retracted his head back into the car, then numbly rolled up the window. After doing so, he laid down flat on the seat. Putting his hands together, he placed them in front of his chest. And then, he turned his head to look at the few people sitting in the car and blinked. Opening his mouth, he slowly said, "It seems. Just now, I saw the master from just now flying with a crane." "Oh. My dear master Finished speaking. His eyes went black. He fainted in fear. Second dormitory building. Chu Tang had already changed his clothes. With a careful face, he looked at the students who were descending the stairs, scanning their every move. From half an hour ago, he had been staying here. Although Lin Yu ran away, I don't believe he won't come back. As long as I catch him, when the time comes. He. Immediately, Chu Tang waved his hand and drank towards the crowd. "All get fast, no reason to be late, people have you turtle good to suffer. When I was in the army, I learned to torture people's things or quite a lot. By the time, even if Lin Yu is late 0.000001 seconds. Hey. Oops, it's cool to think about it." The corner of the stairs. Lu Da's three people looked at Chu Tang, who couldn't hide the smile on his face. The muscles on their faces could not help but twitch violently. Lu Da swallowed his saliva and turned towards Li Yu's duo and said, "This smiling face of the instructor makes me feel some chills on my back. Li Yu and Bailey Bakuju nodded their heads in great agreement. If Yushin is caught late by the instructor, it is estimated that Bailey Bakuju associated it with Chu Tang's hysterical roar at noon. Bailey Bakuju simply didn't dare to imagine the scene where Lin Yu was caught by the instructor. No, we must go to Yushin." The three of them glanced at each other, all of them could see the determination in each other's eyes. The three then turned around at the same time. Current primary objective. Find Lin Yu. Chapter 35, Facing the sun while pooping helps photosynthesis volatilize. Wait. Right at the moment when the three of them turned around, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. Hearing the voice, the trio's footsteps stagnated at the same time. They then turned their heads slightly stiffly to look behind them, only to see that behind them, what appeared at that moment was Chu Tang's cheeks that were full of smiles. Chu Tang revealed 2 rows of large white teeth towards the three of them and laughed. "These 3 students, what are you guys planning to do by sneaking around?" Seeing Chu Tang, the 3 people's expressions instantly stiffened. Bailey Bakuju subconsciously jerked his mouth. The next second, before Lu Da's 2 people could react, Bailey Bakuju suddenly covered his stomach. Shouted, Ouch, instructor, my stomach hurts, said. His entire body bowed down, and an extremely uncomfortable expression appeared on his face. Lu De and Li Yu froze for a moment. Immediately, the two of them quickly covered their stomachs as well. Oops, my stomach hurts too. Instructor, all three of our stomachs are hurting. I guess it's the bad stuff we ate at noon. Shu Tang. Shu Tang couldn't help but have a few black lines emerge on his forehead. I damn it. Can you guys act a bit more like that? Instructor, I can't, I need to go to the restroom, please approve. Bailey Bakuju reached out to cover the back of his ass, and his face turned saucy. Put. Then a loud plopping sound came out from behind Hayakuri Bakugo's butt. Brush. Hearing the sound of a fart, Shu Tang's face changed and he subconsciously covered his buttocks. Bailey Bakuju. Li Fish. Lu De. Shu Tang. For a moment, the air exuded an aura of embarrassment. Shu Tang did not move and took back his palm. Then casually said, conditioned reflex. You guys don't mind it. When Lu Da's three people heard this, the muscles at the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch violently. Goddamn conditioned reflex. This is the first time I've seen the conditioned reflex of covering one's own, but for the first time when one hears a farting sound. After this stage of interruption, Shu Tang waved his hand and said, then what? Since your stomachs are not feeling well, go ahead and remember to return to the playground early. Yes, instructor. The three of them couldn't help but have their eyes light up when they heard this. We'll go to the teaching building to take a shit to avoid affecting the air in the dormitory. After saying that, the three of them then rushed out of the dormitory building in a hurry. He. Seeing the trio's backs, the corner of Shu Tang's mouth slowly revealed a treacherous smile. 2 minutes later, on the rooftop of a certain teaching building, Lu Da's three people gathered in a group. How's it going? Any news about Lin Yu? Lu De was the first to ask out. Li Yu and Bailey Bakuju shook their heads. The phone calls were made, but no one answered. Bailey Bakuju also said, the nearby men's and women's restrooms have also been searched, and there's no sign of Yushin. Li Yu frowned. Where did Yushin go? Let's go look around again. I guess Yushin is delayed by something. Let's buy him a little more time. Finished speaking, Lu De let out a deep breath. Then he turned around and walked towards the stairs. But his body just turned. The next second his pupils couldn't help but contract hard. Chu. Instructor Chu. Brush. Hearing the three words Instructor Chu, the faces of Bailey Bakuju and Li Fish on the side suddenly changed. Then their gazes looked towards the staircase location, where one could only see Shu Tang's body leaning on the wall. It was looking at the three people with a face full of smiles. Seeing the three people turn around, only then did Shu Tang slowly open his mouth. Yo-ho, three of you, aren't you guys having tummy troubles? Why did you come to the balcony? Listening to Shu Tang's voice that seemed to be laughing, the corner of Lu Da's mouth twitched slightly. On the side, Bailey Bakuju slightly pondered for a while. Then he opened his mouth and said, Instructor, these days, shitting looking towards the sun, this is trying to make the shit photosynthesize, helping to volatilize and not polluting the environment. Shu Tang. Lu De. Li Yu. When the three people heard this, their expressions collectively stiffened. Shu Tang stared at Bailey Bakuju with wide eyes and a horrified expression. Holy shit. Shitting into the sun helps photosynthesis? Where the hell did you hear that from? However, very quickly, Shu Tang quickly adjusted his mindset. He clasped his hands. Slowly, he walked in front of the three people. The three of you, you actually dare to join together to deceive me. He then raised his voice by 1 degree. Hurry up and say, where is Lin Yu? Lu Da's face was bitter as he said, Instructor Chu, we too. We are also looking for Yushin, but... Shu Tang sniffed and raised his eyebrows slightly. So my purpose of having you guys find Lin Yu has failed? He confirmed once more. That means... You guys don't know where Lin Yu has gone either? The three nodded. Seeing the three of them nod without hesitation, Chu Tang slightly pondered for a moment. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, then you guys should return to the playground first." The three of them couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when they heard that. However, they were not done with that sigh of relief. However, Chu Tang's voice then sounded once again. One could only see a smile on Chu Tang's face as he said without haste, "However, the matter of deceiving the instructor cannot be punished any less. Everyone, go to the playground and run for 20. Newt." Right at this moment, just before Chu Tang finished his words, a crisp crane sound suddenly rang out in the sky above. What the hell? The four people subconsciously raised their heads. The next second, dang! The four only felt a strong wind whistling past before their eyes, immediately followed by a huge white shadow descending straight from the sky. Thud! The huge shadow landed on the ground. A huge hurricane was stirred up. Hurrah! The hurricane swept across the rooftop. Countless dust particles were blown up by the hurricane and then flew up in the sky. The four people stood on the dusty rooftop. Their eyes were stupefied. With shocked faces, they looked at the white shadow that suddenly appeared on the rooftop. It was a white crane with a snow-white body. Not only that, there was also a tall silhouette sitting on the back of the white crane. That was Lin Yu. A man and a crane. It was like a god descending from the sky, deeply seared into the minds of the crowd. At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. That is, am I really living in the world of science? Lu De, Li Fish and Bailey Bakuju's breathing became rapid. The three of them glanced at each other. All of them could see the incredulous look in each other's eyes. No wonder. No wonder I said I looked so familiar when I looked at Lin Yu for the first time. It turns out, the immortal who appeared on the balcony at first. It was really him. For a moment, the three of them felt a little teary. Mama, did you see that? Your son has grown up. He's actually living in the same dormitory as an immortal. Gulp. Chu Tang swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Then slowly raised his finger. Strongly pinched his center of the human body. Dare. This guy. A person rode a white crane and then descended from the sky. Such a scenario, and you're telling me this is a world of science? Science? I'm scientific. Who is it? Who keeps emphasizing the need to believe in science? Come on. Somebody dig him out of his grave. Let him see for himself. Who the hell allowed you to deceive us, the future flowers of the motherland? Chapter 36, How the Instructor Loves You. 4 days had passed. Military training was in full swing as usual. Only the chief instructor was replaced with Zhao Debao. As for Chu Tang, I don't know if it's because he was seriously hurt that day. The whole person seems particularly abnormal. He kept himself locked up in the dormitory. And Lin Yu has skipped military training for several consecutive days. The reason was simple. I have to let everyone digest it first, or else I'll come out. What if they all pass out with nosebleeds? For Lin Yu's reason, Zhao Debao went ballistic on the spot. I'll be damned. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such a shameless one. In the end, it was still Chu Tang who stepped in to stop Zhao Debao's madness. On the rooftop of a certain school building, Lin Yu crossed his legs, leisurely leaning on the wall, basking in the sun. The days without military training, why is it so refreshing? Lin Yu picked up the thermos cup next to him, then took a sip and let out a sigh. During these few days, Lin Yu spent every day sitting on the rooftop and drinking tea. Either that or casually sneaking around inside the school. From time to time, he would also go to the top of the playground to look at his little friends in military training. Looking at the scene of them sweating like a pig, Lin Yu was really envious. In fact, he also wanted to stand under the sun with them and accept the wind and sun. But reality doesn't allow it. Alas! Shaking his head, Lin Yu stood up and then stretched. It's about time to go persuade the autistic Xiao Chu. For the past few days, Chu Tang had been locking himself up in the dormitory. He hadn't managed his military training meal for several days, in order to not let Chu Tang keep falling inside the shadows. So Lin Yu decided to go and enlighten the other party properly. It's just that he's been stimulated a few times. Not so small-hearted. As an instructor, you have to be atmospheric, you have to be broad-minded. Tap. Just as Lin Yu was planning to move, a rush of footsteps suddenly sounded in the hallway. Then a silhouette with a huge exploding head rushed in through the doorway. Crap! Seeing the explosive old brother who suddenly rushed out, Lin Yu subconsciously jumped back and almost didn't directly kick up. Chu? Instructor Chu? When he saw the face of the person coming clearly, his eyes couldn't help but bulge. I white blue. You just came back from the Syrian battlefield? How this appearance? The person who came was Chu Tang. At this time, he was wearing an explosive head, and his eyes were swollen. He looked at Lin Yu, silent for a while. Then he slowly said towards Lin Yu, I've decided. Just do it. Lin Yu? Lin Yu blinked. You decided what? Chu Tang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then stretched out his finger towards Lin Yu. After meditating for the past few days, I've finally figured out that you can actually be used to do, huh? Lin Yu? No. Why am I getting more and more confused? Only to hear Chu Tang continue. You, now give me back to the queue inside. I want to take all the students to participate in practical training outside the school to go. Lin Yu, huh? Off-campus practical training? 10 minutes later. On the playground. Lin Yu is standing on the podium. With a lifeless face, he holds up a bulletin board for off-campus practical training. Outrageous. Just fucking outrageous, ah. Why do I have to hold up a sign? And when did this guy take a picture of me sleeping? Something's wrong. It's not right at all. He's threatening me with my bedtime photos. I fucking endured it this time. Lin Yu sighed. It's really not easy to live, even Taoist priests sigh. Beside Lin Yu was Chu Tang, who was neatly dressed and had his hair combed. After a few days of buffering, now this group of military training students no longer had the same crazy impulses they had at first. However, the gazes they looked at Lin Yu with were still incomparably fiery. Lin Yu did not have any doubts, as long as Chu Tang said, close the door and release the people. This group of people would definitely come up one by one, wailing to strip themselves naked. Knock knock. Chu Tang picked up the microphone and then tried the sound. After confirming that there was no problem, he revealed a long-lost smile towards the students below. First of all, after these few days of recuperation, I, Chu Tang, have returned. There's no need to applaud, I've always been a low-profile person. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth jerked. These words. Why does it sound so familiar? Chu Tang continued. During these 4 days, I have been pondering all the time how exactly I am going to be able to inspire your military training will. In the end, I realized that just relying on the so-called standing in military posture and walking in formation is useless. So, I decided to lead you all outside the school to actually feel and experience life. What do you guys say? Chu Tang spoke with great excitement. At the back, he even almost threw the microphone out. And, in contrast, the students below. 10 seconds had passed. There was no reaction. Perhaps there were a few students who couldn't stand to watch. Slap. Slapped twice. Then. There was no more then. Chu Tang. The corners of Chu Tang's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. Crap. To not be so real. There was no reaction at all? It's a waste of time for labor to speak so vocally. F***CK. In the end, Chu Tang gave up struggling. He gazed at Lin Yu, who was on the side. What are you looking at me for? By Chu Tang's gaze suddenly gazing at him, Lin Yu could not help but take a few steps backward. Old Chu. I advise you to be kind, ha. Ha ha. Looking at Lin Yu's nervous expression, Chu Tang had a naive smile on his face. It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered that I still have a few pictures in my cell phone that I haven't deleted. Lin Yu? Chu Tang continued. Alas, you see, these students are not at all excited about the off-campus practical training. I really can't think of a better way other than thinking of putting your photos out there. Lin Yu. Hearing Chu Tang's words, Lin Yu couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on his forehead. You? Your brother. The next second, Lin Yu grabbed the microphone in Chu Tang's hand. Nearly hysterical, he shouted out. Instructor Chu is wise, we strongly support the instructor's decision, Instructor Bullnose. When Chu Tang saw this, a smile surged on his face. He took over Lin Yu's microphone. Without haste, he said. In response to this off-campus practical training, you will understand, Instructor, how much he loves you all. Chapter 37, Mount Yuhua. Yuhua Mountain. A nationally renowned Fora-level scenic spot. 15 kilometers away from the Magic City area. It got its name because on the mountain was situated the Yuhua Temple of a school of Taoism. Every day, there was an endless stream of tourists who came to visit Mount Yuhua to worship the Yuhua Temple. Brush. Underneath Mount Yuhua, 2 buses stopped at the entrance of the scenic spot. Ka. The doors of the buses opened. The one who took the lead to walk out of the car door was Chu Tang, who had his hair combed with oil. He was full of smiles and looked to be in a good mood. The one who walked down immediately after was Lin Yu, who was holding a signboard. After Lin Yu got out of the car, looking around at the travelers who were constantly casting puzzled gazes towards him, a few black lines could not help but appear on his forehead. Brush. The next second, he slung the notice board over his shoulder and straightened his chest. Since fate couldn't be avoided, let's accept it gladly. It's just holding up a signboard. It's a trivial matter. Behind Lin Yu, one by one, students dressed in military training clothes also came out from the bus. As soon as they got off the bus, they looked around in amazement. From time to time, they could not help but let out a few gasps. Isn't this Mount Yuhua? I have long wanted to come here to take a look. The scenery here is also too beautiful, right? If I had known, I would have secretly brought my cell phone with me, which does not take a few pictures to go back, simply blood loss. Lin Yu carried the notice board. Naturally, he walked to the side of his dormitory trio. Seeing that the 3 of them all had a gloomy look on their faces, Lin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Somewhat puzzled, he asked out loud. The 3 of you. Why do you have such a look on your faces? Lu De sniffed and leaned towards Lin Yu's side. With his remaining light, he glanced at Chu Tang, who was not far away. He lowered his voice and said towards Lin Yu, I think the instructor's so-called off-campus practical training is actually, there must be some kind of conspiracy. Lin Yu? Not waiting for Lin Yu to react, Li Yu, who was at the side, also nodded with great approval. I feel the same way. An instructor who has always been flirty and yuppie suddenly wants us to come out for off-campus practical training, and it's also beautifully called vacation. Who would dare to believe that? Bailey Bakuju interjected, unless he's suddenly suffering from a 10-year brain bruise. Lin Yu. Lin Yu stared wide-eyed. With a shocked face, he looked at his 3 roommates. I'll be damned. Are you 3 reading too many conspiracy theories? How can you come up with such strange ideas? Lu De reached out and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. With a solemn expression, he said to Lin Yu, You shana, with an expression like that, I'm increasingly feeling that my suspicions must be correct. So, Instructor Chu must have some unseemly conspiracy. Lu De spoke with a firm resolve. One could not afford to have the slightest doubt. Li Yu and Bailey Bakuju both gave the same expression. Seeing the expression on the faces of the 3 of them that looked like I've seen through everything. The expression on Lin Yu's face stiffened. For a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. What can I say? Could it be that I'm saying that you're really thinking a bit too much, big brother? Or is it true that instructor Xiao Chu has suffered from a 10-year cerebral thrombosis? Little Chu, what exactly did you do to my lovely roommate? Where is my former clueless and cute roommate? You give it back to me. On the other side, after seeing all the students getting off the bus, Chu Tang waved his big hand. Everyone, gather quickly. Hearing Chu Tang's words, the students who were originally scattered around quickly ran to Chu Tang's face. They gathered into a square formation. Looking at the 60 students in front of him, Chu Tang nodded with some satisfaction. Afterward, he opened his mouth and said, "First of all, what I have to tell everyone is this. Due to the excessive number of new students, we have divided all the students into different squads and brought them to different places to participate in off-campus practical training. And the place where you, the 6 platoons of the first company, will participate in off-campus practical training this time, is Mount Yuhua behind me. I won't go into too much detail about Mount Yuhua, but I'll let you all feel it for yourselves. Just treat this off-campus training as an ordinary outing, do you understand?" Understood. The students let out a neat reply. Very good. Chu Tang nodded with satisfaction once again. Now, 4 people in a team, line up in order to go up the mountain. 2 hours later, everyone must gather at this place, do you understand? Understood. Since you all understand, if you have any valuable items, leave them at the bottom of the mountain first, I'll be here to guard them. If there are none, then hurry up and get going. As soon as Chu Tang's words fell, brush! A silhouette rushed right in front of him. Lin Yu was full of smiles. Instructor Chu, I think that this notice board is very important as the symbol of our training set, you keep it safe first, huh? Saying that, Lin Yu then stuffed the notice board into Chu Tang's hand. The next second, he then took the lead and rushed out with Lu Disan. Chu Tang. As Chu Tang looked at the notice board in his hand, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. And at this moment, somewhere 10 kilometers away from Yuhua Mountain, 2 buses carrying dozens of students were slowly traveling on the road. Zhao Debao was carrying a thermos cup, and his entire body was lazily paralyzed on a chair. A cozy look on his face. Although he didn't know what kind of airplane old Chu had engaged in this time. But vacation. I'm still very much in favor of it. He looked up at the students who were still excited. A smile could not help but appear on his face as well. Thinking back then, I was in the army. After a day of strenuous training, when the squad leader took us out to have fun, I had such an excited expression myself. Alas, the long-lost vacation time, even Zhao Debao has come. Zhao Debao has imagined the beach, the ocean, beauty. Ahem. I'm devoted to my daughter-in-law. 10 minutes later, the bus arrived at its destination. Zhao Debao stepped off the bus with a group of students who were harboring excitement. When after getting off the bus, it was visible to the naked eye. The smile that was originally overflowing on Zhao Debao's face froze a little bit. He rubbed his eyes. With a shocked face, he looked in front of him. It was a huge mountain with dense grass and trees. On top of that, there was that. The mountain was filled with mountain pigs. At this time, a farmer also walked over from a short distance away. He smiled and looked at the crowd that froze in place. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Hey, are you the military training students from Magic City University? Your instructor Chu told me a long time ago that you guys were coming. This is not. I purposely left this group of little pigs for you to be off-campus practical training subjects." Chapter 38, actually, catching pigs is quite nice. If God can give me another chance, I, Zhao Debao, I wouldn't have agreed to choose bullshit off-campus training program. Labor's beach, the waves of the sea, and the beauty of the laborers. Not only is it all gone, now I've been reduced to roaming the mountains here, catching mountain hogs. I'm so sorry. Damn Chu Tang, I'm not done with you. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. In the end, Zhao Debao grabbed a handful of mud on the ground and threw it into the air. After that, he roared straight up to the sky. His roar didn't last long. A few students on the side anxiously shouted towards Zhao Debao. "Instructor Zhao, quick, this mountain pig is too ferocious, we can't clean it up." In the middle of them, it was a large mountain pig that was huge and quite tough looking. A few students' faces turned a little white. Such a big head of pig. If it hits the body, who the hell can stand it? Get out of the way, a bunch of hot chickens, let even come. Zhao Debao was worried that he had no place to take his anger. He clapped his palms together. Zhao Debao jumped right next to the big mountain pig. Without any fancy moves, he directly swung his fist and smothered it with a punch. Thud. With a muffled sound, that mountain pig let out a miserable scream before collapsing to the ground with a loud thud. Wow! Seeing this scene, a thick layer of admiration immediately surged in the eyes of the surrounding students. A cry of astonishment then rang out. Instructor Zhao was bullish. Instructor Zhao is too strong. So Instructor Zhao was actually this strong. A mountain pig was so big, and he just knocked it over with a single lump. Too strong. Listening to the crowd's exclamations, Zhao Debao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. For a moment in his heart, there was actually a sudden extra touch of fulfillment. However, the expression on his face remained unchanged. Very casually, he waved his hand. Acting extremely flat, he said. Low key, this is all a small scene. Said. His gaze suddenly condensed. In the next second, he rushed straight out. That student, let go of that pig, let me do it. Dang. Dang. With a few muffled thuds, Zhao Debao once again harvested a few little minions. Looking at their faces of adoration, Zhao Debao's figure didn't stop and once again joined another pig-catching battlefield. Without realizing it, Zhao Debao felt catching a pig or something. It was actually quite good. Oh ah. Yuhua Mountain. After 15 minutes of climbing, Lin Yu and Lu Da's 4 men finally climbed to the top of the mountain. I can't, it's been too long since I've climbed such a high staircase, let me lie down. Just after climbing the last step, Bailey Bakuju's entire body lay straight down on the floor. Hot chicken. Lu De couldn't help but kick a few feet when he saw this. This is only a few thousand steps. Such a dish. Lose the face of our immortal dormitory. On the side, Lin Yu's eyes gradually gazed farther and farther into the huge building not far away. Yu Hua Guan. The plaque engraved with 3 large gilt characters hung high above the gate. Looking at that huge plaque, for a moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but fall into memories. Listening to his master. Their knowledgeable youth observatory also possessed such a large plaque back then. At that time, their youth cultural center was a well-known existence for hundreds of miles around. Every day, many admirers came to pray and make offerings. But time has changed. The youth cultural center is declining more and more, to his master's generation. The splendor was long gone. The whole place is in a state of total disrepair. Don't worry, master, I'm here, Ji Qingguan can't be destroyed. Lin Yu silently clenched his fist. The important task of reviving Ji Qingguan. Leave it to me. Then, Lin Yu withdrew his thoughts. Then he took a step towards the inside of the Yu Huaguan. Both belonged to the same lineage of Taoism. No matter what. If you came, you must go in to pay homage to your ancestor. Lu Did and the 2 saw Lin Yu walking towards the Taoist temple. Dragging Bailey Bakuju, who was lying on the ground, they followed up. Once they entered the Taoist temple, the first thing that caught their eyes was the huge stone tripod. In the stone cauldron, there were countless burning incense sticks. The incense mist curled up, rendering the air with a faint sweet scent. Lin Yu went to the side and bought 4 sticks. Then he sent them to Lu Da's 3 people respectively. Worshipped the huge statue of the ancestor master in the distance a few times. Inserted incense. After doing this, Lin Yu then took Lu Da's 3 people and started wandering around the Taoist temple. You do not say. This Yu Huaguan is worthy of being a 4A-level scenic spot. It's just big. Lin Yu led Lu Da's 3 people to turn left and right, and disappeared hard onto the normal road. Yuhua Mountain in some unknown kaka. Lin Yu and Lu Da's 3 were wide-eyed. They looked at the 3 roads that appeared in front of them, and for a moment, they collectively fell into silence. You guys, which one is more like the path down the mountain? Lin Yu held his chin, his eyes revealing a look of deep thought. Beside him, Lu Desan looked at Lin Yu with a bitter expression. 10 minutes ago. They were still talking and laughing, incomparably dashing. But who could have thought? This divine roommate of theirs. He was actually a fucking wayfarer. Taking them on a stroll, they lost their way as they wandered. It's been 10 minutes. They had gone over a few hills and through a few buildings. Not to mention tourists. Not even a bird had been seen. Looking at Lin Yu's expression as he fell into contemplation, Lu De on the side was a bit unable to look at him. He pushed Lin Yu's shoulder. Then what, Yushin, if we really can't, let's stop walking for now and return the same way. Lin Yu raised his head and blinked at Lu De. That expression seemed to be saying, if I knew what the way back was, would I still be tangled up here? Forget it, I still have to take out my secret weapon. Lin Yu gave up struggling. It seems that in the future, it's better to try not to stroll around so high without bringing a lackluster map. Lin Yu raised his hand and flapped it towards the sky. Little fairy crane, it's time for an extra meal. At a position 400 or 500 meters away from Lin Yu's 4 people. Outdoor anchor Go Fugui wiped the sweat from his face. Then he said to the water friends in his live broadcast room. Yuhua Mountain is really big, it took me so long to get to such a remote place. Go Fugui's words just fell. The live broadcast instantly crossed countless pop-ups. Go is bullish, how many days have passed and he is still searching for an immortal, he is really persistent. How can this be called persistent, when I saw a Taoist priest flying in the sky on a crane in Brother Dog's live broadcasting room? Go Fugui smiled and didn't say anything. He intended to continue walking ahead. Since the last time I saw a Taoist priest flying on a crane at Jiqing Mountain, Go Fugui has been on a wild goose chase. Go Fugui had begun frantically searching for Taoist temples all over the country, hoping to see a real immortal again. This time, he happened to come to Mount Yuhua. Well, keep moving forward. The more remote the place, the higher the chances of meeting an immortal. But just as Go Fugui's feet moved a step forward, Newt! A clear and incomparable crane sound suddenly came from the distant sky. That crane call was so familiar. Chapter 39, even cranes know how to dive for water poses these days. The newest cry. The clear and loud crane call resounded in the sky of Mount Yuhua. With the sound of that crane's roar, Go Fugui's body that was originally planning to travel stopped abruptly. That crane call. It was so familiar. Afterwards, he slowly raised his head and looked into the sky. Brush. Under the gaze of his gaze, he only saw a small black dot suddenly appear in the clear and empty sky. A small black dot suddenly appeared. Was that? Go Fugui's eyes narrowed slightly. Subconsciously, he raised the cell phone in his hand. Through the screen transmitted by the cell phone, Go Fugui and the crowd in the live broadcast room clearly saw. That little black dot was a white crane with a snow-white body. The familiar sound of a crane, and this white crane. Seeing that white crane, Go Fugui suddenly had a bold thought in his heart. Could it be? Crouching Chow. Crap Chow Chow. I continue to fuck. I'll keep on fucking. I'll continue to fuck after you guys fuck. It was at this time. A shocked exclamation suddenly rolled up in the live broadcast room. Go Fugui hurriedly looked at the cell phone screen. He then saw a scene that would be indelible in this life. From the video taken from the cell phone, he clearly saw that huge white crane was passing through the layers of clouds in the sky. It closed its wings in a very dashing manner, and then smashed into the clouds in a freefall motion. Newt! Before the crowd could return to their senses, it flew out horizontally again in an extremely tricky position. So, closing its wings. Vertical landing. In the last cloud, it even came straight into a 360-degree spiral. Tumbling. Open your wings. Roll. Open your wings. Roll again. At only 100 meters from the ground, it readjusted its angle. In the air, it slightly lowered its head towards Gofugue below. It looked as if it was saying, "I'm done, you can score now." Brush. Then the white crane gathered its wings and brought an extremely brightly colored tail. It zipped into the woods not far ahead. Gofugue. Live stream crowd. After a long time. Inside the live broadcast room, this is when there were scattered pop-ups crossing over. Go low, you are my grandson. Just now, that white crane did it. Turned a few times in the air? Upstairs, I am your grandson, are you blind? Can you call that thing spinning a few times? Proud Twin Peaks, that. It's obviously a show for us. Lube forced himself on Boss Chow, that crane. Is it a fucking sperm? Lubu, who loves to steal Dongjua's pants, brother dog, wake up. Hurry up and go after it to check it out. Lubu's rightful father, that's right, don't just stand there, dog, hurry up and find the crane. Amidst the urging of the audience and the live broadcast, Gofugue only gradually came back to his senses. Hiss. The next second, he opened his mouth and sucked in a vicious mouthful of air. Then he stretched out his palm and patted his cheeks that had stiffened down. What did he see for all? A white crane. Did a 360-degree big gyroscope in the air. And then landed in style. You're a grandma. This year. Damn cranes will be so complex diving posture. I wipe Lou. This is no longer an immortal. This has simply become immortal. Wait. Become immortal. Suddenly, Gofugue seemed to have thought of something. Subsequently, a flash of shock and excitement surged out on his face. Brush. The next second, Gofugue directly threw off his backpack. Finding a direction, he directly drilled into the middle of the dense jungle. It can't be wrong. There's no mistaking it. That white crane. It's the same one that I saw in Jiqing Mountain. The immortal. The immortal is on Mount Yuhua. This time, I must capture the real face of that immortal. Come on, Gofugue. This time, you can do it. Thinking of this, Gofugue's speed on his feet grew faster and faster. On the other side, with that crisp crane sound in the sky not long after, Luda and the three of them saw a crane with a snow-white body descending straight from the sky. Thud. The crane landed on the ground. It kicked up countless dust. Cough. Luda and the three of them coughed violently. But their gazes stayed dead on the white crane that appeared in front of them. This white crane. They had already seen it 3 times to be exact. But watching it from such a close distance, this was still the first time. Gulp. Luda swallowed a mouthful of saliva. With an excited face, he stretched out his palm towards the white crane to touch it. The hand just reached halfway. Brush. A cold light flashed in the crane's eyes. That expression seemed to say, "Yo-ho, little kid. Where are you going? Do you still want to hang out?" Feeling the cold gaze of the crane, Luda's palm directly stopped in midair. It seems. Probably. If he touches it. In the next second, he always felt that his life would be in jeopardy. Seeing this, Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. Using his hand, he stroked his handsome hair. Aya, this little crane child, but also quite recognizable. Lin Yu said, while also smiling and extending his hand. Brush. Lin Yu's words were just in the middle of his sentence. The crane threw its head away. A look of not wanting to talk to Lin Yu. Lin Yu. The smile on Lin Yu's face directly froze. What the hell? My little crane. What's wrong with you? Ding. At this moment, the system's beep also sounded in Lin Yu's ears. Ding. Please ask the host to settle the crane's salary as soon as possible. The crane is currently very dissatisfied and is on a strong strike. Lin Yu? Strike? Delinquent wages? Buzz. Subsequently. In the midst of Lin Yu's puzzled expression, a light blue panel slowly emerged in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked over. Name, Immortal Crane. Identity, host's exclusive mount. Function, can carry people. Current status, strike. Unpaid salary, 3 carats. Mood, disgruntled, angry face. System alert, please pay the crane's basic salary as soon as possible to avoid affecting your writing experience. Lin Yu. Looking at the information above the panel in front of him, the muscles on Lin Yu's face couldn't help but twitch violently. I fucking. Big brother. You owe 3 carats and you're on strike? There's something wrong. Wow. Chapter 40, let go of that ham sausage. Sending wages. Lin Yu covered his forehead. He suddenly remembered. This dangling crane was one that only recognized carrots and not people. It actually owed 3 carats, not 100 miles to consume 1 bleh. Lin Yu frowned. System. It doesn't mess with the difference like this, yo. Ding. The host has interrupted Immortal Crane's vacation time twice in a row. This is all subject to extra pay. Lin Yu. Hearing the system tone ringing in his ears, several black lines instantly appeared on Lin Yu's forehead. That makes so much sense. I actually don't know how to refute it. Where is he going to find a carrot now? Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Good guy. As soon as the secret weapon of his was summoned, he started asking his boss for his salary. Who the hell can stand up to this? Newt. Seeing that Lin Yu hadn't pulled out a carrot from his pants in half a day, the Immortal Crane rolled its eyes. Straight away, he stepped to the side with a condescending pace and organized his feathers on his own. Lin Yu. Damn it, this time when I go back, I will directly buy 10 baskets of carrots. No matter what, I can't let a crane look down on me. Lin Yu couldn't help but raise a middle finger to the crane in his heart. Dead crane. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the young man without a radish. When I go back, I'm going to smash you on your knees with radishes. On the side. Lu Dason blinked his eyes. With a puzzled look, they looked at Lin Yu, who stood in place and stomped his feet. In the end, it was still Lu De who coughed lightly twice before asking towards Lin Yu. God, you. What's wrong with you? Lin Yu waved his hand. Nothing, just forgot to pay the salary. Lu Da? Lee Fish? Bailey bursting chrysanthemum? What the hell? Payroll? Your crane is still paid to work, ah? So what? Is there a vacation? What's the pay? Is there insurance? What are the job prospects? By the way, still hiring? I think I can be ridden too. Aha. If you can't, I'll take care of the food. I've been walking for so long, I'm hungry. Seeing that several people were standing still without making a move, Bailey Bakugo let out a wail and then sat straight down on the ground. After vigorously sucking in a few mouthfuls of air, slowly, he pulled out from inside his pants pocket a ham sausage. Fortunately, I was prepared. I was afraid that I would get hungry during military training, so I purposely brought a ham sausage to fill my stomach. Bailey Bakugo tore open the package and made a gesture to stuff it into his mouth. Brush. But he just handed it halfway. A white light brushed past. The next second, the ham sausage in his hand disappeared into his hand. Bailey Bakugo? He looked at the empty palm. The green bean-sized eyes couldn't help but blink vigorously. Where is my ham? Brush. The next second, Bailey Bakugo let out a scream and brushed up from the ground. He stared with wide eyes. With a dumbfounded face, he looked around. Finally, his gaze locked onto the beak of the Immortal Crane not far from him. At this time, on the crane's beak, hanging there was none other than his own disappearing ham hock. Crap! Seeing this scene, Bailey Bakugo's eyes bulged. Letting go of that ham. He then shouted and directly rushed towards Immortal Crane. Immortal Crane used his afterglow to glance at Bailey Bakugu, who rushed up. Then, pop! It just slowly raised its own paw and then stubbed a toe. It flicked at Bailey Bakugo's body. Without any fancy moves. Ow! Bailey's entire body jerked and let out a wail similar to a ghostly scream. Then, boom! It flew straight out. Gulp! Having resolved the 100 miles Bakugo, the Immortal Crane directly opened its large mouth and swallowed the hamster in one gulp. When Lin Yu's trio reacted, just in time to see the scene where Bailey Bakugo flew out and Immortal Crane swallowed the ham hock. Lin Yu, Lu De, Li Yu. The three of them looked at each other. What the hell? Ding! It was at this time. An electronic system beep suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recharging. Immortal Crane has successfully obtained a ham sausage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the payroll for Immortal Crane. Name, Crane. Status, host's exclusive mount. Function, can carry people. Current mood, satisfied. Current status, working. Lin Yu looked at the crane that suddenly fell from dissatisfaction to contentment. For a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. Mom! A ham sausage can fix you. You damn well said it earlier. I have 30,000 prestige value. Damn blood loss to pants are not left. I chow your brothers. By the Immortal Crane, a Geo kicked flying Bailey Bakuju. A carp hit up from the ground to jump up again. He looked at the leisurely Immortal Crane, eyes simply to spit out fire. Oh yeah, give me back my ham hocks! Roared angrily. Then rushed up again. In front of eating. What the hell, Crane? Give it all to me. Boom! Another scream. And then the sleek little chubby guy flew out again. 10 seconds later, Bailey Bakuju sat on the ground with a hopeless face. Done and done. My ham sausage. Ooh. Lin Yu on the side saw this. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Going forward, he patted Bailey Bakugu's shoulder. Don't cry, when we go down the mountain, I'll take you to Cha Brine Pig's feet, if you're still. Really? Before Lin Yu finished speaking, Bailey Bakuju's face changed violently. The expression of a lifeless person just now quickly turned into excitement. Bailey Bakuju, I want to eat marinated pig's feet, I want 2 at a time. Lin Yu. Lin Yu's originally prepared pile of comforting words suddenly got stuck in his throat. I'll be damned. Then. Alright, since the salary is settled, it's time to get down to business. Lin Yu clapped his hands. Newt. The Immortal Crane immediately understood. It appeared beside Lin Yu with a brush. Go! Lin Yu held Lu De in one hand and Li Yu in the other. Then he leapt and jumped onto the back of the Immortal Crane. Newt! The Immortal Crane let out a clear chirp. Straight away, it stretched out its toes and grabbed the Bailey Bakuju on the side. Flapping its wings, the entire body rushed straight up into the sky. Wow! Just as the Immortal Crane had just rushed up into the air, Gofu Gue also just happened to scurry out from the bushes on the side. He just appeared. He was able to see the crane rising into the sky. Wait a minute! Seeing the crane rushing into the sky, Gofu Gue hurriedly yelled out. Brush! However, it was obvious that the crane did not hear Gofu Gue's call. With a wave of its wings, it directly broke through the clouds. It disappeared into the dome of the sky.